All right, our first racers are on course. We've got over here our live streaming coming on by Game On, so you can watch these racers as they're heading out on the course. We've got our second wave going out in just a minute. right, it looks like we've got our third wave of boys. We have the advanced boys on course as well as both splits of intermediate 8th grade boys. Looks like we're lining up for intermediate 7th grade boys right now. Reminder for those of you that are interested in wanting to watch what's going on in the course, we have it streaming right over here on this large screen. We've got drones over the course so you can watch your rider as they're going. It's also streamed online at www.gols.com. I'm assuming there's also a QR code that you can take a picture of. Also, good luck to our intermediate 8th grade 7th grade boys as they get on course. Okay, it looks like all racers are out in this first heat. Good luck, riders. We have, reminder that we have this being streamed right here. We have Game On Studios. So if you'd like to watch your rider and see what they're doing on course, you can come see them on this screen. Our advanced riders, our advanced boys are doing 1.5 laps. The intermediate boys, 8th grades, both splits, are doing 1 lap, as well as the intermediate 7th grade boys will be doing 1 lap. So our advanced boys, when they come through, they're heading back out for another half a lap. So watch for that. So Morgan, you raced for how many? You raced all 4 years when you were in high school? Oh, that's really great information. Okay, so Morgan, this is your home course. What are your tips for the riders? How would you attack this course? There's a hill right at the beginning, so how would you attack that? That's a great tip. So as you are heading out, you think, oh no, there's a hill, I can't do it. Punch it on that hill because that's one of the only passing spots right at the beginning. It goes right to single track. Okay, so the second service road, is that also uphill passing? So both passing opportunities are uphill, huh? So all of those months of training and those early mornings all summer, this is where it pays off. All of those hills and the repeat hills that you were doing in training, this is where it really pays off. And it looks beautiful. This is real mountain biking. A lot of our other tracks and courses that we've been on are, I mean, we're in Utah, so we live in the mountains, but we're kind of out in the desert and in the hills. But this course is just beautiful. It's like we're up in the mountains. We're at a ski resort. So it's just beautiful here today. Yeah, we're in a heat wave right now. Thank you to Labor Day weekend. It's going to be really hot down in the city, but up here isn't quite as bad. Thanks. We're so glad to be up in the mountains today. Another reason we're glad to be up here. So our advanced boys left at 8 o'clock. Morgan, how long would you expect those boys to take on one lap? So is 20, let's see, 5 miles, right? Okay, so let's see. If you've got riders out on the course, maybe between 20 and 30. We're going to have to see. It's going to be interesting to see how they did. Last time, our first race in Manti, we expected, Sarah and I as announcers, we didn't get what we expected. We were expecting really close times with like Varsity and some of these faster boys, but they were really spread out. So you never know on race day. Everything can just change, and so we'll have to see how things go. Man, Manti is so dang dusty. It's so bad. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to ruin your screen. I'm just trying to get the dust off. Because the angle of the sun right now. So this streaming by Go Game On. They are flying a drone trying to catch riders out on course. So they're going to have some times where we're going to be seeing just the weeds as they're trying to find the riders. But this is a nice course because the start, there's not too much of a climb from the start to the finish. So for the spectators, they don't have to climb too far to get from the start to finish to watch their rider. Are there any other opportunities, Morgan, on the course to see your rider as they're going, or is it just pretty much the start and the finish?
Maximum flight altitude reached.
Great. So how do you get there on the surface road? Can you just follow along here the side of the blue tape? So if you are really fit and confident that you could get there and back to the finish line in time, do that. Some of us parents don't think we can make that climb. We'll just sit here and park it at the finish line and wait for our kid to cross the finish line. Yeah, that's a great point. If you've got more than one lap, that might be a great time to hike it. But if you are here with Junior Devo and you've got one lap, let's just wait here at the finish line. So I want to tell you a little bit about the Utah Cycling League. So the league here was organized in 2011 under the National Interscholastic Cycling Association to enable every Utah teen to strengthen body, mind, and character and promote lifelong health and fitness through cycling. We facilitate development of high school cycling teams and clubs for grades 7 through 12 and provide education, training, life for coaches and volunteers. With the We're trying to figure out right here where the racers are. Just try and give you an estimate of when we think they're going to cross the finish line. We think within the next 10 minutes we should be seeing some of our first finishers. Oh, here's a racer. Morgan, can you tell on the track where this looks like it is?
Yeah, so this is just right above our announcer stadium and above those NICA flags there.
Looks like these riders are having fun out there, enjoying the switchbacks. Looks like also we've got some spectators out there cheering them on. That makes it fun to ride. A lot of mountain biking is very individual and you're by yourself, but when you can get spectators out there cheering you on, that's when it gets really fun.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. I remember there was a few coaches that I think every single race I raced would be out there cheering for every single teammate. They were cheering for every or whatever. They were out there for every single kid, and it really makes a big difference.
That's great.
We got our sweep coming through right here. We really
Thank you,
appreciate
sweepers.
those riders.
So it looks like we've got a rider with a little bit of distance followed by another rider. It looks like the second rider is keeping a close distance, keeping a close eye on the rider in front of him. There are quite a few switchbacks. It makes for a fun course. So is it very rocky or is it pretty smooth?
So up top it's pretty rocky, especially on the single track uphill. But once you get to these downhills, they're actually pretty smooth. And if you're a strong downhill rider, you can really get some speed, use those to pump into them, and it can really be a fast downhill if you've got the skill.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. So this is a technical course because you've got to use those skills you've got to use those legs and your power to get up the hill on the two service roads so you can do your passing. But then if you're not as confident downhiller, then you're going to be holding people up on the single track. So it is a technical course and you've got to use all of those skills that you've been working on all summer.
Yeah, and if you can get on that downhill in front of some of your competitors and then be really strong, you can get a lot of speed and get, honestly, probably a lot of space from the riders behind you if you're a strong downhill rider on this course.
So it looks like we've got our first riders coming through. Just passing through the gondolas. So if they're just coming underneath the gondolas, we're going to be seeing them come up over this hill pretty quickly. Here we see our first rider. Let's cheer on these riders as they're coming up this hill. Really close. So we've got Tommy Rowley.
So that was Tommy Rowley and Milo Cahoon, both for Lone Peak Junior Devo, riding really close together. They've got another half lap, those two. They seem to stick pretty close to that last half lap. There's a little space between them, but for this half lap, they're going to head up the service road and instead of going left, finishing this course, they're going to turn right and come back on this downhill. You can expect to see those two riders coming back here pretty soon.
It's neat that they're on the same team. I wonder if they train together and work together and have kind of they know how each other ride and they work together to get them both across the finish line. Got another rider here from Lone Peak.
That looks like Nicholas for Lone
This
Peak
is
right
Nicholas, yes. Nicholas, how would you say his last name? Do you know? Naisith?
there. I would guess Naisith. I'm sorry to parents if I'm saying that super wrong.
Also from Lone Peak. So our top three that have crossed so far from Junior Devo are from Lone Peak. This looks like it's, we're not seeing them super close together, so this looks like it's kind of a divisive course, decisive. You will, like you said, it is tough. It's technical uphill as well as downhill. So we're seeing some of the spread out with these riders. So it is decisive.
Yeah, this course definitely makes you put the work in. It's not like those sprinter courses, the flat ones, like Brno and everything, where everyone's pretty close the whole race. This really is going to split riders up.
So we still are waiting for, it looks like we've got fourth and fifth coming in. pedaling hard. This is an interesting finish line too. It's uphill towards the finish. It's like, it's one of, you hear your grandpa say walking uphill both ways. That's kind of like this race. You start uphill and end uphill.
All right, so this is another Junior Devo advance coming in here. Another Lone Peak rider hitting fourth unofficially. He's got another half lap to go.
We've got
Followed by
Carson
Vikings, another
Taylor.
advanced Junior Devo. And that's unofficially right there what the podium would be if they keep those spots.
So that was Carson Taylor from Carbon High School. Then we've got Quincy Pepper from Lone Peak, Spencer Ridges from Lone Peak, Colin Parker from Pleasant Grove, Ryder Warnick from American Fork, and then Hallie Lunsford from American Fork.
So you see these riders right here standing up out of the saddle, just giving it everything they got, pushing.
Okay,
it
Luke
forward.
Scoville
More Lone Peak
from
Junior
Lone
Devo
Peak. We've got Caden Bybee from Lone Peak, and then Vince Edwards coming in. We've got Tigey Halverson, Finn Rosenwall from Pleasant Grove coming across. So it looks like we got a little bit of movement. Some of these boys are increasing in their placement. Jackson Junker from American Fork started at 26. And as of right now, he's crossing at 12. So it looks like we've got a little bit of movement. Davis Wiesen from Lone Peak, advanced boys. So we're seeing, like you said, Morgan, you said you would expect to see a 30-minute lap, and we are at about 30 minutes here. We've got Andrew Holmes from Spanish Fork, Ollie Bryan from Iron County. That would be about our top 15, unofficially. If they keep that up, if they can keep up this pace for the second half of a lap, they're in good standing. We've got Jake Jensen from Maple Mountain and Braden Allred, both from Maple Mountain. We've got Beckham Dittmer from Iron County coming across. We've got Tommy Rowley, our points leader. That's just finished his second half a lap. So that would put him in first place. Tommy's just finished as our points leader for our second half a lap. We've got Rockwell Alexander, Staten. Milo Calhoun, Gavin Justison, trying to get this.
I think this is our first intermediate boys that just came through finishing there. That was Carson Taylor coming through. I think that was our number one for intermediate boys. Some more advanced Junior Devo coming through here.
Christensen just crossing. Oh, finishing strong, pushing hard. We've got Levi from Lone Peak, Monson Loveless from Carbon. Looks like these are some of our... Okay. So unofficially, it looks like Monson would be our second place finish. Ian Luna would be our third place finisher, and Levi... Got Alistair Watson from Manti coming in. Max Giddings. Once we get this figured out, we'll read some of these unofficial finishing placings. Max Giddings, Seth Bellows from Pleasant Grove, Fisher Baldwin from Pleasant Grove. We've got Max Giddings, Spencer Ridges from Lone Peak, Braxton Lola from Pleasant Grove. Got Braxton Lola, Cole Arthur coming across from Carbon High School. We've got Colin Parker from Pleasant Grove. We've got Ryder Warnick from American Fork finishing. Brody Smith from Salem Hills.
Luke Silver coming in for Lone Peak Junior Evo. Jackson coming in for the payment there. Rider for Carbon coming through. So you're seeing a good mix of the advanced and intermediate boys coming through here at the finish line.
Okay, so it looks like our intermediate 7th grade boys, we've got several that have crossed. It looks like so intermediate 8th grade boys, it looks like we've got our finishers. Unofficially, we've got Carson Taylor from Carbon and Monson Loveless also from Carbon. Ian Luna from Lone Peak, followed by Levi from Lone Peak, then finishing out the top 5, Alistair Watson from Manti. We've got Andrew Holmes, Beckham Dittmer, Jake Jensen, Braden Allred, Beckham Dittmer, Jake Jensen, Juan Garcia, Jim Bryan from Pleasant Grove. Got Spencer Schultz coming in. We've got Rockwell Alexander, Jackson Ricks coming across. Jackson from American Fork, Rockwell from Lone Peak. Got Staten Larson from American Fork. got Cam Christensen coming across from Iron County. Micah Christensen, also from Iron County. Gavin Justison. Brody Putnam. Micah Christensen. Owen Pitts. Peter Jacobson. Brogan Murray. Luke Murdoch. We've got Brody May, Camden Beckham coming from Lone Peak. Luxton Rich coming across from Sevier Valley. We've got Crew Gray from American Fort. Got Blake Hadlock, Garner Meads, Rome Roby. We have our advanced girls that have just started. They are on course. Followed closely by our intermediate girls will be beginning soon, and then our beginner girls will be on course. We've got Sam Steele coming across, Alec Ferguson, Cruz Hadley, Hunter Ray, Kale McQuivy, Aiden Scattergood. Aiden's from Lone Peak. Fisher Baldwin coming across from Pleasant Grove. Matthew Carden finishing from Pleasant Grove. Looks like we have a 7th grader that just crossed. Crew Meliqua. Max Giddens coming across. That could potentially be our first 7th grader, unless we've missed some. This is our first 7th grader, so Crew Melquire. I don't know if you say it the French way or if you say it the American English way, either Melquire or Melqua. Crew Melqua from Pleasant Grove coming across is our first 7th grader. We've got James Green coming across from American Fort. Looks like we've got another 7th grader coming up. Cannon Christensen from American Fork. Got Jackson Davis coming across, Cody Shippen, and Brody Smith. So I've seen our first 2 7th graders cross. Their times are really good times for this difficult course. We're still waiting for some more of to round up our top 5 podiums for 7th grade. We've got Seth Olson finishing strong up this steep hill to finish. Looks like we've got Ivan Hughes coming across, Ian Lemereau, and Seth Olson. We've got Augustus Gleave, Rip Robbins. Looks like Rip Robbins is our third 7th grader to cross. We've got Tate Beal, Bauer Warner coming across from Salem Hills. Kevin Clough from Manti. Easton Duncan coming from Iron County is our fourth 7th grader that we've seen cross the finish line. So Easton Duncan is unofficially the fourth finisher for 7th grade intermediate 7th grade boys for Junior Devo. Cameron Shipman, that would be our 5th finisher from 7th grade. So that would round our podium boys. We've got Crew Melquire, Cannon Christensen, Rip Robbins, Easton Duncan, and Cameron Shipman for our top 5 finishers for intermediate 7th grade boys. August Gichu, Walter Bozeman from Lone Peak, both of those riders from Lone Peak. We've got Michael Jensen coming across from Springville. Ty Lund from Iron County, Cody Lowe from Springville High School. Got Ren Knutson from Iron County coming across. Also a 7th grade finisher. We're starting to see more of these 7th graders coming across. Brigham Loser from American Fork. One of the 7th grade riders coming across. Let's cheer these riders on as they are tired, end of their race, and coming up this last hill. Let's cheer all these riders on as they're coming across. Looks like we've got Spencer Hawley from Carbon High School. Jason Keller from American Fork. Really quick, we've got Braxton Giles coming across. Jacob Clough, Braxton Giles, and Drew Jacobsmeyer. Tycee Heinzen? I apologize for any of these names that I butchered. Tycee Heinzen. Wade Williams, Hayden Richens. Hayden from Lone Peak, Wade Williams from Sevier. We've got Blythe Lucas coming across from American Fort.
All right, you guys down there on the court, make sure you're cheering for the big group coming in. Looks like we've got this course is named after Poppy Pine and Baby. You see right now, the crew like that is on the technical and the skill pushing in and all of that. Make sure you cheer very loud for those races. These finishes with a lot of races coming in at once make it a lot more competitive, makes everyone's time faster as everyone's fighting for it here at the end.
We've got Wade Williams, Ian Smart, Jake Combe, Liam Hayborn, Jake Combe, Quinn Kelly, Gabriel Griff, Finn Morris, Bryson Irving, Luke Baird, Bryson Irving, Braden Harding, Dominic Frankum, Reed Nelson, Levi Beasley,
You can see on these races who's going to win this season.
that's Jack Johnson, Chase Drown, Jack from Pleasant Grove, Chase from American Fort.
Here's some true nice break coming in right here. Two racers that are running their bikes across the finish line. Looks like we've got a broken game in the first and a flat tire in the second. But these racers still going to
We've got Bracken Johnson from Iron County, Tyler Crockett, Travis Layson, Chase Nixon, Tyson Barney, Romeo Sanchez.
So if you got any mechanicals like those two racers had, you guys can head over to the new Favorite Court Zone. Competitive cycling is over there, and they're going to help all of our racers out with any problems they might have.
Anthony Mendenhall, Aaron Atkinson, Carson Castle, Owen Edwards, Tyson Barney, Peyton Gonzalez from Pleasant Grove, Aaron Atkinson from American Fork, and Brig Thurgood from American Fork. No, is this a touchscreen? Here's Owen Rasmussen coming across from Iron County, one of our 7th grade boys. Looks like we are still waiting on we have not seen any of our girls coming across. I'd like to thank another one of our sponsors, I Got Poop, igotpoop.com. They handle all your waste disposal needs, including portable toilets, septic tank pumping and service, sewer inspection, camera roll-off dumpsters, drain cleaning, video pipe locating, septic system repair. Colin Armstrong coming from Panguitch High School. Hendrix Lavanger from Spanish Fork High School. Both intermediate 8th grade boys. So we've got our advanced girls still on the course. Reminder, those advanced girls are going to go out for another half of a lap. Then our beginning girls and intermediate girls are both doing one lap. So when they cross the finish line, the intermediate and the beginner girls are both done. So watch for those advanced girls as they head out back for another lap. Those, if you didn't know that NICA does, we do all of our bib numbers. The two beginning numbers tell you what category they belong to. So the advanced girls would start with 2-5. The intermediate girls are 4-5, and the beginning girls are 6-5. So if you watch for your advanced girls beginning with 2-5, that's what they're going out for another lap. We've got Marcus Norton from American Fork Junior Devo Crossing. He's an intermediate 8th grade. We'd like to take a second to thank My Medic. My Medic Life can be dangerous whether you're
Maximum flight altitude reached.
Did you feel like there was enough passing places for you?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, thanks so much for it. Was Sam? Thanks for interviewing with us today, Sam. Enjoy the rest of your day. You're done. You get to go and have a nap. like we're still waiting for some of our girl finishers. Have we seen any girl finishers that you've noticed, Morgan? Looks like we've got our next wave of riders getting ready to go out. For those of you that are interested, we've got our live stream sponsored here by Game On Studio. You can watch it. You can take a picture of the QR code here to see it online. It's also being streamed through. There's a screen here. You can kind of watch what's going on course. Thank you to Game On Studios. Game On Studio. Live studio, not studios. Looks like we've got beginner 8th grade boys lining up now. So over here by the start is a great position to see those riders. You can see them coming around the bend, coming down a hill, going around these switchbacks. So this is a great place to come see your riders as they're heading in the course. Coming around switchbacks, going back into the trees, where you will lose them again, lose vision of them again. It looks like those Lone Peak girls are working together as a team, staying close together as they head out for their second lap. Reminder, if your rider is out on course, you can watch the live stream from Game On Live Studio. We've got it streaming over here on a screen over by the trailer.
For my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. And for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun, a 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never cap, you should know that. All I know, 10 toes, never fold, bang roll, on the go, ice wall, ice wall, ice wall.
If they keep...
I need my hands, this life is real, if they pretend, came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. And for my wins, I need my hands, this life is real, if they pretend, came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. I miss my baby, so I hit them on the FaceTime. I need it all for them, so no, I cannot waste time. Facing these oceans, feel the water on my waistline. We trust the process and mine, they know it takes time. You can get it, got no worries, I'm gonna make mine. Going global, I'ma get it out the state lines. Paying taxes at a more than what you make now. Different bracket, eating off a different plate. I need my hands, this life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. And for my wins, I need my hands, this life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in.
That outdoor behavior is not just a brand, it's a lifestyle. Being in the great outdoors is our passion.
And the lights are out, you stumble in the dark. You kept pushing on, but then you went too far. When your ship has sailed and all your dreams are lost, everything is wrong, you feel like it's your fault. Just remember, I will be there for you, baby. Remember, there's nothing out there to get you, don't forget it. When life throws lemons, just call me. Just call me. Just call me.
So our beginner boys, 8th grade boys, are lining up now. They should be starting in just a few minutes, followed closely by our beginner 7th grade boys. And we've got a gap in time. Our varsity boys don't start till 10:27. A little bit of time. The course will probably clear off by then before our varsity boys start. If you are a beginner 7th or 8th grade boy, you need to Got this rider running across Bryn Lloyd. Advanced girls. Remember, if you have any technical issues, you can head over to Music Support. We've got Quincy Pepper from Lone Peak, also with technical issues. Both finishing strong. That is still our first and second place finishers today. Unofficially, Bryn coming across in the first race, followed closely by Quincy. Both running their bikes across in true Nika spirit, making it running to the very end. Even though they had some technical issues, they still are our first and second place finishers. More riders coming in. Got Betty Olson from Harbin High School coming across. We got Brock Holloway from his intermediate boy, but we got Vivian Simpson. Miss Hallie Lunsford. Hallie Lunsford crossed in third place, unofficially third place for advanced girls, with Vivian coming in fourth. Betty Olson, it looks like, is in our pistol at Harbin High School. Our first intermediate girl finisher. She is done after finishing the first lap. We've got Margot Colton coming across for our advanced girls. That unofficially rounds out our top 5 finishers for our advanced girls. We've got Bryn Lloyd, Quincy Ewing. Looks like they switched places from last race. Hallie Lunsford and Betty Olson. Vivian Simpson and then Margot Colton. Again, Betty Olson is our only finisher so far for intermediate girls. We're looking for big numbers that start with 4 or 5 for intermediate girls.
Wanna be the person that you call up when you're down. Wanna be the first who knows all of your deepest secrets. Can I be the one who wakes you up before you miss your ride? 'Cause I wanna be close to you, and I wanna show you something new.
Got riders coming up, pushing strong, checking back at the closest next rider. This is Adeline Christensen from Lone Peak.
So put your hand in mine now.
And Annika Hadlock, also from Lone Peak. These girls have gone up and placed several places from their last race, finishing second and third. We've got Ella Thompson from Intermediate Girls. Ella Thompson now finishing fourth. Malia Smith finishing fourth, and Ella Thompson finishing fifth. We've got Gracie Gerber from Manti finishing 6th for intermediate, and Madeline Hermet from Lone Peak finishing 7th. Here we've got Auburn Adamson from Manti finishing as an advanced girl. She is unofficially would be finishing in 6th place. We've got Aubrey Barton finishing for an intermediate girl, Lone Peak Junior Devo. Finishing strong. Here we've got Rachel Hudson from Lone Peak. Alexis Bird from American Fork, and then Rachel Hudson from Lone Peak. That rounds up our top 10 intermediate girl finishers. That's Macy Niche from Lone Peak. There's Leah Lloyd from Lone Peak and Elise Larson finishing from American Fork.
Low battery warning.
Here we've got our beginner finisher, Blythe Lucas from American Fork. And May Miller, an intermediate. So Margaret Myers from Lone Peak. So Blythe Lucas would be our points leader of this race. It looks like she started in 3rd place and finished in 1st. Congratulations to Blythe. Saren Tolman.
Horse, they were just right on each other's tails, battling for those spots. And right here, it's just that last push to see who's going to take.
Okay, so we've got our second beginner girl finisher, Laura Jacobson from American Fork, followed very closely by Sophia Levitt, also from American Fork. So our top 3 finishers and beginner girls are all from American Fork. Here comes Megan Nilsson from Lone Peak. Here's Sage Whitaker from Iron County. Megan Nilsson, Lone Peak. We'd like to thank Hammer Nutrition as a sponsor. The Hammer Difference. Got more riders coming up the hill. Tashana O'Keefe from American Fork. Got Sophia Dunn coming in from Pleasant Grove, also an intermediate girl. I imagine if you're on the course, it's so exciting to get around the corner and see the finish line. You come around that corner and you see just one little incline, and then then you're done. So let's cheer these riders on as they come up this last sprint to the finish. We've got Ava Cook from Pleasant Grove.
She would be our 4th place finisher as a beginning girl. She increased 2 spots, started out in 6th place. Some of these beginner girls
Have really strong finishing times. Fun to watch these beginners as they're finishing.
in their 2nd race they've ever done, pushing hard.
Ryla Huntsman from Salem, Paige Lucas from American Fork. Paige Lucas coming across in 5th place and then Ryla Huntsman coming up quite a bit in her placement from Salem, and then Cameron Corey from Iron County. Katie Larkin from Iron County for our another beginner girl finisher. We've got Kiara Taylor pushing strong. We've got Kate Edwards from Lone Peak, both Kiara and Kate finishing as intermediate girls. Increasing their placement just a little bit. Always a good goal to have, just increase a little bit. It's always fun to pick a teammate and say, I choose that teammate, I'm going to try and beat them. Keep your eye on a rider in front of you and keep going. We've got Jenna Sorensen from Payson. I'd like to thank Destination Outfitters. Kickstart your next outdoor drill at Destination Outfitters. Our aim Lucy Armstrong. Finishing in 8th place is our beginner girl. Here comes Kiera Long from Spanish Fork. And Claire Lloyd from Lone Peak. Really close finish with these two. Both intermediate girls. Just 2 seconds apart. Reminder, we've got our live stream going on. You can watch that on the screen here or log online. That'll be fun to watch when we've got racers that are doing several laps. That'll be fun to watch what's happening out on the course. Molly Hine from Lone Peak finishing as an intermediate girl. We'd like to thank Grip It. Grip It's based in Salt Lake City, which makes the lightest, most comfortable all-around bike gloves on the... Got two Manti riders coming in, working together. We've got Kimber Quayle and Annika Heyer, both finishing, rounding out our top 10 for our beginner girls. We've got Grace Mumford from American Fork. Increased quite a bit, started in 20th and finished in 11th. We've got Sophie Richter, Rakisha O'Keefe coming across, Sophie Richter from Lone Peak, Leah McMurdy from Pleasant Grove, Maggie Madrid from Carbon, and Jade Lawrence. All of these beginner girls. Emma Johnson, intermediate girls from Springville.
variety of services to customize fit your needs, so check them out. That's Legacy Logistics. These racers really love it when you guys cheer them on this service hill, so I want to hear those cowbells and some loud cheering. I believe that was Ellie Lenhart coming in for another Lone Peak Junior Devo girl. We see a bigger group of girls coming in down at the bottom of that hill. The faster they're going to sprint to this finish line. Looks like those three in the back are lined up pretty even. It'll be interesting to see who takes it as they come up this hill. Quick check behind her to make sure they're not too close. I think that's Jocelyn Thompson. Then Lily Thomas from Sevier Valley Composite. Caitlin Jeffs from Springville High School. And Paisley Lund from Manti. These two girls having a very, very strong finish here. Absolute determination on their faces. That's Addison Belknap and Sophia Gunter, both from American Fork Junior Devo. We've got another runner coming up through. As I was saying, this course is famous for breaking bikes. That's Felicity Rogers, Peyton Erickson, and Billie Jean Miller coming through there. It's really amazing to see these girls coming through. Even if they had some technical issues with their bikes, they're still finishing this race, not coming off early. And we love our sweeps always. Thanks for coming out and volunteering.
We've got our beginner 8th grade boys and beginner 7th grade boys on course right now. Probably going to see them in the next 10-ish minutes. We'll probably see how that's going out on the course on the live stream. We're cheering these riders on as they're making their last incline up to the finish. All of NICA's medic gears from My Medic. If you're out on an adventure or just at home, their products are ready to perform when you need them most.
gear from My Medic, so make sure you check those guys out.
We've got Rebecca Owen coming in from Lone Peak. Betty Westman from Lone Peak. Here comes Elsie Auble from Lone Peak. Elise. Comes another rider from Manti, Savannah Mack, finishing strong. We're just over here in the tent discussing how one of the great things that we love about this mountain biking, being part of this, is it is a team sport.
Look at this rider feeling happy.
Feeling strong, smiling as she crosses. This is Lena Elwood from American Fork. Way to go. We love that mountain biking is a team sport, that the top scores do count as a team, but it can be really individual, and you can set your own goals and improve and try and improve your times or improve your placement. And everybody is welcome here at NICA. That's Hadley Rogers from Pleasant Grove. Digging deep, head down, finishing strong. Here comes Elena Parson from American Fork.
Oh, that's how I missed it. That's how I missed it. Okay, here we are.
I might have, no, we're on beginner voice. I might have missed those ones, but I did write them back because I want to use the paper.
I'll just switch out.
Okay, that's fine.
I'll just switch out.
That was Raquel Crane from Sevier, Whitney Bratton from Manti.
So the two boys in my family on a bike. The girl. Oh my goodness, this is the best day ever.
Seriously, all they have to do is one race. Have they watched you race?
No, they have an
That's Maylee Brown coming in for Lone Peak Junior Devo. Mercedes-Benz Van is Utah's premier sprinter dealer, providing sprinter vans for everyone, including course for about 27 minutes. And Beginner Boys 7 have been on the course for, I think, for just about 5 minutes less than that. So we'll expect to see these guys here in the next 10 minutes coming through the finish line. All right, so I'm here with two Junior Devo Lone Peak girls. What are your guys' names?
Elise.
Jade. Can you tell me a little about the race today, how it went for you girls?
It was very rocky.
Challenging.
Do you think that this course was a little bit more challenging than what you guys did 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you guys come out and pre-race this course out here, or was this your first time riding it?
I pre-raced it.
I pre-rode.
And do you think that coming out here and pre-riding is important? Does it make your race a lot better?
Say that again. Oh yeah, of course. It'll just make it so you know where the course, and then you'll know where to go slow and fast.
All right, so you heard it her first. These Lone Peak girls told you guys it's super important to pre-ride the courses, so make sure you come out. You guys got any advice for the racers that are racing later today?
You say no. You say breathe.
Breathe.
And I say
Just breathe
and drink water.
All right, thank you so much, you girls, for the advice. Have a good rest of your day. All right, we've got two racers coming up. That might be our our first riders for the beginner boys coming through. And remember, the louder you cheer as they come through this line here, the faster they're going to go. All right, we've got 3 more racers coming in. These 3 are looking very fast, all right on each other's tail there. And this course, right where they just turned all the way up to the top of this road, that's really where a lot of the passes are going to be made. Very, very fast sprint to the finish. All of them looking around, seeing where the other racers are at. And if you miss us announcing these unofficial times, if you guys go to the back of the timing trailer, they've actually got a TV set up and you can see all of the unofficial placements where everyone's at right now. A lot of these jerseys are really nice looking, and majority of the jerseys for all of our teams are done through Hyper Threads. They do a really good job making sure everyone's decked out in some cool gear.
Michael Weber from Podium, 7th place or 8th place. Still waiting for our last 2 to round out the top 10 on beginner boys. Alex Orr from American Tour. He finished a couple races. He started at 11th, finished 9th. A great goal, finishing in the top 10. working together, standing on each other's tail. Finishing strong, riding straight over to the feet down. You can keep going.
William Peterson coming in from Spanish Fork.
So the strategy on these one-lap races is a little bit different than the 3 and 4. On this one lap, you just want to give it everything you got the entire time. And then when racers are getting into the 2, 3, and 4 laps, that's when they start conserving their energy, trying to keep it till the end. But you'll see a lot of these racers just absolutely pushing it as they come through the finish line. That's probably what they've been doing the whole lap, just giving it everything they got for that one lap.
Thomas Hansen from Spanish Fork. Michael Lovelace from Carbon. And Erickson Commerce from Iron County is our second place finisher for 7th grade boys, followed very, very closely from Michael Lovelace, 7th grade from Carbon. Those two are really close. 2 seconds apart with those finishes. So between the first place finish, we've got about a minute difference from first to second. So we're still waiting for the other fourth and fifth for our 7th grade podium placement. Here's Caden Adams from Iron County, Spencer Brown from Pleasant Grove. Here's Phoenix Davis coming in from Payson High School. Here's McKay Norton from Lone Peak.
Nutrition's a super, super important part of mountain biking. These racers are on the course for so long that it really matters what you eat before and during the race. And Hammer Nutrition's super awesome. They're real people making real, natural, healthy products with tons of vital information and a singular desire to help you be your best. They've got over 30 years of developing the most effective natural products free of added sugars, and they use 100% USA-made products. So if you're looking for some nutrition, Hammer Nutrition really is the place to go. They're awesome.
Okay, that's Sage Walters coming across and Jonathan Sudweeks. Camden Despain from American Fork. Juana Malland from Pleasant Grove, finishing as a beginner girl. Let's cheer this rider on.
Very, very strong finish here from the Viking. That's an incredible right there. Teammates and coach cheering her on. That's what we like to see.
Here comes Luke Morris. We love to hear this cheering on of these finishers as they're finishing. Ledger Hill. Looks like Ledger increased quite a bit on his placement. Finished in 4th for our 7th grade boys. Here comes Joaquin Corrara from Iron County for 8th grade. So Ledger looks like he started in 14th and ended in 4th. Love to hear the cheering on.
Nice out of the saddle sprint finish here.
Here comes Kyle Klinger. Also another huge placement jump. That rounds out the top 5 for beginner 7th grade boys. That would be Kyle Klinger starting in 15th place, ending in 5th.
And if you guys are taking any pictures from today's race, we would love if you shared them with us. If you post your picture on Instagram or Facebook, make sure to use the tag and use the hashtag more kids on bikes, hashtag MyNikeY, and hashtag Utah High School MTB. And Competitive Cyclists is here providing neutral support for all of our racers. So if before or after your race your bike needs a little bit of love, make sure to head over there and they'll get you taken care of.
Way to
That's
finish
Claire with
strong.
Lone Peak coming through.
We've got Claire coming through, Asher Anderson from American Fork, beginner 7th grade boys. Ethan Harris from 8th grade, Sevier Valley. Do you know their names? That is impressive.
It just says on their plate, it says their name, and sometimes I can read it.
Want to switch? Do you want me to start doing this, or are you okay with the word? You're standing in the sun.
I don't mind the sun.
Okay, I hate it. Thanks. So just tell me, I can't always hear what you're saying.
Maybe I'll just not say the name at all. So that I don't say it.
No, if you say it, that's fine, because I can see that. I just won't say it, because I can see it. Here comes Travis Dudley from Pleasant Grove.
Woo! Good job, Travis!
Digging deep to finish up this last incline. We love to see these beginner boys, 7th and 8th graders, getting into mountain biking. Welcome to the races. If you could not lean on the fencing, that would be super great. Thank you so much. I know if you're short, it's hard to see, but we reuse this fencing and reuse all of the piping for each race.
Good amount of racers coming through right here, all looking very strong. Congratulations on the finish, you guys. That's a hard
Heidi
course. A
Burkham,
lot of
Brock
effort goes
Anderson,
into
and
that.
Logan Jacobson. McKay Holt from Iron County. Increasing his placement as well, going from, I think, 14th to 8th. It's always fun to set goals like that, increasing placement. Maybe I'm going to increase placement just a little bit, or setting a timing goal. That's what's so great about mountain biking is that it is individual. You can make your own goals. That was Craig Starr from Lone Peak.
Outdoor Behavior is another one of NICA's sponsors. They're not just a brand, it's a lifestyle. Being in the great outdoors is their passion, and helping you look good, be comfortable, and protected is.
That's Peyton Defo from Spanish Fork. That one's done. We're done with outdoor behavior. So just put an X by it or something, say we're done with that one. We don't need to.
Yeah, so I don't keep doing. Are we done with any others?
I don't think so.
I'll go back to the ones that need like 6.
That's what I try and do, is I try and do those a few more times. Here comes Caden Steele from Carbon. That rounds out our top 10 finishers for 7th grade boys. So in 6th place, we've had Asher Anderson. 7th place, we had Logan Jacobson. 8th place, McKay Holt. 9th, Peyton Daffo. And 10th, Caden Steele.
Another big group of racers all coming in at once, sprinting and battling out all the way to the very, very end.
Here comes Porter James from Lone Peak. Corver Emery and Hudson Smith. There's Ledger Reneo from Payson. Here comes Brody Barnes, Tegan Patton, and Gabriel Taylor, all from different schools, all 7th grade boys. Here's Johnny Barnett from Maple Mountain. Reminder, our varsity boys are going to be starting lining up. They should be lining up now. Our varsity boys are going to be on course. They start at 10:20, followed closely by our varsity girls at 10:25. Those varsity boys do 4 laps, varsity girls do 3. So that's where you're going to want to watch the live stream and see what's happening on course. Here's Archer Ward, Jackson Christensen, Jarrett Packer coming in from Springville, Brady Gerber from Manti, here's Cooper Gehring from Pleasant Grove, and Griffin Smith also from Pleasant Grove.
That's Timothy Evans coming through right on the finish line there. Nice, strong finish. Congratulations, Timothy. Here's another one of the goats doing a nice, strong-looking finish. Congratulations.
There's
Hands in
Timothy-
the air. That
Timothy
feels
Evans
good to finish.
and Max Koger. Here comes Judson Pollock from Panguitch. Cade Henneman from American Fork, finishing strong. The heat of the day is starting to get to him. We have found some keys on the course. It looks like you're not going to be getting very far. Without these, there is a tile located on it, so you will probably find it. They are to a Toyota. If you are missing your keys, please come to the announcing tent. We have those keys. They were located up kind of by the hairpin.
Another one of those goats coming through. Nice, strong-looking
We've got-
finish. Pushing it all the way to the end.
Russell Little from Spanish Fork. Ethan Serrett from Iron County, he's a 7th grader. Got our varsity going to be starting on course in 10 minutes. To keep track.
We love the Snowbasin, lets us come back year after year, so make sure as you guys are going out on the course, cheering your racers on, that we're being very courteous of Snowbasin and everything they do for us.
Comes another rider digging deep, riding up this last hill, pushing it to the end. Skylar Dittmer from Iron County, pushing it to the very end. Beginner 7th grade boy, quite possibly his 2nd race ever, finishing strong. That's Dagan Charles from Payson High School, also a 7th grade boy. There's Carter Bingham from Payson High School, Ozzie Olson from Pleasant Grove.
All right, varsity boys and girls, make sure you guys are heading over towards staging, finishing your warm-up. You don't want to miss the start of your race, and you guys are starting here in about, I think, 10, 15 minutes.
You know what to do. And the other job is,
I know what to do. I just said I didn't.
the other job in my life is to find our walkie and listen. My name is Tanya.
Got another racer coming through right here. Some excited teammates and family cheering him on.
Here comes Wesley Hall from Pleasant Grove.
It's another one of those Trek bikes, one of our NICA sponsors that he just rode in on. It's a nice looking bike.
Give you break here.
That's Easton Sally coming in for Pleasant Grove Junior Devo.
They'll say like Judd to Tanya. I'm Tanya, this is Morgan. Judd to Tanya, Morgan, or announcing. Other than that, we don't care. We don't care about like James Bates from Lone Peak. I'd like to thank I Got Poop. We handle all of your waste disposal needs, including portable toilets, septic tank, plumbing and service, sewer inspection camera, roll-off dumpsters, drain cleaning, video pipe locating, septic system repair and install. We'd like to thank them again for being one of our NICA sponsors and helping us here today on our races. We'd like to thank Envy Composite. Envy is strong, light, stiff, and aero. You want it all, and so do we. It's what drives Envy every day, and it's why our wheels and components receive so many rave reviews from owners, racers, and the media. We won't ever compromise materials, processes, performance to hit a price point. There's no lower tier. You're not buying a brand name or an image. You're buying engineered excellence. If it says Envy, it's because it's the very best it can be. Another bike sponsor is Pivot Cycles. Pivot is our vision, our calling, and our ultimate goal to design and build the cutting-edge bikes to take.
All right, we've got some more racers coming through. Remember, the louder you're cheering, the faster they're getting up to this finish line here. These three are just all wheel to wheel, looking very strong, pumping it up through here. Congratulations on this awesome finish, you guys. You guys are looking strong. Nice little pass right there in the very last second of the race. It's got to feel good. All right, if you're a varsity rider, make sure you're over at staging. You guys are very, very close to starting. We don't want any racers to miss the starts. That's Caden Roberts coming in for Manti. Nice strong finish there. Congratulations, Caden. If you parents are taking lots of pictures of your student athletes, which I'm sure you are, make sure you tag us when you're posting those on Instagram and Facebook. We'd love to see all the pictures you guys take out here at Snowbasin. It's a beautiful, beautiful course this morning. All right, looks like we just had our varsity first start over there. We'll prepare to see them probably in a good, I would say in between 20 and 30 minutes. So you can watch those varsity riders going up that little service road right there. All of them are just sprinting, seeing if they can get to the top of the pack before it hits that single track and it's harder to pass each other.
It's interesting with some of these other categories, we've seen a little bit more spread out. I think with varsity, we might see a little bit more consistency, a little bit closer together, especially as they're starting here. They're all still in a pack trying to vie for that top position as they get to single track.
Yeah, it's pretty normal for all of these varsity racers to have a good group of 4 or 5 at least in the front together. And then that last lap, you'll see them really push, trying to separate. But usually their strategy is to stay together for the first few.
Here's McKay Myers from American Fork. Here's Andy Broussard from Lone Peak. Here's Mason Clay from Iron County, finishing strong, digging deep. Beginner 7th grade boy. Looks like we've got 3 minutes till our varsity girls are on course. That will be both varsity categories on course at the same time. That's when it's fun to watch on live stream and see what's going on course, to see what placement. Digging deep, we like to see this strong finish. Seth Nilsson from Spanish Fork, digging deep. Standing up, finishing strong. For those of you that are interested, we do have live stream going on today. We'd like to thank our sponsor, Game On Live Studio, that are streaming it. You can watch it online. You can also scan this QR code. We do have it streaming over here on this TV that is over by the Results Camper trailer. You can watch it on this TV, or you can watch it on your phone. Watching some of these varsity riders trying to find out where they are on the course. That was Thomas Frazier from Pleasant Grove coming across. This is going to be a harder part of the day. The sun is coming up. It's getting warm. They're riding into the sun, up a hill. Way to go, Chase Sears from Lone Peak. Beginner 7th grade. Our varsity girls in starting in 1 minute.
All right, we've got our varsity girls start right now. So these varsity girls starting right now are going to do a total of 3 laps, so that's 15 miles. And that's 15 pretty brutal miles. It's a lot of uphill and really technical downhill. It's one of the tougher courses, I think, that NICA offers.
We just had a sweeper come across. We'd like to thank all of our volunteers that are here with us today, whether you're sweeping, volunteering in a registration tent, or the end finish line or feed zone. We could not do this without all of our parents and our volunteers. So we have all varsity riders on course right now. It'll be interesting to see how their times compare to some of these earlier riders that we've had. We can see these riders right now. Looks like the riders showing on course are pretty close together. Looks like they're climbing a big hill. This might be one of the service road passing opportunities.
Yeah, so this looks like the fire road that's pretty close to the top of the course there. They've got a few more single track sections going through. I believe that's where they're at. So they're going to climb this, have a little single track, then hit one more fire road, and then they'll start coming down towards us on the downhill. If you guys head up just right up the hill from these 2 chairlifts, that's going to be a great spot to watch all of these riders come down on the technical downhill. It is pretty rocky, and it's pretty cool to watch all these racers. Just the skill that they have coming through the technical downhills, those big berms. I believe Snowbasin just barely redid all the berms right before NICA came through, so thanks to Snowbasin for making sure that this course was ready for us.
Yeah, your good point about mountain biking isn't just about being able to climb hills. You have to be able to go down hills with skill as well. You got to know how to take your turns, how to keep your pedals when you're taking those berms. You got to have confidence and when you're taking these turns. You see these riders pushing hard, staying pretty close together.
Yeah, so that's what I would expect to see for the first few laps for these varsity riders, is groups pretty close together, just using each other to make each other go faster, and then that last lap, they're going to really push it. That's where you see some of the distance coming through, especially this last sprint to the finish here. You could expect to see some riders that were riding probably 3rd, 4th, and 5th the entire race try to push up and get that first right at the very end. So if you're watching our live stream here, you can see a lot of these racers on those fire roads just pushing a very high cadence, spinning as fast as they can to get up to the top. Because once you get on that single track, like I was saying, it's really hard to make the passes. So those fire roads are really the best passing, safest opportunity to get ahead there.
Here comes another beginner rider, pushing strong towards the end of the finish. That was Benjamin Gardner from Enterprise. We have 5 beginner boys still out on course. We've got 4 7th grade boys on course and 1 more 8th grade boy still on course, as well as the varsity boys and varsity girls. The race, our course is constantly being used all day. It's a tricky thing to get timing so that we can have the course clear for the new riders. I see a few riders coming around the corner. Looks like a group of 3 together.
All right, a few more racers coming through this finish line, looking very strong right before they cross here.
Here's Craig Green from Iron County, finishing so strong. Beginner 7th grade, a little show off here at the end. Let's cheer these riders on.
We got a caveman coming through here, looking very, very strong on his finish.
This is Emery Jones, looking very strong.
I Got Poop handles all of your waste disposal needs, including portable toilets, septic tank pumping and service, sewer inspection camera, roll-off dumpsters, drain cleaning, video pipe locating, septic system repair.
So for varsity boys, there are 16 riders today, and varsity girls, there's also 16 riders.
My name is Sean Stringham with Game On Live Studio. I founded Game On Live Studio to change the dynamic of how we view and consume sport. And so far, we are moving toward that goal. In the past month, we've had over 200,000 views and 33,000 hours of live viewership on our channel. This fall, we're working with Utah High School Cycling League to try and stream all of their mountain bike races. We will be traveling all over the state of Utah to highlight the over 6,000 athletes, 70 teams, and 6 regions competing in the high school mountain bike racing scene. Goals will be trying to stream 3 races each Saturday, north, south, east, and west, all over the state. We expect to see 5,000 to 20,000 views each weekend as fans tune in wide and far and athletes and parents tune in to watch and rewatch the races. This year we plan to work on some killer production advancement, including drone coverage so you can finally see what's happening on the other side of the mountain. To make this happen, I need the help of the mountain biking community. We have sponsorships available for each region, or overall league sponsorships, from parent sponsorships to platinum corporate sponsorships. The sponsorships will buy you commercials, screen real estate, social media, promotional links in the chat, and shout outs, just to name a few. You will reach a fantastic demographic, and most importantly, we will support the growth and development of these incredible athletes and teams. However, without these sponsorships, we won't be able to cover your races. We really want to be there. So listen to this part. If you refer an individual or organization that purchases streaming sponsorship, you get paid too. Not a bad way to help defer some of the costs associated with the season of fall mountain bike racing. Please feel free to contact me and follow the links at www.goals.co. Check out our social media or call us at 385-433-3800. Let's show the world how rad our community in Utah is. Game on.
was Coulter Bus coming in with Sevier Valley Composite. These are all of our varsity boys. The varsity girls started right after the varsity boys, so we'll expect to see them pretty soon here. Another racer coming through here. That was our first varsity girl coming in. That's Andy Agard. She's our It's Julia Colton, Cassidy Barton, and Addie Hudson coming in, Lone Peak High School. Then Gracie Gordon coming in from Manti. All of these girls looking very strong, looking set in their spot, just ready to crank it through the rest of these laps.
They have 2 more laps. The girls have 2 more laps. The varsity boys have 4 laps. So as they come across, they have 3 more to go.
And so far, all these varsity riders have had low 20-minute laps, which is incredibly fast for a course of this challenging level. That was Marina Lucas coming in, riding for an American Fork High School. Then Abigail Franderson, Marina Lucas, Ashton Taylor, all coming through right now.
I'd like to thank NV Composites. Strong, light, stiff, and aero. You want to do it at all, so do we. It's what drives NV every day, and it's why our wheels and components receive so many rave reviews from owners, racers, and the media. We won't ever let compromise materials, processes, or performance to hit a price point. There's no lower tier. You're not buying brand name or an image. You're buying an engineered excellence. If it says NV, it's because it's the very best it can be.
That was Willow Adamson and Makara Christensen coming in, riding for Manti and Sevier Valley Composite.
It looks like we might be still looking for some more volunteers. If you are a parent or a coach and you have a chance to volunteer, please check into the registration tent.
There's Cameron Peterson riding through. She's got 2 more laps ahead of her, riding for American Fork High School.
I'd like to thank Crash Pads. As one of our newest sponsors, Crash Pads would like to offer 15% off of the best bandages on the market. Engineered specifically for athletes, Crash Pads cushion, protect, and heal insanely fast.
Ginger announced it this morning. It's not written on the 4, but it was
A correction to our announcements. The varsity boys are doing 3 laps, and the varsity girls are doing 2 laps. So as they head, that changes their strategy a little bit to push a little bit more.
So the next time we see those varsity girls, it's actually going to be as they're crossing the finish line on their last lap, since they're just doing the 2 here. And then the boys, they'll have 2 more laps after that. So we were lying to you guys earlier. It's 2 laps for varsity girls total and 3 laps for varsity boys total.
So that changes your strategy. If you've been preparing to ride 15 miles as a varsity girl and you're riding 10, you may be put on the heat a little bit sooner than you would have if you were planning on 15.
Yeah, so if those girls were planning on riding on 3, either their first or second lap, I would be guessing their first lap they would want to take it a little bit easy, saving room in their tank for that second and third lap to just completely push through it. But if they've only got 2, I would expect it to be a lot faster lap times than it would have been if it was 3 laps.
Yeah, this will be an interesting race. It seems like we've got some tight times here at our top finishers, waiting for our next wave of our next lap. So the next time we see the boys, they will have one more lap as they go through, and the girls, they'll be finishing. Let's cheer on all of our riders as they're finishing. We'd like to thank Crash Pads. We thanked them. We'd like to thank Pearl Izumi, a worldwide leader in cycling apparel, is a proud sponsor of the 2021 Utah High School Cycling Lead. Visit the Pearl Izumi store located in Outlets Park City to shop their expensive collection of road, mountain, and lifestyle cycling apparel and footwear. Pearl Izumi, here we go. The Creamery is the curd capital of Utah. The local legacy founded in a squeaky cheese and 24 of the richest ice cream flavors around. Discover the goodness of dairy and the Creamery in Beaver, Utah. Open 7 days a week for dine-in. Experience the tastiest flavors of Utah from the comfort of your home. And have your favorite cheeses delivered. Ordered locally made cheeses, accompaniments, and more online than at thecreameryutah.com. Shop the Creamery where goodness is made local. A little bit about our course. The course is designed as a single track classic and favorite. The riders stage and start on a grassy area. The course gets serious right away with a big climb out of the start, so warming up is really important on this course. The course then goes up the Green Pond Loop single track, which features riding through beautiful alpine forests on the dark and tacky dirt. A few rock gardens sections provide a technical experience for riders. The trail wraps around the mountain and connects back on a dirt road for other passing section and short climb. The long, sweet descent of the single track features some of the newly built berms by Snowbasin. Thank you, Snowbasin, for hosting us and building those berms. The trail turns and winds to the trees and crosses two tiny streams before dropping back to the access road where there is passing allowed. From here, it's a quick sprint up the road to lap through or to finish. We'd like to thank Hammer Nutrition. The Hammer Difference. We're real people making real.
This live stream's been really nice because we can see some of our racers coming through on that downhill. Gives us a good idea when they're going to cross this finish line. And we've got quite a few of the varsity boys coming down on those last few switchbacks. We'll expect to see them coming on through the finish line in just in a few minutes here. Mountain biking really is a sport where the whole family, friends, the team, everyone gets involved. If you watch that live stream, you can see along the whole course, there's just people standing, cheering on all the racers that come through. Just a really awesome atmosphere that NICA's created for all these racers.
We'd like to thank competitive cyclists for providing new.
All right, it looks like we see our two first varsity boys coming through here just at the very bottom of that fire road. Passing those NICA flags, talking about the core values. Yeah, these two still looking very close together, just right on each other's wheels. You can see them grabbing for their bottles and everything, getting some hydration as they're coming through. So that's our points leader and Lone Peak rider right behind them. So it looks like those two last lap had one other racer riding with them. So those two must have pushed a little harder and dropped that one right behind them. We've got another racer coming, probably a good 20 seconds, pretty close to those first two racers. So that was Mason, the points leader, that came through first. But then that second rider was actually a rider named Brandon, and he was riding number 4 last lap, so he's made quite a few passes coming through. Another varsity boy coming through here. That's Preston Johnson. So Preston was right behind Brandon last race. So last lap they were riding 4 and 5. Now they're riding 2 and 3, so you can see how the places change a lot each lap. These racers all have one more lap, the varsity boys going through, so you can expect to see a few more changes before they come through and finish their last lap. Yeah, so we've got number 1, Mason Brown, number 2, Brandon, number 3, Preston, unofficially. That's where they're sitting right now. And none of those first 3 added more than about a minute onto their first time for that first lap, so they're being very, very consistent there. That's a lot of strategy that goes through trying to decide how much effort to put in for each lap. Another racer coming through, looking very strong, climbing this hill here. If this is another varsity boy, that'll be number 4 coming through. Little bit of a distance between those 1 through 3, but still very, very close. He could easily catch that first group. That's a Lone Peak rider coming through. That's Dean Alexander. Right, another Lone Peak varsity rider coming through here. That's Sammy Alexander, and right in front of him was Dean Alexander. I wouldn't be surprised if those were brothers there, both racing varsity. But that's a pretty competitive little family there racing varsities. Group of 4 racers coming through here, the bottom of that fire road. All very, very close together. If these are our varsity boys, they'll have one more, but it very well could be our varsity girls coming through eventually. Remember, the louder you guys cheer on these service roads, the faster they're going to be able to get up there. Gives them just that added extra little encouragement. Means a lot to these racers. That's Wilson Engler coming through, Gavin Gunther, Clark Pug, and Bodie Bradford. All very, very close. That brings in our top 10 for varsity boys. Unofficially. Got another rider absolutely cranking it, trying to catch that group in front of him. He's very close, very doable. It's a caveman coming across here. That was Hunter Hill from American Fork High School. This rider's got some determination on his face, just pushing a nice, clean cadence there. That's Jack Johnson from Springville High School. Looking very strong climbing this fire road.
We're seeing a little bit more separation after the first lap. First lap, they were all pretty close together, so we're seeing some of their technical abilities going up and down those hills on the second course. Second lap.
Yeah, so I think that this course is probably going to spread riders out more than a lot of your other courses will. This and Powder Mountain are known for being two of the most hard climbing wise. And then the downhill also is pretty technical, so it just really does space those riders out and give them time differences that you don't see in courses like Vernal or Manti and things like that. That was Gavin Grimes coming in from Iron County Comp. All right, and that was Andy Agard, our points leader for Lone Peak High School. And that was our varsity girls winner. So she took number 1, was already points leader, so she's going to keep that points leader position. Very, very exciting for Andy. Congratulations on the very clean finish, Andy.
Andy, congratulations on your win there at the girls' varsity. How was the course?
It was fun.
What was your favorite part of the course today?
The downhill.
Downhill. So what would you recommend to those riders that are going to be starting up? So we've got JPA still going and the rest of the riders. What would you recommend to them to be successful on the ride today?
Just stay focused on staying in the race and not being distracted.
Not getting distracted, huh? So, Andy, you have a little sister I hear that races. She's a freshman. What grade are you in?
I'm a junior
So you have one more year of mountain biking, right?
for high school, yeah.
For high school. So next year, are you expecting to race against your sister on varsity?
Yeah.
That's a fun sibling rivalry. Congratulations again on your finish, Andy, and thanks so much for the interview.
Another broken plate, another called off date. We never seem to get it right. Another heart attack. that we can't take back. We are the reason opposites attract. Once you slam the door on the second floor, I regret it all. When I think it through, I can help the way I feel for you. You make me lose my mind like all the time. It still feels right. Stuck in an endless fight like every night. It still feels right. Even the worst can sting. I wouldn't change a thing, 'cause without you everything means nothing. You make me lose my mind like all the time. It still feels right. Sitting by the phone, hoping you'll answer yours. Baby, let's talk until we're fine. You've been in bed for days, empty without me, you say. Can't you just magically turn up in mine? Then you knock on my door on the second floor, and I feel okay. We just made it through, and I love the way I feel for
All right, this is looking like our second place here right there. That's Adeline Jonas coming in from American Forest High School. Congratulations. Followed by Rebecca Frandonson from Lone Peak High School. That's unofficially 1, 2, and 3 for our podium there. All right, and then there's Lucy Hillstroms and Ava Larson coming through right there. There was Julia Colton for Lone Peak High School that just came across, and Ava Larson right before for Pleasant Grove High School. Unofficially right now, we have Andy from Lone Peak sitting at number 1, Adeline from American Fork sitting at number 2, Rebecca from Lone Peak sitting at number 3, Lucy from Pleasant Grove at number 4, and finishing out our unofficial podium is Ava Larson from Pleasant Grove High School.
Looks like we've got JVA lining up right now. They're at staging. They're going to start their race at 11:40. So we've got JVB and JVC boys that'll be racing at 12:30 or 12:55 and at 1 o'clock. So our JVA boys are in starting or earliest staging, so they're going to be staging here in just a minute. If you are in JVA, you're going to want to get over to staging zone so you can get ready for your race.
Just an interesting thing we're noticing over here at the timing tent. The boys between their first and second lap had a lot of switch ups, a lot of people either dropping back or coming forward in the placing wise, but the girls were pretty consistent. The number 1 through 5 that we saw the first lap is very similar to what we saw as they finished their second lap here, the positions 1 through 5 for our podium. right, we got a racer coming through, looking very, very strong through that finish. That's Cassidy Barton from Lone Peak High School. Another varsity girl, followed right soon after by Addie Hudson, also from Lone Peak. There's 3 Lone Peak High School riders all in a row there for the varsity girls. These varsity girl points do a lot for a team's overall standing. So varsity girls are very, very important if you want your team to be placing well.
We lost 2 bikes today actually last night on the free ride. Yeah, you have to. They lost derailleurs all crowd. Yeah, it was the derailleur though that broke. It was weird, and it broke in a really weird spot. It broke in the same spot.
All right, that's Gracie Gordon coming in for Manti, another one of our varsity girls. And that finishes up our top 10 for varsity girls. Congratulations, all you guys. All right, that's Sebastian coming through for American Fork High School. All right, that's Abigail Franson coming in for Lone Peak High School, another one of our varsity girls, looking very strong. Congratulations on that finish, Abigail. That's Maureen Lucas coming in, American Fork High School, another one of our varsity girls. All right, that's Willow Amdenson coming in from Manti. All right, that was our number 1 for varsity boys from Lone Peak High School. That was Brandon coming through. Had his arms in the air, big old grin on his face. Congratulations, Brandon, on an awesome finish. So as you see a lot of different of these varsity riders finishing different than they did this first lap, you have to remember that they're racing for this podium here, but they're also racing for their overall standing. So if a different rider wins this race, the points leader is going to get mixed up. And as the season goes on, you'll see quite a few points leaders jerseys riding on the course. Once a student gets that points leaders jersey, they don't take it back from them. So that's why you'll see a few of them out on the course.
We had Makara Christensen come across from Varsity Girls. We've got Mason Brown coming across. And Cameron Peterson from American Fork. Looks like Mason Brown was our previous points leader, coming in second this round, and Cameron Peterson from American Fork. Cameron is our Varsity Girl. Here's Preston Johnson from Maple Mountain, finishing in third for our varsity boys. This course really is a separating course. They were pretty close together on our first laps, but we're seeing quite a gap in their timing and their finish. So all of that technicality on this course is really a separator. Be interesting to see what happens on the rest of the races. If we're seeing this much separation with our varsity riders, we're probably going to see a little bit more separation as well with the rest of our JV riders and freshman riders that still have to ride today. We have our JVA boys starting in just 7 minutes. Here we have Bryn Lawrence from Lone Peak. And that finishes out our top varsity girls. Congratulations, girls, on your great rides today. Great times. We'd like to thank Bora Teamwear. There's nothing better than a new kit day. At Bora Teamwear, we make it easy to order beautiful, USA-made, custom cycling apparel for your team. Our custom Alexander finishing fourth for our varsity boys. Yeah, we're seeing quite a separation, almost a minute between each one of these boys as they're finishing. So you're seeing, that tells you that the difficulty of this course. Dean and Sammy Alexander, both from Lone Peak, finishing 4th and 5th, very close together. So Dean and Sammy, I wonder the relation there. Dean coming in at 24 minutes this last lap, or 25 minutes this last lap. And Sammy with 25:59. That was Hunter Hill that just crossed from American Fork. A lot of these varsity riders, here comes Wilson Engler from Maple Mountain in 7th place. A lot of these varsity riders, as they come across, look very strong, very confident that they could continue and probably have done another lap. Got 2 riders riding up this last hill, pushing it to the end. That's Gavin Gunther crossing from American Fork. Clark finishing before Gavin. Clark Pugh from Lone Peak, followed by Gavin Gunther. So it's interesting to see what's happened out on the course today. Will be interesting to talk to some of these riders. After the first lap, we had Mason in the lead. Second lap also in the lead. Brandon started in 4th after the first lap, up to 2nd after the second, and finishing 1st. So there's been quite a bit of switch around up here in our top 10 for our varsity boys. Hopefully we've got some riders still out there, hopefully we haven't had too many issues with bikes. Some of those, there's rock gardens up there, very technical. You have to be careful with your bike and know how to ride them, not push too hard to try and take the lead so you don't hurt your bike. If you do have a problem with your bike, you can also stop by our neutral support, sponsored by Competitive Cyclist. Go talk to one of the gearheads at the Competitive Cyclist tent. They can help you get your bike ready to go for today's ride. We have 2 minutes to start for our JVA boys. They will be doing, I believe they're doing 3 laps today. That was Boyd Bradford rounding out our top 10 for Carbon High School. Okay, we've got our JVA boys starting their ride right now. They will be doing their laps in the heat of the day. Encourage those boys as they are heading on their course. There's several places on the course that you can stop and see them. You can also watch the live stream. We are streaming it over here. We do have it on this big screen over here, sponsored by Game On Live Studio. You can also watch it online on your phone, or you can send that to a relative that couldn't make it out here to the race today.
Another one of our race officials coming through. We're super grateful for everyone that comes out, is on the course helping out our racers, making sure everyone stays safe. All those sweeps and race officials, we're very, very grateful for them.
So our JVA boys are actually doing 2 laps. They always do 1 fewer lap than the varsity boys, and since our varsity boys did 3 laps today, that means our JVA boys will be doing 2 laps. So these boys, where they're ready to ride for 15 miles and they only need to ride for 10, that changes the way that they put on the pressure.
Got a racer coming through, looking very strong, pushing it through the finish here. That's Gavin Grimes coming in, riding for Iron County. Another one of our varsity boys.
Okay, looks like we still have 3 varsity boys, or 2 varsity boys that we're waiting for.
Here's one of our goat riders coming through. That's Jack Johnson riding for Springville High School, another one of our varsity boys. NB Composites, one of NICA's sponsors. They're strong, light, stiff, and aero. Emphasis on the light. They're very, very lightweight parts. They're really strong in the NB's very driven every day, and it's why their wheels and components receive so many rave reviews from owners, racers, and the media. They never compromise materials, processes, or performances to hit a price point. There's no lower tier, so you're not buying a brand name with these guys or an image. You're buying engineered excellence. If it says NB, it's because it's the very best it can be. Hyperthreads will be continuing as a platinum level sponsor for this 2022 season. They're an Ogden, Utah-based company and are committed to providing a cutting-edge product for endurance athletes and high school teams. So let them help you with fit and design this year. They've got a very fast turnaround and no order minimum, so they're very awesome for these high school teams to get all their jerseys and merch set up. Pivot Cycles, their vision and calling and ultimate goal is to design and build cutting-edge bikes that take your cycling experience to a whole new level and do it in a way that provides you with the best possible experience. Whether you're already riding a Pivot or in the process of becoming a Pivot owner, they're really a great bike, so check those guys out.
We're still waiting for any sign of our JVA boys. We haven't had any of them cross yet. We'd like to thank My Medic. We know that life can be dangerous, whether you're at home, in your vehicle, or out on an adventure. Our products are ready to perform when you need them most. Our first aid kits are stocked with the highest quality gear, convenient features, and specialty tools that you won't find anywhere else. Experience elevated first aid with My Medic. We'd like to thank Legacy Logistics. Meet our newest platinum sponsor. Legacy Logistics has a supply chain solutions to keep your business halfway done looking at the lap times of the varsity boys and girls. We think that they're probably about halfway done with their first lap. Reminder, the JVA boys will be doing 2 laps today. So they have finished, they're probably about halfway done on their first lap. You can go ahead and check out the live stream on that. We will, of course, keep you updated when they start crossing the finish line here. We'd like to thank Mod Balls. Mod Balls' higher purpose is your higher performance. Mod Balls do energy different. They're healthy alternatives to spike and crash energy products. It's pure fuel with no added stimulants that surprise. Consider shopping with one of these sponsors that has been mentioned today. As you see them on the side here, their sides of the finish line, and also there at the top. I'd like to thank Jorgensen's, featuring a wide selection of bikes, including mountain, road, fat, and e-bikes. Both custom and stock, Jorgensen has all of your bicycling needs. We also carry a wide selection of apparel, hunting, accessories, and helmets. Our store also carries a variety of ATVs, UTVs, dirt bikes, firearms, and hunting equipment. Combine our wide selection of outdoor toys with our friendly and knowledgeable staff. You'll be convinced that Jorgensen's is your one-stop shop for all your outdoor rec needs. That's Jorgensen's. If you are here as a spectator or a coach and you have extra time, we'd really appreciate your hours spent volunteering. We'd also like to thank Adobe for donating 1 hour of every hour of trail work. JVA boys have been on course for about 18 minutes. We're going to continue to watch them coming around the bend as they complete their first lap and head out for their second lap. We'd like to thank Ruby. We know it can be hard to eat enough fruits and veggies. They take time to prep, they're messy, and they don't always taste very good. But without them, you lack the energy and vitality you need to keep riding strong. Ruby is an easier, tastier way to get your fruits and veggies. Simply pour the freeze-dried powder into a shaker bottle with water, shake, and drink. That's Ruby. Grip It is based in Salt Lake City, Utah, and makes the lightest, most comfortable all-around bike gloves on the planet. Their minimalist and bunch-free design, combined with unique and rad styles, will make you send higher, ride faster, and climb further. Try a pair at 20% off for all NICA riders and coaches. Tilt Industries, the Tilt Balance Trainer and the Repair Stand combo can help elevate your ride on the days that you can't make it on the trail. Like all winter long, when you can't make it out on these trails, try a Tilt Industries Balance Trainer and Repair Stand. Sharpen your bike handling skills as well as your bike maintenance skills with the Tilt Industries products. The combo is a balance trainer, repair stand, and wall storage rack all in one. Thank you, Tilt Industries, for sponsoring us here at NICA and making this possible. Meet our newest platinum sponsor, Legacy Logistics. We have supply chain solutions to keep your business running. Legacy has a variety of services to customize and fit your needs. Legacy Logistics. See our first rider coming around the corner. I'm assuming this is rider looking very strong and confident as they come up the hill. We're seeing more riders coming around the bend here. So we're going to start seeing these JVA riders coming across, finishing their first lap as they head in for their second lap. This is Tyson McKellen, our from American Fork, our points leader from last ride, still in the lead from this one. Got some riders close on his heels, riding together. battling for that second and third position. This is Sebastian Sarmento finishing as a varsity boy. Congratulations, Sebastian, for finishing your race. This is Joshua Bueller that's coming in second.
Looks like we've got a big group of riders coming in. 4 of them, 5 coming through on the bottom of that fire road there. So on the course now, these are all just going to be our JVA boys coming through. The last of our varsity riders are all across the finish line. All right, all these riders riding very close together, pushing each other to go faster. Like I was saying earlier, all of the passing opportunities on this course are on these long fire roads. Once they hit the single track, it's hard to get those passing opportunities. So you're really seeing them battle it out on these service roads.
We had Asia Christensen coming across in third place. Walter Rose in fourth place. Sean Mead in fifth. Nope, excuse me, Sean in sixth. Daniel Bartholomew in fifth, followed by Tanner Burr in seventh. So all of these racers that just came across 4th through 7th are really close together. All of those positions are still up for grabs. Here's Jared Hare, Mason Murray, and Tyson Mortensen. Here comes Roston Nordell. So far, we're at a 25-minute laps. There's Jack Stevenson, Colton Theobald from Payson. Here comes Cooper Bybee from Lone Peak.
So these JV times are actually pretty close to what we were seeing for our varsity times. These JV boys, A boys, are very competitive. They also are a lot closer together than we were seeing for our varsity. Very competitive field here.
There's Jared Gerber from Manti and Owen Nelson from Salem Hills. There's Jude Slimbolski from Lone Peak. A lot of these riders, you can see they're hot as they head out for their second lap. Probably stopping to cool off to get the water as they ride. Here's Ethan Smith from Salem Hills, Nathan Engar from Carbon High School.
One nice thing about this course is as soon as they get up on top of these fire roads, a good amount of the single track's actually in the shade, so they don't have to be in this hot sun the whole course. But these hard, enduring fire roads, they are in the sun, so it wears our athletes out.
Quite a few racers together you see coming up here. This is a lot closer of a race than we've seen with some of the other ones. So we'll see how they do on this second lap as they head out for their second lap to see if they stay close together, if there's more movement within these places. This is Layden Christensen from Lone Peak, Adam Larkin from Cedar High School, Tanner Condi from Lone Peak, Brody Livingston from Pleasant Grove, Jackson Canning from Lone Peak.
Yes, these racers are very, very close
Brig
together
Mitchell
compared
from
to what we've
Pleasant
been
Grove,
seeing.
Owen Lynch, Brock Miller, Braxton Fife. A lot of these boys really close together, so those positions are really easy to change. Right here on this open road, to put on the gas and get a higher position. Eric Lenski from American Fork, Bjorn Crowther from Manti, Jaden Barton from Manti, Peyton Dean from Pleasant Grove, here's Britton Christensen from Sevier Valley, Lucas Foster also from Sevier Valley, Jacob Clark from Lone Peak with Parker Benke followed close behind, and then Porter Slack from American Fork.
We're seeing a lot of these riders, as soon as they're done with their water, just chucking it off the side, either to teammates or to coaches to get it out of the way. Any small amount of weight they can drop off their bikes is going to make it a little bit easier to climb up these hills. So they're trying to be as lightweight as possible as they're climbing up all these service roads.
There's Jedediah Dahl from American Fork. Ethan Clark from Lone Peak. Luke Calhoun from Salem. There's Quentin Barney from Lone Peak. Aiden Eccles from American Fork. There's Wyatt Stevens from Manti. Quentin Barney from Lone Peak. There's Luke Woolsey from Sevier. Guy Hinman from Cedar. Very close together, these two. So in this heat, we have 60 riders for JVA. There's Jaron Osgothorpe from Cedar. We've got Carter Staley, Bridger Wilkins, and Keaton Erickson, all from Pleasant Grove, coming across. We've got Brian Owen from Lone Peak. We've just about seen all of our JVA riders come through.
And normally these JVA riders are doing 3 laps on all the courses, but because Snowbasin is so technical and so much hard uphill, these guys are doing 2 this time, and Varsity cut it down to 3 as well. So it just tells you how hard this course is that they're cutting down the laps.
This is Lance Ellsworth from Lone Peak. Carter Hunt from Sevier. And Brian Owen from Lone Peak also crossed. Okay, thanks, buddy. Anyway, I was like, this is my own ding-dang team, and I can't even say it right. I said Manti. Really? It's Ryder Jones from Springville High School. Here's Isaac Teement from Payson High School, followed by Brayson Theobald, also from Payson School. We got some teammates working together there to get each other across the finish line as they head out for their second lap. Every time you have to use the porta potties today.
All right, I'm here with rider Lucy. Where are you from?
Pleasant Grove.
Pleasant Grove. Nice to have you out here. Can you tell me a little bit about your race today, how it went, what you like?
I don't know. It went good for how I was feeling.
Well, that's good enough. Do you like the uphill, downhill on this course? What was your favorite part?
I like uphill. I did better on downhill.
What would you compare this course as challenging-wise to last week's course?
I don't know. It's way more technical, but I don't know. I don't know how to describe it really.
What about those rock gardens up top? What did you think about those?
Better on the full suspension.
Better on a full suspension. All right. Well, do you have any advice to all those racers that are going to ride later today?
Ride in the middle of the rock gardens.
All right. She said ride in the middle of the rock gardens. All right. Thank you, Lucy. Have a good rest of your day. All right. Get some water in you. And if you don't come get it, we're going to just raffle it away at the end of the day. So hopefully you come get it soon enough. All right, JV B boys, you're starting in 10 minutes, so you should be right over there by that staging. And JV C boys, you start just 5 minutes after at 1 o'clock. So make sure you're finishing your warm-ups and headed up towards the staging area so you're ready when we call you guys in.
Again, we've had a debit card been fanned for a Suzanne Dowling. If you are missing your debit card and you need it, we have it here at the announcing tent.
All right, this is our first JVA boys coming in right here. That's Tyson, riding for American Fork High School. He's our points leader and then just came in first, so he's going to keep that points leader jersey. Congratulations. All right, and here's number 2, a caveman coming in. That's Joshua Bueller coming in unofficially at second right there. Congratulations, Joshua. In our first lap, all of these JVA boys were pretty close together, so we'll see if they all stayed nice and tight or if those leaders pulled ahead quite a ways. All right, we're seeing third and fourth coming here right now. That fourth place rider's got some family and friends here, hoping he takes that third position. We'll see what happens. Both riders have a very strong sprint here to the end.
Asa Christensen from American Fork coming in third, followed very closely by Walter Rose from Maple Mountain. That's the same positions that they held in the first lap.
Not far behind them, that was Sean Mead coming in, riding for Manti.
Looks like Sean started in 6th place after the first lap and made it into the podium for top 5.
Those first 4 riders actually kept their same position from the first lap to the second lap, which is pretty rare to see 1, 2, 3, and 4 all stay in the exact same order. Another caveman coming in here, unofficially number 6 right there. Congratulations.
Tyson Mortensen from American Fork.
7th and 8th, sprinting it out, those caveman.
Daniel Bartholomew. So Tanner beating Tanner coming in 7th, followed by Daniel Bartholomew.
A lot of these racers coming in riding those Pivot bikes. We're glad that Pivot's one of NICA's sponsors. And remember, when you guys are taking pictures of all your student athletes, you're posting them, tagging us on Instagram or Facebook, you can use the hashtag MyNICAY or hashtag more kids on bikes. We'd love to see all those pictures you guys are taking.
And videos.
And videos, too. Don't forget about those. This might be one of the fastest sprints to the finish we've seen. Another one of those caveman flying in here. Congratulations.
Jared Hare from American Fork.
All right, and another one of those super close finishes. If you guys look down the line there, there's two racers absolutely battling out right there together. The louder you guys cheer, the faster these two are going to go. There's going to be inches right there that depends those two.
Okay, so we've got Mason Murray just barely beating out Cooper Bybee from Mason from American Fork, finishing out our top 10 with Cooper Bybee very close behind. Unofficial race results. For official race results, come over here and look at the trailer, the results on the trailer. But unofficially, our top 5 podiums were Tyson, McClellan, Joshua Bueller, Asa Christensen, Walter Rose, and Sean Mead. This is Jack Stevenson from American Fork.
So we're starting to see a lot of those big groups that we were seeing first lap. Looks like they all stayed together pretty well. There's going to be a lot of really fun finishes here. Them all sprinting like these three all the way to the end. Congratulations, boys. Looking very strong as you come through the finish line here.
So we had Colton Theobald, Owen Nielsen, Roston Nordell, and Jared Gerber all crossing really close together. All still in the top 20 for this JVA heat. Got our JVB boys lining up right now. They're getting ready to start lining up, and then they will be starting their race at 12:55, followed by JVC boys at 1 o'clock. So if you are JVB or C boys, please head over staging. Don't forget to finish your warm-up, get over there so that you can get lined up. If you don't make it in time for your place, you will be put at the end of the pack. We've got Ethan Smith from Salem Hills, Gavin Locke from Manti, Brody Livingston from Pleasant Grove, and Nathan Engar from Carbon High School. That was Layden Christensen coming across from Lone Peak, Brock Miller from American Fork, Jude Slimbolski from Lone Peak,
All of these JVA boys are finishing much closer than we saw in the other heats. Very competitive group here, all very close. The times are just going to be a few seconds apart for most of these riders.
That was Ethan Jensen. Owen Lynch coming across both from Lone Peak.
Another very, very strong finish right here. One right after the other.
That was Brig Mitchell crossing from Pleasant Grove and Adam Larkin from Cedar Hills. From Cedar High School.
We're seeing 3 racers come in right now, all absolutely hustling to this finish, putting in everything they've got at the end. Very, very close, wheel to wheel here.
We have Tanner Condi from Lone Peak and Bjorn Crowther from Manti crossing. Lucas Foster, Jackson Cannon, and Eric Linsky all crossing really close together within seconds of each other. That was Jaden Barton from Manti. Here comes Ethan Clark from Lone Peak. There's Braxton Fife from Cedar High School.
All right, if you look down, you see 2 riders passing those NICA core value flags. Same thing, a lot of these JVA boys just very close together. It's just a sprint to the finish here.
Got Luke Cahoon from Salem Hills and Peyton Dean from Pleasant Grove. Still really fast finishing times. All of these times, we are still under 30 minutes from their start time. So all of these JVA riders are really going
absolutely
quite fast.
crushing it, yeah.
Yeah.
We're seeing another one of those big groups. They're coming in groups of at least 4, sometimes 7 or 8 riders, all coming in right at the same time.
We had Jacob Clark from Lone Peak and Quentin Barney from Lone Peak. There's Jedediah Dahl from American Fork and Porter Slack. We had Britton Christensen from Sevier Valley and Aiden Eccles from American Fork. We had a Jedediah, Aiden, and Porter all from American Fork. They probably do their practice rides together, and they stuck together and did well on this ride. Still under 20 minutes. So this JVA team is really competitive. That they are doing their second lap in under 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think it might be one of the most competitive divisions or heats we've seen today. They just all are so close together. And it's a pretty big group, too. I think there's about 60 riders in JVA.
Right, not only are they all finishing quickly, they're all close together. So we've got Bridger Wilkins from Pleasant Grove, and we're just about to hit that 30-minute mark. And we've had 44 riders come across. So this is one of our more competitive heats that we've done in the day. You can see more riders just come across, looking strong, looking like they could continue on.
I think we better send them on 3 laps next year.
Yeah, we'll just send them on out. Let's cheer these riders on as they come up this last descent. Let's get them up this hill. This is Keaton Erickson from Pleasant Grove High School.
And all of these top JV riders, that's who our next year varsity riders are going to be. Mountain biking's a little bit different than other sports. It's not just a certain grade that races varsity or that competes in varsity. You have to race into varsity, so that's a very competitive group, and these JVA boys, time-wise, are pretty close to them. So a lot of these JVA boys next year will be our varsity riders.
We love all of the fan support here at the finish line that gets these riders across the finish line. This is Carter Staley from Pleasant Grove, followed very closely by Carter Hunt. 2 Carters. Carter Hunt is from Sevier Valley Composite. We've got Guy Hinman from Cedar High School, followed by Brian Owen from Lone Peak. There's Jaron Osgathorpe from Cedar High School. Our JVB boys are lining up now, getting ready to head out. Here we've got Lance Ellsworth from Lone Peak. I'd like to thank USA Cycling with the mission to develop the sport of cycling in the United States and to achieve sustained international racing success. USA Cycling supports cyclists at all levels, from those just beginning in the sport and participating in fun rides to seasoned professionals.
Some more racers coming up here. Looks like we've got 4 kind of spread out passing those NICA flags. Remember, you guys down there, the louder you cheer, the faster these races are going to come up to this finish line.
Really close sprint to the finish. We have Lance Ellsworth and Ryder Jones from Springville and Wyatt Stevens coming across from Manti. Luke Woolsey, it's like Ryder just barely overtook Luke. Here's Brayson Theobald and Isaac Tiement, both from Payson. As we're talking about how competitive this JVA team is and the ways that you could inch in on your competitors, one thing that you could do is wearing goggles that will help you out on the course. One, you could wear Wolf goggles. Our goal here at Wolf Goggles is to offer high quality equipment without threatening your financial solvency. We're a community of outdoor enthusiasts with a laser focus on leveraging the expertise, design, and experience from a long and robust history of Homo sapiens with one common desire: to travel on top of snow and ultimately to bring the realization of these efforts to market.
Especially on a course like this where it's pretty dusty, goggles like that I think would make a big difference. I bet you guys have seen a lot of those Sprinter vans out in the parking lot. Some of you guys might be a little bit jealous of them. If you want to go buy your own Mercedes-Benz Van Center, that's a place to do it. They're Utah's premier Sprinter dealer, and they'll take care of you. They've got new, used, they've got fleet options for businesses. Really anything you want to look for, they've got there. So go check out Mercedes-Benz Van Center. So those last 2 racers that just came in, both Brayson and Isaac, they're some of our first racers today that have had faster second lap times than their first lap times. So congrats to those 2. That's really cool. You guys have seen some of those red racks, bike racks out in the parking lot. Those are from Velo Racks. They're the best way to travel with bikes, super stress-free. You can store up to 7 bikes on the only self-lowering bike rack with an easy roll-in and roll-out loading. It's so easy that even the kids can load it up, and all Velo racks come with a garage mount to store your rack and bikes when it's not on the car. So it's super easy, and the integrated anti-rattle system strong enough to withstand unexpected bumps and turns. You can bring it on any wild adventure you're headed out on. So Velo Racks is a really cool rack if you guys are trying to bring a good amount of bikes to these races.
We submitted several requests last week, but our coach is so nice that it didn't really get taken care of. I think it's just more pushy and mean, but
Oh, you're not. Oh,
Whoa!
coming down to my level. I'm a little.
You're live right now.
I think you guys need to like go down and all of you get some passes.
Do you have the audio live, Melissa?
Well, I think we might have trouble noticing who you are on the course without the tassel. This sets you apart, my friend. Sets you apart. Yeah, we
You're a
like it.
different
We like it.
snowflake.
Okay, coming on up here, Owen. How are you doing today?
No, he's a rock star.
You ready to race or you what? Yeah, who wouldn't be ready? Right back there saying you're not ready. Who wouldn't be ready? Everybody's ready.
Johnny, jump in first.
5 minutes to start. 5 minutes to start. You're okay.
sounds like we've got all of our
You're okay.
JVB boys lined
I
up.
have to train new
Got 5 minutes
volunteers,
to
and
start.
sometimes we have a hard time.
10 minutes to
What's going
start
on?
for our
Jake, how are you
JVC
doing
boys.
today?
Our JVC boys are continuing to finish their
Very good.
starting
Are you
lineup.
ready to go or yet?
It seems like it's that time of day where it's time to pull out the dad jokes.
Okay, so how did you
Morgan,
prepare before the race?
what do you call a friend when wearing sandals?
No food? Think about that for a minute. Are you like full of like liquid or what? No stuff in it? Some fructose. You're doing good. I think you're gonna be okay. Yeah. We'll find out. We will find out. We'll find out. You're just about. We're under 5 minutes, so we're gonna find out. I'm gonna go over your head. He thinks you're squatting down. Appreciate it. Yeah. I know. I know. They are tall boys. What's up with it? You are. Oh, hey. I think I'll stand next to you because this feels about right. Yeah, you and I are about the same height. I don't have to do one of these numbers, Sean.
You're gonna race with that?
Yeah, I don't have to raise up the microphone so high. I can just, stand normal. Yeah? What are you looking forward to on the course today? Ah, so you would rather climb hills than do the techie rock stuff?
Yeah.
Really? So did you like Manti then? Because there weren't very many techie rocks there.
I love Manti. That one was a really fun course.
Yeah, so did you free ride this course?
Ready?
Yeah, I did last night. Yeah, and so that's why you're like, I don't want to do that again. And then, yeah, I agree. I did was my favorite either. Okay, we got 3 minutes to start. 3 minutes to start. I'm gonna come over here to Brecken because I already see blood. Okay, so that story is kind of like how I had my boot. You could have made something up, dude. Like I was hardcore, but no.
No. Hardcore picking.
Well, don't pick your scabs. Did your mom ever tell you don't pick your scabs?
No.
What? She's like, no, pick at them. Go for it. Pick those scabs. Yes, yes. Okay, I'm coming. Can you duck? There you go. You didn't know that you were going to are awesome. She's got it. She's got it. How you doing, Kimball?
Good.
Pretty good. You feel pretty comfortable in your spot here? You're going to be moving up a couple.
We have yet to see.
Yeah, I mean, we will find out in like 2 minutes. You're not going to make any predictions or put yourself out there?
I'm just going to do what I can. I feel like predicting so just kind of focus on.
I agree with you. I'm with you, Kimball. Okay, here we go. We're going to move up here.
Let's go. Ben Watson.
We're still got 2 minutes. I want to hear these people up here. Come on. There we go. And I want to hear these people back here. Okay, no pressure up here, boys. I don't see pressure faces. You guys look chill. You ready to go, Eli?
Kind of.
Kind of. You're ready to go, though, right, Andrew?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Andrew's ready to go. Just chase him. He's ready. He's ready to get it. I'll take this from you. I'm going to move up to the side. Boys, listen up. It is a rocky, gravelly start on an uphill, okay? Keep your head up. Keep your head up. And we go in 10,
10
9,
seconds to start.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! The JVB boys are off. The B-boys are running. Heads up. Keep your heads up. Look in front of you. Nice work, boys. Nice start. Oh. You're good. Hop back on. There you go, boys. You got this. You got this. Come on, Penguin. You got it. You got it, Penguin.
Get on that bike and go. There you go.
Shade up on that single track, so I think that'll be good.
We'd like to take a second to thank Pivot Cycles. It's their vision and calling and ultimate goal to design and build cutting-edge bikes that take your cycling experience to a whole new level. A bike like that might make a big difference on a course like this, where there's lots of technical, lots of hills, and lots of rocks. So a Pivot Cycle might make the difference on this course. Stop by and look into Pivot Cycles.
Especially those full suspension pivot bikes. A course like this where you've got those rock gardens up top and pretty technical downhill, those full suspension bikes are going to make it a little bit easier for the racers. And I know Pivot carries a pretty good line of them, so full suspension might be the way to go for a course like this.
Another way to elevate your riding game is to go through Envy Composites, getting their their components to upgrade your bike. Don't ever compromise materials or process to hit a price point. There's no lower tier. If it says Envy, it's because it's the very best it can be. Another way to elevate your game here, Envy Composites. One thing that's fun here in mountain biking is to look at all the kits that the riders have. We here at Nike are sponsored by Hyperthread.
Pre-road and a sandwich. What kind of sandwich? Just like ham and cheese, peanut butter and honey. Who else is peanut butter honey? Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter grape jelly. Ooh, peanut butter strawberry jelly? Yeah, I'm with you. Strawberry jelly. Steven, how are you doing today? Are you feeling it? Are you ready to go? It's that nervous heart thinking, hopefully not that literal heart thinking. Yeah? Okay. But like we said, everybody else is nervous too, huh? And there's a lot of you guys. There's like, what, 84? 70 other kids back there getting on the course with you. But that should just encourage you to put it all out there, right, Seth? Are you ready for today? What is this? Moms and dads and coaches, too many of these kids are saying no, they're not ready for today. What is going on here? You don't know? Did you at least eat and drink before you came out here? I have to send medical out there to anybody who did not eat and drink. Drink some water right now. Every one of you. Take a drink of water right now. 1 minute to start. 1 minute to start. Seriously, take a drink right now. It is hot, 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 hot. Okay. Okay, guys, let's hear for these boys. You guys are too quiet. I'm doing all the talking. What is this? I should not be doing all the talking. Should not. Okay, guys, we got about 30 seconds, okay? Take your last deep breath.
30 seconds to start.
You're okay, Samuel. You got this, right? Yeah. Okay. You up. Okay, you need to look where you're going. In 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, we need to look up. Look up, don't look down. Look up. Look up. Look up ahead of you. Nice. Good job. Thank you so much, Sweep. You're awesome.
Let's go, Sweep!
Test, 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 test.
like to thank Hammer Nutrition. The Hammer difference. We're real people making real, natural, healthy products with tons of vital information and a singular desire to help you be your best. That's one thing that might be really helpful on a day like today where it's hot and technical. Getting something like Hammer Nutrition.
Yeah, I agree with you. I also like those mod balls. Same thing, they have very good nutrition. It's going to help you all throughout the day. Both Hammer Nutrition and mod balls are from all natural ingredients. They're really good. They're not like those high energy and then crash supplements. These ones are going to give you all day energy.
So as this course is technical and we've had some accidents, you might need to be thinking about repairing your bikes and repairing your bodies. One thing you can remember is My Medic. Life can be dangerous, especially when you're mountain biking. Whether you're at home or out on the trail, our products are ready to perform when you need them most. Our first quality gear, convenient features, and specialty tools that you won't find anywhere else. Experience elevated first aid with My Medic. As you guys are finishing or up your races or you're just starting, don't forget to tag us in the photos that you're taking. You can tag us with hashtag #MoreKidsOnBikes or hashtag MyNikaY or hashtag UtahHSMTB. And then don't forget to follow us. We're on Instagram, UtahHSMTB, or on Facebook, Utah High School Mountain Biking.
It's really important for all of our racers to stay hydrated, but also all of you fans, family, friends, teammates that are out here cheering everyone on. Make sure you guys are drinking lots of water, staying hydrated, and also taking care of our course. We really want Snowbasin to keep inviting us back year after year, so just be courteous, don't leave trash or anything out. Be nice to Snowbasin because they're very nice to us.
We have turned in a card, a a debit card for Suzanne Dowling. It's been here for about 30 minutes.
My name is Sean Stringham with Game On Live Studio. I founded Game On Live Studio to change the dynamic of how we view and consume sport. And so far, we are moving toward that goal. In the past month, we've had over 200,000 views and 33,000 hours of live viewership on our channel. This fall, we're working with Utah High School Cycling League to try and stream all of their mountain bike races. We will be traveling all over the state of Utah to highlight the over 6,000 athletes, 70 teams, and 6 regions competing in the high school mountain bike racing scene. Goals will be trying to stream 3 races each Saturday, north, south, east, and west, all over the state. We expect to see 5,000 to 20,000 views each weekend as fans tune in wide and far, and athletes and parents tune in to watch and rewatch the races. This year we plan to work on some killer production advancement, including drone coverage, so you can finally see what's happening on the other side of the mountain. To make this happen, I need the help of the mountain biking community. We have sponsorships available for each region, or overall league sponsorships, from parent sponsorships to platinum corporate sponsorships. The sponsorships will buy you commercials, screen real estate, social media, promotional links in the chat, and shout outs, just to name a few. You will reach a fantastic demographic, and most importantly, we will support the growth and development of these incredible athletes and teams. However, without these sponsorships, we won't be able to cover your races. We really want to be there. So listen to this part. If you refer an individual or organization that purchases streaming sponsorship, you get paid too. Not a bad way to help defer some of the costs associated with the season of fall mountain bike racing. Please feel free to contact me and follow the links at www.goals.co. Check out our social media or call us at 385-433-3800. Let's show the world how rad our community in Utah is. Game on.
Time to go to the dentist. This one I gotta say slowly. Best time to go to the dentist.
I got nothing on this one.
2:30. 2:30?
Oh, that's a good one too.
Yeah, it's not bad.
She made up all of these jokes herself, in case you guys were curious.
Yeah, I feel like once I say these, I'm not gonna be able to say them next time. I guess there's not tons of people around. I could reuse these jokes. I could recycle.
I think you could recycle, especially you do them early in the morning for the Devo. They're gone by now. You could recycle.
Okay, what did one hat say to the other? I love that you're really trying to figure these out.
Yeah, I don't like getting things wrong, I'll be honest with you.
I get that too. I don't like that. But sometimes
I
I
don't know
just
about this one though.
we were playing 20 questions with my kids in the car. After a while, I'd like, I don't care, just tell me what it is.
Yeah, I don't want to ask any more questions. It's been over 20. Give me something.
My daughter, she chose a Band-Aid.
Oh.
Somebody was wearing a Band-Aid in the car, and that's what it was. So we asked the question, can you wear it? And she said yes. So we're thinking it was clothing.
Yeah, no way. I would have thought of a Band-Aid first of all.
She said, oh, it's so easy. I can see it right now. So we had no idea. Finally, she had to tell us it was a Band-Aid.
Oh.
So there you go. If you're ever playing 20 questions.
Was the Band-Aid from a My Medic pack?
Yeah, it was. It was the Band-Aid.
It was a high-quality
Band-Aid
then.
Do you think they have like colorful Band-Aids?
I bet they do. My medic is known for having pretty good stuff.
You know, I bet that they have colorful, not just Band-Aids, but like bandages.
Yeah, hopefully you're not having to use them after your mountain bike race, but just in case, you might as well have something that's going to look good.
Running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need it, keep it coming on. Only friendly, me and friends, we don't get along. I put that on my name, that I put them on. I put myself on stage as they sing along. I might book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Way up, pray up. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going.
So our JVB boys have been on course for 20 minutes. They started at 12:15. It is they started at 12:55. It is 1:15. So they've been on course for 20 minutes. I'm expecting to see them. I really do think we'll see some within 5 minutes. I think we might see some of the first ones at 20. Okay, maybe not 25. We'll just see. We'll see how they do. So we'll keep our eyes out for those JVB boys and JVC boys. In case you didn't know, at NICA we do the plate numbers kind of tell you what category they're in. So those JVB boys have plate numbers that start with 26 to 2749. So those are going to be our JVB boys. And if you're looking for JVC, those are 66 to 67. So those are the boys. Those are the numbers that you're going to be looking at for JVB and JVC. So that's how you can tell. If they're on course and you're not sure which one they are, you can tell kind of by their plate number. Kind of cool.
All right, I'm with the rider here. She already raced earlier today. Can you tell me your name, what category you're in, and everything?
I'm Betty Olson. I raced intermediate girls. So.
Alrighty, how did your race go for you today?
It was good. I got first.
Well, you can't complain about getting first out on a course like this. What was your favorite part about this course?
Probably the end, like the switchbacks or whatever going down.
Those last switchbacks coming down, she was saying was her favorite. How important do you think hydration was and also nutrition coming into this race?
Very important because you want to have the energy you need and you don't want to be dehydrated.
Yeah, that's very, very true. What did you have this morning for breakfast to fuel yourself up?
I was really nervous, so I had like a few bites of a muffin, which is not good, but
Yeah, I think a lot of racers out here are doing the same. They've just got those pre-race jitters. They're not quite eating as much as they should before the races. So make sure you're nice and hydrated, eating lots of food for your race. All right, you got anything else to say?
have fun.
Have fun. All right, thank you so much.
We'd like to thank Destination Upfitters as being one of our sponsors. Kickstart your next outdoor thrill at Destination Upfitters. Our aim is to provide our customers with everything they'll need to embark on their next adventure. Looking for an e-bike or accessorize your vehicle for your next adventure? Destination Upfitters has you covered. Visit our South Jordan location today, just west of I-15 on 106 South. That's Destination Upfitters.
All right, we're seeing some racers come through. This is going to be our first places for JVB here.
Let's see, what time is that?
Guessing it's a Carbon rider because you've got a big group of Carbon teammates cheering him on, sprinting to the finish to see him through. That's the kind of teammates we like to see out here. So we're riding around 26 minutes for this first place here. That's pretty impressive.
I was right.
She was right. I'll give it to her. These JVB boys are impressing me. All right, that's Andrew Lovelace for JVB boys from Carbon. He's our points leader already.
That is not the first Loveless last name that I think we've seen. I think there's got to be a sibling Loveless.
Yeah, there must be a family of Lovelace out here. There's a caveman coming in, and that's Eli Slack from American High School. All right, Thomas Clark coming in, another caveman, American Fork High School. That's Thomas Clark, Jet Waite, Mason Sagers, Max Traven, all coming in super close together. There's Riker Broomhead. And Riker's from Manti coming through. Some teammates there cheering each other on, talking about strategies they had out on their next lap there. That was Kimball Ray, Ben Watson, and Trip K. Jackson Butler coming through now, all these JVB boys. Braken Penley coming through. Then Easton Middaw coming through right here. Another Lone Peak rider looking very determined and strong, heading out on his second lap there. Another group of 4 or 5 riders. Oh, a big group coming through here. Looks like 7 or 8 riders here. And like I was saying in the earlier races, when they're all close like this is going to push all of those racers to go even faster, trying to get up in that front of the pack right before the single track. A lot of these racers might be working together too, planning it ahead, working together on the first lap or two, and then that last little bit, it'll be every man for themselves sprinting to the finish.
Yeah, we've had Wyatt Nagelcross, Sean Stromness, Levi Christensen, Josh Platt, Tanner Wilkerson, Colin Craig, Keelan Simpkins, Jaeger Waite, Zachary Richter, Lincoln Riding, Rue West, Thomas Dahl, Jace Nielsen, John Bozeman.
And one of those riders there had pom-poms on his handlebars going through. I don't know if that would help with the aerodynamics, but it did look good.
Owen Stringham, Carson Barton, James Peterson. Hey, if pom-poms give you that extra boost to get up the hill,
it might be worth it. That's what I'm saying.
Trevin Barton from Spanish Fork.
I bet it's a crowd pleaser out there, though. I bet the fans love seeing the pom-poms.
Yeah. It can't slow you down that much, can it?
I don't know. I know some racers that shave their legs before each race. They think it makes them faster. Yep.
Okay, we've got Johnny Bales from Pleasant Grove, Spencer Toulis from Carbon, Parker Olson from Sevier, Josh Cornell from Pleasant Grove, and Luke Jensen from Sevier Valley. We still are waiting to look for our top JVC boys. Still watching for those. They do start 5 minutes later.
You can see those 4 racers that just passed the finish line all just got into a single file line going up that hill. A lot of road racers will do that. It's called dragging the last racer, and they'll take turns dragging the other ones up the hill. Just makes it a little bit easier being in a group like that rather than riding out on your own.
We had Broder Hannah, Cayman Quinn, and Tayson Eckhart crossing, heading out for their second lap. This is a hard time of day. It's really hot, and these riders have been waiting all day. Now is the time to prove that they have put in the time. Got Cash Hancock coming across, Tyler Lauder, Caleb Patton from Spanish Fork.
Seen a lot of these GOAT riders coming through.
Zachary Lay from American Fork and Ezra Sumner from Salem Hills.
And we're seeing this JVB group kind of look like a lot like the JVA. They're pretty close together. Lots of big groups coming through together, all looking very strong as they're finishing their first lap.
It's Matthew Cox from Salem Hills and Talon Davis from Pleasant Grove. Here comes another big group. I'm thinking that we're going to see maybe some JVC in this group. Grayson Hill from Iron Grove, Landon Vest, Grayson Hill, Braden Davis, Rafe Lyon, Nicholas Carden, Trenton Harrison, Samuel Dayton. Okay, here's our first JVC boys. Samuel Dayton would be our first, really close by Javen Thomas. So those two are really close, but Samuel, it looks like, did have him on this lap. He was the points leader. Samuel was the points leader, and then Javen Thomas was second, very close behind.
You can tell it's getting hot and dusty out there when these riders are coming through and they got little dirt mustaches going on. That's when you know it's getting real hot and real dusty.
I bet a cold shower is going to be so nice for them. We got to have ice baths. We should get ice baths out there.
That would be a pretty good idea, I think. Or just one of those little weed sprayers. You just put ice water in it and dose them as they go through.
I actually have seen coaches do that at the start line.
It's probably helpful.
Okay, we've got Javen Thomas, Max Mumford, Benny Keller, and then Hayden Finley coming across. We still have only seen two of our JVC boys. Oh, here's another JVC boy, Easton Gray in third. Payson Child for JVB, Cameron Daffo. Owen Sanchez for JVC. He would be in fourth place if they continue to hold that placement.
That
for
fourth place has a pretty big lead on this. I see the next rider coming through down by those NICA flags. That might be the biggest gap we've seen in this JVC group since we had the first riders come through.
Yeah, the biggest gap we've seen in any of the JV groups.
Yeah, JV A and B and now C are all very, very competitive, very close together. Not much spacing like we were seeing with the varsity in the earlier races this morning. Do they do 2 laps? So all of these JV riders are going to be doing 2 laps, and each lap here is 5 miles, so it'll be 10 miles total for this. 10 miles is a lot on its own, but there also is a lot of climbing on this course. There's about 657 feet of elevation gain, so they're going to do that 657 feet twice. A lot of the elevation gain is right here on this service road, and then up top there's another fire road. Both of those are pretty gnarly little climbs. A lot of elevation gain, pretty technical, and a pretty challenging course out here at Snowbasin.
We had Liam Fitzsimmons cross for JVB. Here comes Jacob Daniels. Brock Howell first, and then Jacob Daniels, both for JVC. And then Austin Keller.
All right, the louder you guys
Carson
cheer
Taylor,
down there
Ryan
watching these
Wilson.
racers, the faster they're going to go. So make sure we're being nice and loud for all these riders coming through.
Yeah, we're starting to see more of these JVC boys crossing. They did start 5 minutes later. There's Aaron Harvey from American Fork. So it looks like, oh, and here's Ty Owens. That would finish out our top 10. So we've got Samuel Dayton in first, Jackson and Javen Thomas in second, Easton Gray in third, fourth is Owen, fifth is Brock Howell. So we'll see how they do on the second lap and see how if that holds up. We've got Zach Ward that just crossed going in for his second lap, and Dylan Blake.
Got a nice bright blue helmet coming up. Makes it easier when those racers have really recognizable helmets. Their teammates and parents can spot them out, cheer for them a little louder. So
yeah, especially on the live stream, easier to see out on the mountain. You know that if your kid is the one with the bright blue helmet and the blue bike,
yeah, it's going to be a lot easier to spot them because once they've all got their glasses and helmets on, no offense, you guys, they all look kind of similar.
That was Aaron Wilson from American Fork. Here comes Jacob Ridges from Lone Peak. Here's Caden Giles from Lone Peak. You can see these boys digging deep as they head up this hill into their second lap, straight into the sun. We love to see this cheering on. We've got Cody Rasmussen from Cedar, Ronan Mooney from Panguitch, Easton Staley from American Fork, and Dallin Nielsen from Manti. Yep, these JVC boys, we did have a couple of those JVC boys right at the beginning with a big gap, but we're seeing even more stick-to-itiveness with these boys. They're sticking together. That's Andrew Nilsson just crossed from Spanish Fork. We're at about 32 minutes for JVC boys. Tate Hickman from Maple Mountain. We're definitely seeing the sun and the heat taking into effect for these riders.
A lot of
We've got
passing
Andrew
though coming
Howell.
on this little road here. As soon as they hop off that single track, you can see them looking to make those passes, get up and head of the pack before they hit on that single track again.
Jackson Fife, Michael Jacobson, Ether Helmer, Drew Peterson, Jacob Swenson. Here's Owen Stadler.
Oh, we've got a very, very big group coming up. This might be the biggest group of riders all racing together that we've seen all day. That's going to be absolute battle and fight for all of those racers right there before they get to the single track, trying to figure each other out, figure themselves out, how much they got left in the tank, what they're willing to give right now, and then what they're going to save for that next lap.
Here's Stephen Cross from American Fork. He's on JVC. Here's Charlie Quinn from Lone Peak. And then a whole bunch. Evan Scott, Chase Parkin, Kristen Corey, Ben Weig, JJ Nowers, Jack Haney, Caleb Heyer, Bridger Morrill, Jacob Marshall, Gibson Gonzalez, Camden Dodge, and Noah Smith. All very, very close together, within seconds of each other. Staying close together, keeping somebody in sight, keeping a competitor in sight, not losing their competitors, and also trying to not let somebody else pass you up. It is a mental game as much as a physical game out there. This is Brody Transtrom from American Fork High School for JVC. And Bryson Radmal from Pleasant Grove. There's Brigham Robbins from Pleasant Grove, Stephen Armstrong from Panguitch, Bryson Radmal from Pleasant Grove, Riley George from Pleasant Grove, and Cohen Reed from American Fork. Here comes Hunter Knutson from Cedar. And Benjamin Myers from Lone Peak. And Hudson Walker from Payson, Michael Brown from American Fork, and Austin Lund from Cedar. We've got Tyson Dudley that just crossed from Pleasant Grove. And Joseph Ridges from Lone Peak. Ian Thompson from Sevier. Ryan Lewis from Sevier as well.
So one thing to think about these JV B and C racing together is it does help them because it's more competition. It's pushing them go faster. A lot of these racers don't know who's who on the course, so they're just trying to beat everyone. But
Taven Leibrandt, Eric Wilson, and Christian Barlow heading out for their second lap, looking tired, looking hot, digging deep. Cheer these riders on, even though they're not finished. They're heading out for their second lap, and they are tired, and they are hot. So cheer these riders on. As hot as we are standing here, imagine riding a bike in it. So let's cheer these riders on as they head out for their second lap, and they are tired.
you win. That's it. You win. With what? Oh, I see him. If you guys look to the bottom of those course, those Nebo goats, they've got a full goat setup down there. I can't tell if it's a goat or a man. It's kind of a mix between the two, but he's cheering for him down there. About an 8-foot tall goat, so that's something to see.
We've got Sam Madrid from Carbon, Mason Beaumont from Pleasant Grove, and Calvin Barriger from Springville heading out for their second lap. These are pretty big heats. They are each more than 60. So it is a tough, tough competition out there with these riders having to compete against so many other riders. There's not a lot of room for errors on this technical course. See riders out here just dumping water all over them to stay cool on this hot day.
Where's the feeds on that?
Our feed zone, like for bikers or for us?
For bikers.
Here comes Corbin Preston from Maple Mountain, Max Go from Springville, Oscar Jorgensen from Sevier Valley, and Brock Dent from Salem Hills. Here's Carter Quinn from Lone Peak. Looks like JVB boys, we're at 67, so they're almost at 70. That is quite a few racers out there on the course. And we're at 63 for JVC.
Yeah, like I was saying, it makes it nice because there's more competition. It's pushing them to go faster, but it's also going to make passing a lot harder. So if there's only one category out there at a time, there might be more opportunities for passing each other, but a rider out there could pass 5 racers on the single track and not make any time in their category. They could all be different riders, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a good thing, Anna. There's benefits and drawbacks to both.
Yeah.
Got a rider from Manti coming in. Seth Springer, heading out for his second lap. Thank you to our volunteers and our sweepers who are out riding on the course.
Cassie and Brad were just asking for water. I asked them if they wanted anything. They said water. Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, it might be over at the speed zone. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Here comes Spencer Dunn from Pleasant Grove, a JVC rider.
All right, freshman girls, you guys are lining up to stage. So if you're a freshman girl, make sure you're headed towards the staging area.
That's Lincoln Smith that just crossed. Reminder to all those race fans out there, You can watch the live stream of the video or the live stream of the races today from Game On Live Studios. You can come scan the QR code to go to that website. You can also follow GOLS, www.gols.co. It is .co. You can follow them on @GameOnLS on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Follow them. You can also share that with those family members and supporters that can't be there today. Reminder, we have our JVA girls lining up at 1:40. Our freshman girls are lining up starting at, so our staging times for JVA girls is 1:45. Staging time for freshman girls is 1:48. JVB girls is 1:51, and single lap girls is 1:54. So in the next little bit, we're going to have all the girls, the rest of the girls out on the course for the day. JVA girls will take off at 2, followed by 3-minute intervals for the rest of the girls after that. So some of us are new to Utah Nike High School cycling. Some of us have been around for a while. But the Cycling League was organized in 2011 under the National Interscholastic NICA Association, or NICA for short, to enable every Utah teen to strengthen mind, body, and character and promote lifelong health and fitness through cycling. We facilitate our development of high school cycling teams and clubs for grades 7 through 12 and provide an education, training, licensing, and insurance for coaches and volunteers. With Corporation of Local Race Organizing, our partners and our sponsors, we're able to provide a high-quality mountain bike racing experience. So Morgan, you were a racer for NICA when you were in high school a few years ago. Do you feel like it has promoted these things in your life, the lifelong love of the outdoors and strengthening mind, body, and character?
Yeah, I really think so. I still love going out riding my bike, especially this Snowbasin course. It's close to where I live. So it really gave me something that I can do for the rest of my life, and my siblings all raced as well, and so now we go out and ride together. It's fun. Helps me stay close to my family, helps me stay in shape. So it's really a sport that you can do for a long time after high school. It's a lifelong sport. And also, a lot of people who don't race don't realize how hard mentally it is out on these courses, especially when they're doing 2-3 laps out in the hot sun, a lot of climbing. It's a really mentally challenging sport, so I think NICA does a great job teaching people to be strong physically and strong mentally.
Right, it's not just about physical strength, it's really about resilience that these kids learn.
Yeah, I think so. You really have to be ready to push it physically, push through your boundaries on the physical side, and also on the mental side. It's a mental battle deciding to come through this finish line and not just turn off. You just got to keep going, go past through another lap. You know what's ahead of you. You know you're going to have to do a lot of climbing, put in a lot of effort. So it's definitely a mental game you play with yourself out there.
Right, and we've got, NICA has 5 core principles: fun, inclusivity, equity, respect, and community. And something that I've noticed with these 5 core values, that not one of those core values is winning. It's not about winning here. It's about doing your best, creating goals for yourself, working together as a team, and strengthening yourself, mind, and body. I love that about NICA.
Yeah, I think NICA's done a really good job. I've watched it as I watched my older brother race, and then I raced, and now I'm doing the announcing here. But I've watched NICA get very, very competitive, and these racers are getting faster every year. But NICA's done a really good job of keeping the focus on the community and keeping the focus on having just a really awesome atmosphere. People come out, anyone's invited to come mountain biking. Just a great community of people coming and supporting all these riders. So I think NICA's done a very good job with that. And we're having someone come in here. This might be one of our finishers. We'll see as soon as they get a little closer. And remember, louder you cheer, louder these guys are going to finish here. Nice wheelie finish on that bike there, a Carbon mountain biking team.
Andrew Lovelace, our JVB boy winner from Carbon. He was our points leader. He was our leader after lap 1, continued to hold that lead after lap 2.
Congratulations. That was a very strong finish for you.
It looked like he still had something in the tank. I mean, popping a wheelie there at the finish line. And it looks like there's quite a gap there. I mean, I'm not seeing anything.
We got number 2 right here, actually, about to come across the finish
here we
line.
Go.
Looks like a caveman rider here. We'll get his name in just a second. Very strong, determined finish. Congratulations.
Eli Slack from American Fourth also was in second place after the first lap. Not a lot of movement there.
All right, we're seeing some more riders come through here. Remember, you guys down on the course there, the louder you cheer for this sprint finish, the faster these guys are going to go, the more fun it's going to be to watch. Already absolutely hustling those two. The Goat's definitely trying to keep his lead there on a nice trek bike. Congratulations. Followed right by another Lone Peak rider.
That was Max Trevenin coming in third from Salem Hills, followed really closely by Jet Waite.
If you watch these kids' faces as they're coming across, they're just absolutely bearing down here. And the second they cross the finish line, you see all sorts of big grins, just a lot of relief on their face. So glad to have pushed through this, to finish really well. Another handless finish there. Congratulations.
There's Mason Sagers from Maple Mountain. That would be 5th place. So there's a little bit of movement in our top 5. We've got Andrew in 1st, Eli 2nd, Max 3rd, Jet 4th, and Mason in 5th. Here comes Thomas Clark from American Fork.
Yeah, so there's our unofficial podium right there for those JVB boys. Remember, if you're a freshman girl or junior varsity girl, make sure you're headed to the stage in. They're getting you guys lined up right now.
So those top 5 finishers are pretty close together in their times. They're within 40 seconds of each other.
Nice strong sprint, standing out of the saddle here for one of those Manti riders, looking very strong. Congratulations.
And that's Riker Broomhead from Manti.
Two racers coming in here right fast. Very strong finishes. One of our race officials as well.
That's Trip K from Salem Hills and Kimball Ray from Pleasant Grove. So we've just got a little bit of movement. We're still waiting for our 10th place. We've got more riders coming across here. It's looking very strong. Sprinting up this hill. Kimball Ray from Pleasant Grove. Bryce
We got 3
Werner
riders
from Maple
coming in right now,
Mountain.
absolutely hustling. All of them standing up out of the saddle,
Ben
fighting for it for
Watson.
this last bit here.
Brecken Penny.
Giving it
Jackson
everything they
Butler.
got to the very end there. Congratulations. Looking good, Lone Peak.
Levi Christensen. Easton Middow.
All of these JV boys, A, B, and C, are having these super fun sprint finishes here.
Sean Stromness from Spanish Fork. Colin Craig from Sean Stromness, excuse me, from Carbon. Colin Craig from Spanish Fork. Keelan Simpkins from Enterprise, and Josh Platt from Pleasant Grove.
Yeah, with JVB and C out there, I think we're just going to see a steady stream of finishers. Both groups mixed together here.
That's our top 19 finishers. We're looking really fast, really confident on this hill, even in the heat. Jaeger Wait for Lone Peak. Lincoln Riding from Lone Peak.
And there's our pom-pom rider right there. I'm really
Rue
liking
West
those
from
pom-poms he's
Carbon
got
coming in
beside
the
on his
top
bike.
25. There's Kason Barton from Spanish Fork.
I'll bet you those pom-poms made him faster. I really think they did.
He did increase. If you look at his placement from first lap to the second, he did increase a little bit. So I bet it was the pom-poms.
Yeah, I think so. The more recognition the
riders up
pom-poms
here.
got, the faster he goes.
Got some riders up here as they're exiting off the course that are looking like they left it all on the course, having a struggle walking. So you can tell they left it all out here. That was Johnny Bales from Pleasant
Another
Grove.
awesome finish right here. Sprinting out. You can see they're putting everything they got into that finish right there.
Thomas Dahl from American Fork and Trevin Barton from Spanish Fork. Very close finish, very strong as they're standing out of the saddle to try and get those. Oh, very strong finishers. Here we've got Wyatt Nagel from Salem Hills and Zachary Richter from Lone Peak. Very, very close. Here comes Jace Nielsen from Manti.
Looks like we're getting a bit of a gap for the first time in quite a few minutes here. A lot of those racers were just one after another, very close, battling out all the way to the finish.
Right, that just shows you how competitive even we are. Clear down in JVB, we just have so much talent out here in mountain biking that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I think every year NICA gets more competitive. These racers get faster. Every year they're putting in faster lap times at each of these courses. All the training these teams and coaches are putting into these students is really paying off.
That's Parker Olson from Sevier. So when you were riding, how many was there a JV? How many JVs were there? Was there just one JV?
Yeah, so there was just one JV girls and one JV boys.
James Peterson from Salem Hills.
So a little bit different than this JV A, B, C, D that you're seeing now, some of these regions.
A lot more competitive to get into that varsity, to get into those varsity JVA and JV positions. That's James Peterson from Salem Hills, Javen Thomas from Payson. Oh, and Javen Thomas was our points leader for JVC coming across. So he came across first. Here we have Tyler Loader, John Bozeman from Lone Peak, followed by Tyler Loader. Here comes Cayman Quinn from Lone Peak.
All right, and if you're a girl,
so Javen was
JV
in second
or
after his
freshman,
first lap.
make your way to staging.
Javen was in second after his first lap, came in first in his first lap, so he was able to make up that gap. He was really close behind after the first lap, really close in second. Was able to play it smart, make his move, and get in first for the end of for the second lap. Still watching for some more JVC finishers. We've seen one, Javen Thomas, come across from Payson.
And a lot of these lap times, as we're looking at them here on the screen, are very, very close, the first lap and second lap. And that's what we want to see with these racers coming out here, having very consistent laps, not blowing themselves up the first lap, struggling the second. They've ridden enough to know their strategy, know their body, know how much energy they got left in the tank, and they're very consistent riders.
Right, and they should have been training for this. They should have been training for this distance in this heat all summer. So even though it's hot, they should be able to do this heat. Let's cheer these riders on. Here we have Owen Sanchez, our second place finisher. He was in fourth after our first lap.
All right, we're seeing one of those very competitive finishes coming through here. Those boys all sprinting in the finish, battling it out, seeing who can get it. These guys have ridden together the entire race, and it's just right here on this last little hill that's going to push them apart.
Yeah, we have quite a group. We'll see. Let's cheer these riders on as they make it up this hill. We've got Cash Hancock. Third place for JVC boys is Samuel Dayton. We've got Spencer Toulis and Broder Hannah. We've got Easton Gray for JVC in fourth place. Ezra Sumner for JVB. Talon Davis for JVB from Pleasant Grove. Josh Cornell from Pleasant Grove as well. We have Braden Davis from Pleasant Grove, Alec Christensen from Cedar, and Grayson Hill from Iron County.
When you're doing this many laps out here, especially in the hot sun, as you do more laps and get stronger in the heat, that's when your hydration's really going to be more important than it was earlier this morning.
Battle right to the finish between Trenton Harrison and Matthew Cox, both on JVB. Looks like Trenton beat him out just barely. Reminder, everything that we say here in announcing is unofficial. For your official race results, you're welcome to come over here to the results trailer. There is a little bit of shade. You can check out the results. There's also the live stream that you can watch for those that are still on the course, or for those of your family members or race supporters that are at home. We have another big group of riders pushing really hard to get here to the finish. A battle at the up the hill here at the end of the race. Let's cheer these riders on. Let's cheer them on, even if they're not on your team. Looking very strong.
Just giving everything they got here on this last hill, pushing it, leaving it all out on the course.
That was Hayden Finley, Payson Child.
Make sure if you're getting pictures of any of these really cool pictures or have these really cool finishes, you're tagging Nika. We'd love to see these athletes coming through the line.
Nicholas Carden, Caleb Patton. So it looks like Ty Owen finishes, rounds out our top 5, our podium finishers here for JVC. Yeah, quite a bit of movement there in our top 5 from our first lap. Ty Owen finished in 10th after lap 1 and finished in 5th after the second lap. So quite a bit of movement. Our first 5 finishers in JVC boys are Jaden, Owen, Samuel, Easton, and Ty. Congratulations to those top finishers. Check your official results at the results trailer. We've had Rafe Lyon and Tanner Wilkerson cross. Austin Keller from American Fork and Luke Jensen from Sevier Valley. Austin coming in for our JVC boys. Sticking pretty close with where he was before. He was in 7th after the first lap, finished in 6th after the second. Got Tayson Eckhart from Maple Mountain, Brock Howell from Iron County. Brock was 7th for our JVC boys. Still waiting for the other 3 to round out our top 10 for JVC boys. That's Aaron Harvey from American Fork, followed closely by Max Mumford, also from American Fork. Aaron on JVC, Max on JVB. We've got Zach Ward from JVC from Maple Mountain.
I'm loving all the loud cheering we're hearing from the fans, cheering not only for their teammates and their family, but for everyone else coming through this race, pushing it through hard to the end.
That really encourages these racers and gets them across the finish line. Thank you for our fans. Here we have another rider coming up, looking strong, pushing hard. Easton Staley from American Fork. Finishing at our top 10 for our JVC boys. That's Ryan Wilson from American Fork. Sounds like our girls have just taken off. So our JVA girls are on course, and sounds like our freshman girls have just taken the course as well. Digging deep. This is a tough part of the day. It's hot. They are at the end of their course. Thank you for cheering them on. Jacob Daniels and Dylan Blake, both from Lone Peak, finishing for JVC. Great finishing times. Their laps are at about 30-minute laps. That's a great time for this course. This is a tough course. Technical, difficult uphill, and technical downhill. We've got Jackson Fife from Maple Mountain coming across. Benny Keller from Lone Peak. Jackson from JVC. Benny from JVB.
They're okay. It's liquid. They taste like those Fiji water, not Fiji, Propels. Nice finish here for these three. Heads down, up off the saddle, just pushing it. A lot of these JV riders are just giving it everything they can till the very last second of their race.
Cameron Defoe, Owen Stringham, Tristan Savage, and Landon Vest. Very close finishes with these boys. Some riders thinking they've got it, and other riders coming up behind them and putting on the power to just eke in front. It was Caden Giles from Lone Peak that just crossed. I just got the microphone. That's Tate Hickman from Maple Mountain, and Cody Rasmussen from Cedar High School. Okay, it's not terrible. I don't love it, but it's not terrible. Here's Michael Jacobson from Lone Peak. I'll do it for another minute. There's Aaron Wilson from American Fork.
All day. All right, another one of those groups coming through here. A lot of these racers you're watching check behind. Oh, a nice sprint to the finish here, those two. That was wheel to wheel there with Micah Jacobson and Aaron Wilson. All right, and then we had Zachary Lay come through. Followed by Andrew Howell, Andrew Nelson, Ethan Helmer, and Drew Peterson coming in. They didn't have. That's Jacob coming in through right there, followed by two other riders very close behind him. That's Chris and Corey Chase Parkin coming through. Liam Fitzsimmons right after them. Bridger Morrill coming through. Gibson Gonzalez from American Fork High School. Brady Tanstrom. Ronan Mooney coming through, riding for Panguitch High School. And Ben Wee coming in, riding for Cedar. Bryson Radmal coming through as well. And these JVC boys still coming through. There's Jacob Marshall coming through. And Noah Smith for American Fourth High School passing the finish line right now, looking very strong. And we've got another girls race starting right now. They'll be heading now on the course with the last of these boys coming through. There's Evan Scott for Lone Peak High School. Just finished up. Congratulations. That was very fast 2 laps. This course, usually these students are out on the course a little bit longer than other ones just because it is such a hard, challenging course. They're out in the sun and the elements, pushing it through a little bit longer. So make sure you're cheering them as they come through the line. That's Camden Dodge for Pleasant Grove High School. And Caleb Hire coming in from Manti.
A little bit further up here to the left.
I don't know who got it on those two. That was Carson Taylor and Cohen Reed coming in. Just wheel to wheel there. That'll be about milliseconds. It just depends on those two. That's Max Go for Springville High School coming across the finish line. Goff. Brigham Robbins coming in, riding for Pleasant Grove. And we've got a runner coming in. I was saying earlier that this course is brutal on bikes. We're seeing bikes broken left and right. Let's hear lots of loud cheers from him, pushing it all the way to the finish line, not deciding to give up, deciding to push his bike all the way through, finish the race. That's Charles Quinn riding for Lone Peak High School. And running your bike in like that takes a lot more physical effort and mental effort than actually riding it in. I think it's a lot harder way to finish your race. That's Joseph Ridges coming in for Lone Peak and Hudson Walker. Benjamin Myers. And Hunter Knudsen and Austin Lund coming in, both for Cedar, very close to each other. Nice, strong sprint to the finish, out of the saddle, giving it everything till the last second there. That's Ian Thompson riding for Sevier Valley Composite. Sevier's had quite a few very strong-looking racers today. Another rider coming behind here, looking behind him, making sure no one's too close. That's Christian Barlow and Stephen Armstrong coming through right there for Lone Peak and Panguitch. Panguitch also has had some very strong riders coming through today. Lots of cheering for these racers coming through. Very fast finish, high cadence he's pushing there. That's Riley Gorge right there, another Pleasant Grove High School racer. Followed very closely by Jacob Bridges. And another runner coming through. You guys, this course really is just popping tires, breaking chains left and right. That's Dallin Nelson and Eric Wilson coming through here. That rock garden at the very top is famous for popping tires. And then all of those downhill, really technical spots, that's where your chain and derailleur are going to be in danger. So if anything happens to your bike out on the course, make sure you go to technical support. And Tavin Lee Branch coming through, another Panguitch High School rider. Tyson Dudley. These are all our JVC boys coming through here. And there's about 60 to 70 boys in all of these JV categories, and they're all very, very close together. We're just seeing very small time discrepancies here. So this is a very competitive JV group in this region. And that's Ryan Lewis coming in, a Sevier Valley composite rider. And then there's Mason Beaumont from Pleasant Grove. That's Mason Beaumont and Carter Quinn coming through here. And that's Corbin Preston coming in, a rider for Maple Mountain High School. That's Brock Dent coming in from Salem Hills High School. Very strong looking finish. Congratulations. Followed by Seth Springer from Manti.
So we have all girls out on course. Our JVA girls started at 2 o'clock. They've been out for almost 20 minutes. So I would expect them to see them in what, 10-ish minutes?
Yeah, within the next 10 minutes, I would expect to see those girls. Followed shortly by the what's our next category after those girls?
Yeah, we've got JVA girls, freshman girls, JVB girls, and single lap girls. All the rest of the girls are on the course, enjoying their second race of the NICA season.
Those freshman girls, it's probably their second race ever, and thus they raced Devo.
Yeah, that is possible if they race Devo. I mean, they might race for ICUP. There was a practice course in Manti. Some of them might have ridden there, but quite possibly their second race ever.
It's exciting for a lot of those young girls there.
Race day is a fun time. Mountain biking is a different sport than any other sport. You spend all summer practicing hours and hours every week, spending the hours on your bike because you have to get that endurance. If you're going to want to be able to compete at all, you can't just spend the last 2 weeks and hope that you're going to do well.
Yeah, there is like a natural talent side to mountain biking. Some people have it a little easier, but it's not a sport that you can just pick up and immediately be amazing at. If you're wanting to finish in those top podium spots or even top 10, you're going to be putting in a lot of hours preseason, maybe even year-round, riding in the winter. So it's a lot of time goes in to prepare for these hour-long races here.
Right, and they don't have a lot of opportunities to prove themselves. They spend hours and hours all summer, and then they get 4 races.
Yep, 4 races,
4.
yeah.
And then junior
So
Devos, they only get 3. So, and then they're vying for that position to get to the 5th race to get to state. So if they make it to state, they do get 5 races, but it is tough. They get 4 chances, and they do take the top 3. So if you have a bad race day, it's totally understandable that you have a bad race day. So you take your top 3 scores that will qualify for state.
And that helps a lot of these athletes that have something happen. And we've seen a lot of flat tires, broken chains on this course. Something like dropping that last race really helps even it out and send those racers to state that are having consistently good races. And then if you have one where something happens with your chain or bike, that rule definitely does help you out there.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. It makes a big difference having that dropping of the 1 race rule. And even if, everybody has a bad race day, sometimes you wake up with a cold that you weren't planning on, or, you're riding over rock gardens and you're getting derailleurs broken.
Yeah. There's Oscar Jorgensen coming in for Sevier Valley Composite.
We have some of these riders that are looking strong, riding all the way up to the exit, and some riders that are walking their bikes across, or they ride across and immediately get off and walk. This is a tough course. It is hot out there. Everybody, please stay hydrated. Make sure that you are staying hydrated so that the heat of the day
doesn't get, this is a very intense, very gnarly course. The weather's not too hot for us, but it definitely is hot enough that if you're not hydrated, you're going to feel it.
Yeah, we are going through a heat wave. I saw that in Layton it was supposed to be 99 today. It is September, and it's 99.
That is a lot hotter, yeah. I know that they're planning this other region that's coming to race Snowbasin. They're looking at weather about 70 degrees when they come, which is a lot cooler today. So you could expect to see faster lap times for that other region just because of the cooler temperatures. You'll be able to go a lot faster when you're not battling that sun and heat exhaustion.
That's right. Yeah, it really does make the heat makes a big difference. Especially this time of the day, those kids are really hot. It makes a big difference in their times. So seeing these kids come across when it's so hot, man, that's grit and determination right there.
Yeah, it really is.
I'd like to thank Hyperthreads. Hyperthreads will be continuing as a platinum level sponsor for the 2022 season. If you notice any of the NICA staff, what we are wearing today, we are wearing Nike Hyperthreads gear. Our kits come from Hyperthreads. So if you like what we are wearing, go ahead and check out NICA or Hyperthreads for your kit. If you need anything for this year or for the beginning of next year, that's Hyperthreads. One thing on this course is if you are getting components that are broken, sometimes you're getting derailleurs that are broken.
That was Calvin Barringer coming in from Springville High School. Very strong finish there for JVC boys. Congratulations, Calvin.
If you're needing to upgrade or to repair your bike, you might want to look at NV Composites. NV Composites is strong, light, stiff, and aerodynamic. You want it all, and so do we. It's what we drives and we strive for every day. It's why our wheels and components receive so many rave reviews from owners, racers, and the media. We won't ever compromise materials or processes or performance to hit a price point. There's no lower tier. If you're not buying brand name or an image, you're buying engineered excellence. If it says Envy, it's because it's the very best it can be. Thank you, Envy, for being one of our platinum sponsors. As we see racers that are coming across, some are injured, or if they've had a crash, it makes me think of My Medic. My Medic provides
really awesome first aid kits.
First aid kits that are stocked with high quality gear, convenient features, and specialty tools that you can carry with you as you're on the go. So if you're coaches or preparing for your races, look into My Medic. Legacy Logistics. Meet our newest platinum sponsor. Thank you for sponsoring us here at NICA. Legacy Logistics. They have supply chain solutions to keep your business running. Legacy has a variety of services to customize and fit your needs. Check them out. It's Legacy Logistics.
All right, we're seeing some fast riders coming down here. They're located just right at those NICA core value flags coming through. My guess would be this is the first of our JVA girls coming down. These guys will have one more lap after this. So they're looking at this uphill climb. They've already done it once. It's hot, and they know they're going to have to go through and do that entire course again. So it's a mental battle right now, pushing as hard as these girls are. Very strong, pushing high cadence coming through here. Looking focused, looking determined, looking very good. All right, that was Lincoln Smith coming through, and then Brinley Agard coming through right here with that bright pink helmet, easy to see. That's a rider from Lone Peak High School. She's our points leader right now. And I'm not seeing any JVA girl, oh, maybe one coming through here, but she's got quite a bit of a lead on the people behind her.
Announcing again, we have a debit card for Suzanne Dowling. If you are Suzanne Dowling or you know who this person is, please send Suzanne over here to pick up their debit card. We've got this debit card here at the announcer's tent, right by the results trailer. This is quite a lead.
Got a strong finish coming through here. There we got Spencer Dunn coming through from Pleasant Grove High School. Very consistent lap times there for him. Congratulations, Spencer.
So Brinley, our JVA girl that's crossed so far, that we've seen her older sister earlier today. Brinley is actually a freshman, but she's on the JVA team. It'll be interesting to see those two girls, those two sisters battle it out next year. I think that'll be an exciting thing to look forward to.
It'll probably make both of them actually faster with constantly practicing with someone at a very similar speed as you, wanting to beat them. And I think there's a little bit of sibling rivalry whenever you have something set up like that.
Do you think if they practice together at practice, they're probably pretty close on their finishing times?
Yeah, I would guess being sisters and being on a team like that, They're spending a lot of time both practicing with the team, and if they're having lap times that fast, my guess is they're spending a lot of time outside of practice practicing as well, putting in those long hours on the bike every day. So I would guess they spend a lot of time riding together.
Yeah, and that takes a lot of dedication. There is definite skill that comes with it and natural ability, but to get these fast lap times takes a lot of dedication. Probably riding through the summer, using those bike stands, like from Tilt Industries.
Yeah, using something like from Tilt Industries in the winter where you can ride no matter what the weather is. Just put some headphones in, crank out a few miles at a really high speed. That's really going to help you when you start preparing to practice with your team in the spring and summer. You're already going to be a little bit ahead, already have that endurance built up, and so then you can just work on really pushing it through when you're practicing with the team.
It's nice that they have things like that now where you can do that. They've had spinning bikes, but it's not quite the same. It's not, you get the feeling of your mountain bike. You know, you get used to how it feels to sit in the saddle, to hold the handlebars. So it's not quite the same as being out on the course, but it's a little bit better. You know, they've had that for runners for a long time. They've had treadmills. You can kind of run anywhere. You can run all year long. It's nice for mountain bikers that there's options that you can ride all season.
Yeah.
All winter.
And like you're saying, I think it does make a big difference riding just a spin bike versus riding your bike on something like the Tilt Industries setup, because then you're getting used to the feel of your bike. You're still doing through, like pushing through all the gears. If your bike's having problems, you can take it to go get maintenance. And I think it just helps you be super comfortable on the bike by the time you're out and hitting the trails.
Yeah, it makes a difference having your bike.
We got a racer coming through here. This is Bailey Jonas right there. American Fork High School, our JVA girls, sitting at number 2 right now for our unofficial podium. So we've had Brinley Agard coming in at number 1, and then Bailey Jonas coming in for our number 2 spot. And these JVA girls are a little bit more spread out than when we were seeing in the JVA, B, and C boys. Another Lone Peak rider coming through, that's Jocelyn Pepper, JVA girls, sitting number 3 right there where she's at. She's definitely close enough to that Bailey Jonas from American Fork that those two could battle it out for 2nd and 3rd, or these other girls coming in 4th and 5th here could even switch up the placement a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see what these girls hold on the 2nd lap. There's Annie Lowe coming in for Springville, just probably about only 20 seconds behind Jocelyn Pepper there. So very, very close for those two.
This is such a technical course. There's not a lot of room for error. As you are passing and going on these wide uphills, you got to continue to you can't ease off at all. And then when you're coming in the technical downhills.
There's Sadie Holm coming in for Iron County. Yeah, that technical downhill, it's not on those flowy, long downhills, it's a little bit easier to rest up, but this downhill, it's very technical, a lot of switchbacks, so you're still using your legs and still using your body on that downhill, so it doesn't really give you much of a break. I would say the only part on this course that the athletes could maybe rest for a second is up top on the top of these service roads. There's a little bit through that tacky dirt, it's shaded a bit, and that's the only spot that I would consider really flowy and that it's not taking as much effort to go as fast, but the rest of this course is very hard physically.
And it's not just the physical effort, it's the mental effort. You know, when you're coming down those technicals, you have to be aware of every turn and where your pedal placement is. And so the flowy is nice for your physical break, also for your mind that you can enjoy.
Check out a little bit for sure.
Yeah, there's not a lot of checkout spots.
Adian Anderson, Miriam Lloyd, and Indy Watts coming through. All of those being JVA girls. So right now we've got our 1 through 5 already in, as well as our top 8 girls through. Right now sitting unofficially, we've got Brinley Agard, number 1, Bailey Jonas sitting at number 2, Jocelyn Pepper at number 3, Annie Lowe at number 4, and Sadie Holmes bringing in that last podium seat right there. We'll see if those girls hold on to the spots or if some of the other JVA girls come and give them a little run for their money.
Reminder
and that was our first freshman girl coming in. That's Kennedy Zimmerman, points leader. The Zimmerman family has been seen through NICA for quite a few years. She's got some older siblings. They have put in a lot of competition, placed really well from a lot of NICA regions. That was our first freshman girl coming in. And then we had Hannah Murdoch coming in right after her, riding for Lone Peak.
Reminder for our the rest of our JV boys, our non-freshman boys. We've got JVD boys.
All right, here's Kaya Miller coming in for Lone Peak freshman girls. Sarah Frum coming in for Lone Peak High School.
So we've got our JVD and E boys lining up soon, followed by our single lap boys. Our JVD boys will start staging at 2:50, followed by JVE at 2:55, and
that was
single lap
Jack
at 3 o'clock.
Henny coming in for another one of our JVC boys, followed right by Anna Keller, American Fork High School.
So our JVD.
We have 1, 2, and 3 freshman girls coming in. Anna Keller sitting right now at number 3. Kaya Miller sitting unofficially at 2nd. And Kennedy Zimmerman sitting right now at number 1. That was Sarah Cerny coming through, riding with Lone Peak High School.
That's Maddie Smith coming in from Lone Peak. Got Olivia Nielsen coming in from Spanish Fork. She would be currently our fourth place in her category. How's that for her segment? Thank you again to all of our volunteers and our coaches that make today possible. Every time a sweeper crosses, a volunteer sweeper, it makes me happy. We've had Rachel Jacobson cross from American Fork. Comes Ella Scoville, McKinley Brown from Lone Peak, and Rachel Mott also from Lone Peak. We had McKinley Brown, Rachel Mott, Brooklyn Taylor, Catherine Hall, Brindy Busk, Lily Niche, and Kalina Crosby. Here comes Lauren Justice from Pleasant Grove. Okay. Here comes Ruby Wilson from Pleasant Grove, heading out for her second lap. This is Lizzie Hudson from Lone Peak, Sophia Araya from Lone Peak as well. Nicole Rice from American Fork is just crossing. Here's Briley Jorgensen from Salem Hills, rounding out the top 10 in her category as she heads out for her second lap. Claire Little from American Fork, Lizzie Gonzalez from Pleasant Grove, Anna Nickman from Lone Peak. That was Avery Alder from Lone Peak. For those of you that are out on the course and are wondering, if you're looking at the beginning tag, the tags of the riders, you can see
there's Keza Huntsman coming in riding for Salem Hills High School, and Riley Andrews riding for Cedar High School. Both freshman girls there. And then Katie Harlan and Jamie Tolley. And that was our #1 rider for JVB girls, Katie Harlan riding for Panguitch High School. Unofficially #1 right now. Congratulations, Katie.
With Josie Hyatt in second.
And Josie Hyatt very close to Katie. A lot of these races we've seen that first place out quite a ways ahead, but this JVB girls, they were very close together, so it's a close race for those two.
So if you look at the tags on the riders, you can see that the JVA girls start with 800. They're in the 800 zone. Freshman girls are 3,400. JVB girls are 4,400. And the single lap girls are 9,800. So
here's Lottie Wolzen coming in, followed very closely by Ava Knudsen.
Ava is on JVB, so she would be our unofficial third place right now. Followed by Lily Glidden from Cedar High School as well.
Even that #3 spot is close enough that she could very easily catch that 1 and 2 on this second lap here.
Yeah, Jenna Chipman, that rounds out our top 5, our podium placement right now. If they continue to hold their place for the second lap. But Ellie Jackson coming in, she's not that far behind. She's got a chance. She can do it on this second lap to get in podium.
Now, I would not be surprised with how close they are and how much that fire out up top, passing opportunities there. I wouldn't be surprised if that 1 through 6 switched up order a little bit.
Right, we've seen other racers do that today, where they've hidden back just a little bit on the first lap and punched it on the second to save their energy, and then come in first. That's Bryn Hopkins from American Fork. She's currently standing in 7th for JVB. We've got Britton Chitko coming across. Head down, digging deep as she climbs this hill.
We've been saying it all day, but this hill really does take a toll on these racers mentally. You have to be very strong physically and mentally to push up this hill. I would say it's probably about a mile of just this service road and then that fire road up top, and it's definitely a push for these athletes.
We had Amanda Vanderwell, Shaylee Gear, Ruth Olson, and Kelsey Eves all across.
You can hear some encouragement from these people on the side, tell them to catch their wheel. That's a great strategy, just to ride right behind someone, kind of use some of their energy, let them be the one that sets the pace, and as soon as they're tired, just push through them right at the end. And then that's how a lot of people take these places right at the end. They've just been hanging back, sitting right on that person's wheel, just waiting for the opportunity to pass them.
Right, and it's totally possible. We've seen that a lot of these JVB girls are really close in their times, so they have a chance to just ride behind somebody and make the move right there at the end. Here comes Anna Mortensen from American Fork, heading out for her second lap.
All right, two girls coming here right now together. That's Lara Meyer and Hannah Smith, both from Lone Peak, right next to each other. There was a JVB girl and a freshman girl, so even they're in different categories, you can see that those two practice together. They're used to riding together, so it's nice that they get to come out here and race together too.
Yeah, really encourage each other when they need it. Be there for each other. It's nice to have a friend when you're out riding.
Here's Zoe Boston coming through from Cambridge High School.
Brinley Hansen.
We've seen quite a few Hansons. I'm not sure if they're all related or if it's just the common last name for this region, but there have been a lot of Hansons coming through the finish line. There's Aspen Moody coming through, another Lone Peak High School rider, looking very strong, pushing through on her first lap. Eden Conley coming through, and another one of our freshman girls who's riding for Lone Peak High School. There's Michaela Jacobson and India Luna coming through. Followed very closely by Mikel Cahoon.
I like to think pivot cycles. It's been nice to see some of these pivot cycles out here today. I've seen them with their nice bright pivot cycle logo across the edge, along the side bar there. Madeline DeMille from Sevier.
Followed right by Brooklyn Defoe coming through. There's Brooklyn Defoe and Gracie Branch coming through. We're seeing a little bit more of a distance between some of these racers now than we were earlier today. All of them just looking very determined to get up this hill as they're coming through the finish line, looking very focused. It's that Nika grit that we're talking about, just pushing down, digging deep, getting everything you got, and just the entire race pushing it hard.
Right, this is a tough part of the course. When they're going out for a second lap, they come around here, and then they have this uphill for quite a while. It's these girls digging deep, getting up this hill, heading out for their second course.
Yeah.
We've got Kylie Cahoon from Salem.
And Cora Hansen coming in from Spanish Fork.
And Elizabeth Everett from Manti.
Followed very closely by... Oh, that was...
There's Braylee Widdison from American Fork. Followed by Leah Sorensen from Payson. A lot of these riders head down, digging deep, leaning in as they're climbing this hill.
Test. That's Ella Franson and Leah Sorensen and Ava McBride coming through right there. A mix of freshman girls and JVB girls.
This is a hot time of day. We are glad to have this wind. This wind is kind of new. It's good and bad for these riders. It's good to cool them down, but harder because they're riding into the wind, and it's a more to push against.
One good thing about this wind right here, it might not help them on the rest of the course, but at least for this section right here, it's pushing them up the hill, it looks like. So it might be a little added boost for them, but it definitely is cooling them down like you were saying.
There's Audrey Tuttle from Lone Peak.
And Dayton Call coming through right here. Dayton's got some fans cheering on. A nice group of girls all right here together, very fast. There's Morgan Black, Claire Polson, another Morgan Brigham.
Alexa Little, Alexia Harris.
Very similar names there for those girls, and both Morgans are actually from American Fork High School. So my guess is they've got some nicknames on that team.
They're both Morgan B.
Yeah, Morgan B. They got to get more clever with the nicknames then if they both got Morgan B going.
In our school, in my son's class, he has 3 Ashton W's. What are the chances?
But yeah, what are the chances in 3 Ashton W's? Ashton's a kind of common name, I would guess, but Ashton W feels like it was planned a little bit.
Yeah, I think they got together and like, hey, you know what would make teachers' lives a misery when they get to elementary school and middle school? Let's all name them Ashton.
Yeah, the exact same thing. It'd be cool. They could have the same initials. I bet that's the thought process.
AW.
That was Michaela Homer coming through with Pleasant Grove.
Test.
Lots of cheering for this racer here, looking very fast. That's Brooke Bird coming through for Springville High School. speakers down, Route announce them. They're coming to fix it right now. Yeah, that's why we lost. Test, test, test. Test. All right, so while we had our speaker down, we actually had our first girls come in. Haley Howard was number 1. And then for JVA girls, we had Brinley Agard come in. She was already our points leader, so she'll keep a hold of that points leader, racing for Lone Peak. That's unofficially number 1 for JVA girls. We also had Pacey Olsen come across the finish line for JVB girls. Those JVB girls, most of them are just finishing their first lap right now. So they're going to come back around, and they each do 2 laps. So the next lap we see them, it'll be their finish.
Congratulations to Haley Howard from Manti, unofficially number 1 in her category. She was number 1 last time, gets to keep her jersey, her leader jersey for next time. Congratulations to that finish. We've got another rider coming through.
This is Alicia King riding for Manti, one of the freshman girls coming through. Her parents are running after her, making sure to cheer for her, let her know they're here supporting her. That's really awesome to see.
This is another example of the decisiveness of this course. Because of the technicality of the uphill and the downhill, this race has proven to be a deciding factor. We've had several mechanical issues with bikes, several flats probably on each team. Hopefully nothing too serious with derailers. Hopefully nothing more serious than just flats. But as we get
Lola
these issues,
Benson coming in for Lone Peak High School here. And Haley Deszarini coming in for Lone Peak High School. The odds that I said that last name are right are pretty low, so I'm sorry if you're one of those family members and I pronounce it very wrong. That's Jessica Hunt coming through right now, another one of our freshman girls. Hannah Jukes and Eleanor Miles, all coming through right now.
Looks like Hannah Jukes coming through second place in her category. Congratulations, Hannah.
And that was Bailey Jonas coming through right here. And this Taylor duel coming through for American Fork High School and Rayleigh Berger. Bailey Jonas coming through. That's Aspen Bronson coming in for Lone Peak High School. That's unofficially number 4 for our SLR girls. So right now what we're sitting at is number 1 was Haley Howard unofficially for the SLR girls. Number 2 was Hannah Jukes. Number 3 was Rayleigh Berger, and number 4 was Aspen Bronson. We also had our number 2 girl for JVA girls come in a minute ago. That was Bailey Jonas. We haven't seen any more of those JVA girls. We're waiting for 3rd and 4th to come through here.
Yeah,
I
so
think I'm seeing them down at the bottom of my hill right here, and she's looking very fast sprinting up this hill. I wouldn't be surprised if she pushed some of that time, caught up to number 1 and 2 out there. Looking very strong. Looks like she's got a lot left in the tank as she comes up here. All right, and this is Annie Lowe for Springville High School, and that was our number 4 for JVA girls unofficially. I misspoke. That's actually number 3 for JVA girls.
So Annie from second lap to 3rd moved from 4th to 3rd place. So she's able to make up some time there. We talked about that after the first lap, how they were close, and it was totally possible to catch up and take over.
Very close, and as I'm looking at her lap times, very consistent, just under 30 seconds of a difference between her first and second lap. That's what we want to see. A lot of the really competitive racers are having very similar race times in between each lap. If you really absolutely kill it on the first one, you might not have enough left in the tank to be competitive the second or the 3rd lap. So it's important to pace yourself while you're still giving it everything you got. Here's Jocelyn Pepper coming through, a Lone Peak High School rider, unofficially number 4 in JVA girls.
Okay, so we have our
Sadie Holm coming through for Iron County, number 5. So unofficially, that finishes up our podium for JVA girls there.
Shifting shades
That
those-
rounds out our top 5.
Yeah, so those top 5 JVA girls have finished their second lap, so that finishes the total podium unofficially. Number 1 sitting is Ridley Agard. Number 2 unofficially is Bailey Jonas. Number 3 unofficially is Annie Lowe. Number 4, Jocelyn Pepper. And number 5, Sadie Holt. Then we just had Lily Larson and Delilah Lemke come through.
Heading out for their second lap. We have the JVD and E boys lined up, ready to start their race soon, followed by the single lap boys. The JVD boys will be starting at 3:10. The JVE boys at 3:15, and the single lap boys at 3:20. Okay, it looks like we've got our freshman leader here, Kennedy Zimmerman from Pleasant Grove crossing. Unofficially in
right by
first
Anna
place.
Larson for our JVB girls.
She heads out for her second lap. No, because they've got to pull him. Yeah, they're supposed to pull him at 45 minutes. I'd like to hear this cheering on for the girls as they cross. We've got Marin Barkdale from American Fork crossing, and Indy Watts from Lone Peak. Marin crossing 5th in the single lap. We've got Anna Keller coming across for freshmen. That would be the second freshman girl that we've seen come across. Looks like Anna Keller will get second place in the freshman girls. We've got Miriam Lloyd that's come across, and she would be unofficially in 7th. So Indy Watts has moved up a little bit from her second lap. It would be unofficially in 6th. And then Miriam Lloyd unofficially in 7th. It sounds like our JVD boys are starting in 1 minute. They will be on course in 1 minute. We've got Charlie Christensen coming across from freshman girls.
All right, we've got a racer coming through right here. This is Rachel Peterson, one of our freshman girls from Salem Hills High School, looking very determined as she's coming over that finish line there. Finishing her first lap right there for Rachel Peterson.
Everything that we've been through has made us strong. You won't believe we've had our gray, but somewhere there's a light inside of us. It shows the way.
Another rider coming through right here. This is Hannah Murdoch, JVA girls, unofficially number 9 right there. And Kaya Miller coming through. Both Lone Peak riders. Kaya Miller's a freshman girl, unofficially sitting at number 3 right now, so she'll grab one of those podium spots. All right, we've got Olivia Nelson coming through for freshman girls, unofficial number 4, followed very closely by Sarah Frum and Olivia Nelson right there. And then Kristen Frugel, number 1, coming in for our SLR girls. She was our points leader before and now sitting at number 7 for this race. And then there's Sarah Kearney coming through right there, another one of our JVA girls finishing their second lap right there. So that's their finish line, heading off the course. It's got to feel good to be done and get out of this heat here. Camille Ferguson coming in, another JVA girl. All right, and that's Mikkel Black coming through here for SLR girls, sitting at number 8, and Maddie Smith for JVA girls, riding for Lone Peak High School.
Our JVE boys just took off at the start, so now on course, we've got the JVD boys and JVE boys are both on course. Our single lap boys riders are going to be starting in 5 more minutes. A great day of racing. We've got this spaced out, so we've got the course being used all day, constantly. It's been fun to watch these riders dig deep. As it's gotten hotter, it's gotten a little bit more difficult. So as these riders come up this hill, let's give them a big cheer. They are riding into the sun. It is hot. Way to go. Way to go, Brooklyn Taylor from Lone Peak. She's finishing our freshman girl. She's just finished her second lap. She would unofficially be our 5th place finisher.
And here's Rachel Jacobson coming in, one of our JVA girls, finishing her second lap there.
So looking at our top 5 finishers for freshmen, really consistent from one lap to the other. Our top 5 as they came across on the first lap were the same as they came across in the second. So these riders kept their heads down. All of that training paid off. They were able to maintain their position and make it into the podium for freshman girls. So congratulations to our top 5 finishers. That would be Kennedy in first, Anna in second, Kiera in third, Olivia in fourth, and Brooklyn in fifth.
We've got Logan Fitch coming in here, riding for Spanish Fort High School, having a very strong finish. Congratulations, Logan.
Got Lily Niche from Lone Peak. She would be 6th place for our freshman girls, followed by Kalina Crosby in 7th place. We had McKinley Brown cross from Lone Peak for JVA girls. We're starting to see some of these JVA girls and freshman girls cross as they're finishing their second laps. We have a lost little boy over here at the tent. If you are missing a child, please come over to the announcer's tent.
That was a
We have found the missing child's parent.
Got her quick.
He's there. We got him. We talked to his parent. We have found that. We do still have a missing debit card that has not found the owner.
I'm about to start selling raffle tickets for it, so if it's yours, you better come grab it.
Unfortunately, it's a debit card, so you have to have a PIN code. You can't just use it and sign it.
Maybe I'll just be a lucky guesser.
Okay, Suzanne Dowling. If you know Suzanne Dowling or you are Suzanne Dowling, please come. We have your debit card here at the announcer's tent.
We've got Lizzie Hudson coming in for Lone Peak High School. Still under 10 for our freshman girls here. Our SLR Boy Star is about to head out, so if you're an SLR boy, make sure you're in that staging right now. We're about to start, you guys.
These riders are looking tired and hot. Let's encourage them as they're finishing and climbing up this hill.
All right, and that's Catherine Hall and Lauren Justice coming through right here for those JVA girls. A nice sprint finish for Briley Jorgensen. We got Ella Scoville coming in, Rachel Mott. A lot of girls coming in all right at once. A mix of JVA girls and freshman girls right there. All finishing their second lap, finishing through. We got Briley Jorgensen coming in number 9 for our freshman girls, securing one of those top 10 spots. Super exciting. Number 2 just came in for our JVB girls here. That's Josie Hyatt. It's going to be points leader right there, taking first unofficially today at Snowbasin. That's going to be pretty helpful for Salem Hill's overall points, that first place JVB girls.
Josie was in second after the first lap, was able to find somewhere that she was able to take the lead. Out on the course and was able to take the lead. So unofficially, Josie would be our points leader for next round for JVB girls.
There's Ruby Wilson coming in, Pleasant Grove High School, another one of those freshman girls. That finishes out our top 10 for freshman girls. So congrats to all those ones. That's very, very impressive.
We've got Ruby Wilson coming in number 10 for freshman girls, followed very closely by Lizzie Gonzalez.
Then Brindley Bust coming.
We've got
through,
Eden
one of our
Anderson,
JVA girls.
Ellie Jackson, and Brindley Bust all coming across. So it looks like Ellie Jackson is our second place JVB girls. So Ellie moved up quite a bit. She was sixth after her first lap, was able to make it to second after her third. Got our third JVB finisher, Katie Harland from Panguitch. Fourth, Lily Glidden from Cedar. We've got Claire Lytle from American Fork finishing for the freshman girls category.
We just had Ruth Olson come across and Ava Knudsen, both JVB girls. That Ava Knudsen is finishing out unofficially our JVB podium, and Ruth Olson coming in at number 6, still top 10 positions. Very, very exciting for those girls there. And Ruth Olson is one of our few riders today that had a faster second lap than the first lap, so that's very exciting to see from Ruth. We just had Bryn Hopkins come across the finish line here. And Anna Nitchman coming right after, followed by Nicole Rice. Good mix of JVBA and freshman girls coming across. We got Riley Andrews from Cedar High School. All of those girls coming in for their second lap, so they're finishing. As soon as they cross this finish line, they're done. They're ready to go get some water, sit in the shade for a minute. Happy to be done with this course. There's Amanda Vanderwell coming through from Pleasant Grove High School. Unofficially number 9 for our JVB girls, so top 10 position. There's Kelsey East coming through from American Fork High School. And our freshman girls, Lisa Huntsman coming through right for Salem High School. Very consistent lap times for these girls. It's very impressive. That's what we like to see. Got a few riders coming in here. Very strong finish. We got this girl pushing a high cadence, looking very strong. That's Joey Fawson riding for Panguish High School and Gabriella Leaflong riding for American Fork High School. Both very close to those top 10 spots there. Followed by Sophia riding for Lone Peak High School in our JVA girls category. Alright, and that's Lottie Wolzine coming in riding for Spanish Fork High School, one of our freshman girls, finishing that second lap. All done with this race here. That's Laura Meyer coming through, a rider for Lone Peak High School and our JVB girls.
Okay, our JVD boys started at 3:10, so they've been on course for just about 20 minutes. Oh, look at these riders racing and pushing into the very, very end. We had Avery Alder from Lone Peak finishing for JVA girls, Anna Mortensen from American Fork, followed by Mikhail Black, also from American Fork, and Jamie Tolley from Springville. A bunch of different categories there as these girls race each other to the finish line. Here comes India Luna from Lone Peak. So we have our JVD boys that have been on course for about 20 minutes. I would expect to see them starting in the next 10 minutes. Here comes Shaylee Gear from American Fork. Finishing her second lap for freshman girls. Congratulations on all these girls on their strong finishes. This is not an easy course.
Michaela Jacobson coming in for Iron County Composite. One of our JVB girls right there.
And Hannah Smith from Lone Peak, finishing as a freshman. I'd like to thank some of our sponsors. We've got Destination Upfitters. Kickstart your next outdoor thrill at Destination Upfitters. Our aim is to provide our customers with everything they'll need to embark on their next adventure. Looking for an e-bike or to accessorize your vehicle with your next adventure? Destination Upfitters has you covered. Visit the South Jordan store today, just west of I-15 on 106 South. I'd also like to thank Strike Visuals. Hey coaches, this message is for you. Are you planning the upcoming races in the next season? Make sure you reach out to Strike Team for printed canopy tents, flags, and everything to keep your team out of the weather and especially looking amazing. Strike has been a longtime sponsor here at Utah, and they want to make sure your team shows up looking the best at our races. So thank you, Strike Visuals. Next time your team is looking to get gear for your Next time your coaches are looking to get gear for your team, think of Strike Visuals.
All right, Mercedes-Benz Van Center is Utah's premier Sprinter dealer, providing Sprinter vans for everyone. They've got fleet options for businesses, and they've got an extensive inventory of new and reliable pre-owned Sprinter vans. So if you're looking for a personal or professional need, something, take a big group of people to these races, take a good amount of bikes, you want to go to Mercedes-Benz Van Center and they'll get you taken care of. Very loud finish there for Aspen Moody. Lots of fans cheering her on from Lone Peak High School. That's their JVA girl right there. One of our newest platinum sponsors, Legacy Logistics. They've got a supply chain solution to keep your business running. They have a variety of services to customize fit to your needs. So if you're looking for something like that, make sure to check out Legacy Logistics. As you're seeing, a lot of these teams have really good looking jerseys and bibs, and also a lot of the merchandise for all these teams. Really cool looking. Hyperthreads is continuing as a platinum level sponsor, and that's where a lot of these teams get all their stuff. So make sure if you're looking for a big order to put through, you can put it through Hyperthreads. They're awesome.
Got Elizabeth Everett coming in from Manti, finishing for JVB Girls. This is a hot part of the day. The sun is beating down. Part of the course, they're riding against the wind. Right here, it looks like, it's hard to tell what direction the wind is going, but that wind is good because it cools them down, but it's difficult because it's extra force that they have to ride against.
As we're having riders come in, the louder you guys are cheering and yelling for these people, the faster they're going to be going. We got some strong finishes right here. Looks like a go and Lone Peak rider.
We got Brooklyn Defoe from Spanish Fork and Grace Branch from Lone Peak, really close together there, both JVB girls as they finish both in the top 20.
That's a freshman girl, Britton, coming through, riding for Lone Peak High School.
We've got Leah Sorensen from Payson High School crossing from JVB girls. Here comes Kaylee Calhoun from Salem Hills, finishing her second lap. Here comes Eden Connolly from Lone Peak, finishing her second lap as a freshman. Here comes Cora Hansen from Spanish Fork. Mikkel Calhoun, look, another Calhoun. Okay, that's not a common last name. Let's see, Calhoun, both from Salem Hills. They have to be related. Kylie and Mikkel. Kylie on JVB and Mikkel as a freshman. Probably a fun little sibling rivalry. It's nice to be able to ride with a sibling. That'll put a little fire in the belly for next year. Maybe they could race on in the same category. There's Brinley Hansen from Lone Peak. We love to hear this cheering on of these girls as they're coming up this last hill. Even if they're not on the team that you're cheering for, let's cheer on these riders as they head up the hill. Here comes Morgan Bingham from American Fork, crossing as a JVB girls in the JVB girls category. I love that I can always tell when we've got a racer coming in because the crowd increases. Here we have a racer leaning into Ella Franson from Lone Peak, crossing for freshman girls, really leaning into it as she climbs that last hill. Love to hear all of the cheering of these riders. This is the hardest part right here. They've ridden 2 laps. This is their end of their second lap, riding up the hill in the sun. Here comes Dayton Call from Pleasant Grove and Madeline DeMille from Sevier. That's Claire Polson from Iron County. You know, every time I hear that cowbell, it makes me think of Saturday Night Live. More cowbell. We need more cowbell. We've got Alexa Little from Spanish Fork and Tyler Jukes, our points leader from JVD Boys. Looks like he's in the lead. The first JVD Boys that we've seen cross. Oh, very close. Okay, so Dean Gillespie from Lone Peak, followed by Eli Speck from American Fork and Jacob Wilkerson from American Fork. So those top 1, 2, 3, 4 JVD boys are really close together. It really is anybody's game right here. Anybody's race. If they can stay together and figure out where to make their move on that open road. We had Morgan Black from American Fork and Michaela Homer coming in from Pleasant Grove. Here comes Ammon Larson from American Fork. He's currently in 5th place. 6th place, Nash Higginbotham. So Nash Higginbotham from American Fork is in 5th, and Ammon is currently in 6th. Not that far behind. The first 4 that are all really close. It still could be anybody's race. Pretty quick riding times out there. Just about 30-minute laps for these boys as they're finishing their first lap, heading into their second. Here we have Miles Krull, really close, followed by Alan Niles. And really closely followed by Caleb Bellows. These boys are sticking really closely together. Not a bad strategy. And if somebody in the lead runs out of energy, then somebody behind can make that move. So they're still in the top 10 there after this first race. There's Audrey Tuttle from Lone Peak finishing as for JVB girls. Clearly tired. Gave it everything she had. Way to go. Congratulations on your finish. These riders are tired. After they've made it 2 laps in the heat, it is a long day for them. They've been waiting all day. Anxiety is high all day, which kind of drains you. And then they have to go ride in the heat. We've got 2 more riders coming in. Taylor Nielsen from Pleasant Grove and Jasper Eddy from Cedar High School. Landon Bringhurst from Spanish Fort. Taylor finishes at our top 10 after the first lap. But it's still anybody's race between those Taylor, Jasper, and Landon. They're all really close, within a second of each other.
Get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never cap, you should know that. All I know, 10 toes, never fold, bang roll, on the go, ice wall.
Here comes Trayson Parrish from Salem Hills, Daniel Araya. Both JVD boys, both of these boys increasing their placement from their starting placement. Here comes Odin Green from American Fork and Daxton Worthington from Manti. And Orrin Allen from Lone Peak. Here comes Charles Carter from Lone Peak and Seth Larson from Pleasant Grove. Here we've got 2 Jacksons, Jackson Broderick from Pleasant Grove and Jackson Davidson from Lone Peak. Here we have the first place of Spencer Crossley we've got Connor McDaniel. I missed for the first place for our JVE boys. Spencer Crossley was our previous points leader, but it looks like he is in second place right here. Not too far behind. We've got Jared Clough from Manti, Justin Mack from Manti, and Joseph Murdoch from American Fork. Joseph Murdoch from American Fork, he's our 3rd place JVE currently. Arthur Zinger from Sevier Valley in fourth. Nathaniel Pipes from Manti for JVD, and Cody Henneman from American Fork. So we've seen our top 4 JVE boys come across. Tom Darrington from American Fork. David Martin from Lone Peak. No. We've got some more riders coming across. We've got Lou Rasmussen from Pleasant Grove. Increased placement quite a bit there for Luke, coming in at 28th. We've got Jaron Patton from Spanish Fork for JVD. Derek Frisbee from Pleasant Grove. A lot of encouragement for these boys as they come across the finish line. Tyson Devereaux from Spanish Fork. William Clark from Carbon High School. One of our JVE finishers. He would be our 5th place currently as he heads into his second lap. Thomas Newfer from Pleasant Grove, currently in 6th place for JVE as he heads into his second lap. Here's Evan Williams from American Fork. Hunter Bowman from Lone Peak, heading into his second lap. We have Briley Whittison from American Fork crossing. There's Daxton Jenkins from Lone Peak. And Taylor King from Manti. This is a grueling course, especially when it's so hot out here. These riders deserve all of the cheering that we can give them here at the end. They have spent hours preparing for race day, and here they are. We've got Jude Jacklin, Pleasant Grove High School, coming in for JVE boys. Increased his placement quite a bit here for 7th place. Currently in 7th place as he heads into his second lap. Reminder, we've got our freshman boys still coming up. They're going to be starting to line up at 4 o'clock, 4:05, and 4:10. Here's Kimball Loosely from Pleasant Grove, Quinn Huntsman from Maple Mountain. Quinn Huntsman is a JVE finisher. Cole Flanagan from Springville. Logan Bockenstead from Springville. So Quinn Huntsman, it looks like, would be in 8th place currently as he heads into his second lap, and Cole Flanagan in 9th. So if you are a freshman boy, you should be heading up towards staging to get ready. There are the flags on the side. You can see where you're supposed to be lining up if you are part of freshman A, freshman B, or freshman C. Stand close to that staging zone, and when they call your name, you will be called up. So if you are warming up, now is the time to head towards the course. Here we've got Parker Huish from Pleasant Grove, Tegan Wilkerson and Logan Hunt coming across. We've got Brooke Bird coming from the JVB girls, finishing her race. Been out on the course. She is probably hot and tired. It is very hilly out there as these riders are finishing. We've got Tegan Wilkerson from American Fork, Trevor Pollard from Salem Hills, Skylar North from Iron County. We've got Weston Rockwell from American Fork coming through for JVE. Malcolm Barrett from Independent. She's from an Independent Region 5. Weston Rockwell from American Fork and Luke Bennett from Lone Peak. All of these boys heading out for their second lap. We've got Garrett Thompson from Spanish Fork. Looking strong and confident as he heads out for his second lap. Josh Meyer from American Fork. We've got Blake Rubert from American Fork, Benson Roberts from Lone Peak, Isaac Loser from American Fork, Beck Raby from Maple Mountain, and Talmadge Wallace from Salem Hills. Brigham Bean from Manti. We've got some cheering going on down here for a rider that's coming in strong. This is Ava McBride finishing from American Fork. Adam Smith coming in from Sevier Valley. We've got Luke Whittison from American Fork. Max McCourt from Carbon High School. Unofficial first place finish for him on his SLR boys. Congratulations to him on his clear excitement for him on that finish. We've got Boston Rogers from Pleasant Grove High School. Bridger Matthey from Salem Hills. With these boys racing later in the day, it's difficult. You know, when you ride earlier in the day, you know what you have to eat for breakfast. But when you're riding this late in the day, you have to plan not only your breakfast, but your lunch. Here comes Ammon Wilkin from Iron County. Got some racing up this hill going on. A little bit of a pass as they head in. We've got Logan Rencher from Maple Mountain passing, and then we got Max Starr from Lone Peak. Both of those heading out for their second lap. So these riders have been feeling anxious all day, anxious and nervous all day, having to plan all their meals. It's finally their time to race, finally their time to show what they've been working for and practicing for all summer. I bet they've been doing plenty of rides in the afternoon in the heat so that they were prepared for today. Reminder, we're going to start staging here for freshman boys. We've got freshman A, B, and C boys starting at 4 o'clock. So if you were in the freshman category, head over to staging so you don't get missed. We've got Ben Spinkle coming from American Fork. Here comes Micah Butler from Manti. Dustin Martin from Maple Mountain. Cade Topman from Lone Peak. All of these riders heading out for their second course. Here we've got Daniel Williams from Salem finishing his second in the SLR category. We've got Tyson Morrill from Payson. And Tyler Martin from Maple Mountain. We've got McKay Haddock from Lone Peak, Scott Reams from Lone Peak, and Asher Hardman, all three from Lone Peak. Different categories, sticking kind of together as they all head in for their second lap. Yeah, the race director, she's going to take over while I go watch Spence. But I don't want to miss them call his name. Different categories, sticking kind of together as they all head in for their second lap. Here's Logan Peterson coming in for Seville Valley. You're going to do it?
All right, we have Caden Jensen from Pleasant Grove, Lucas Payne from American Fork, Jacob Davis from American Fork, and William Adams from Manti across the finish line. We got Nathan West from American Fork, Maxwell Danielson from Pleasant Grove, and Thomas Ogilvy from Springfield High School completing their first laps. Way to ride strong, guys. Austin Reeder with Maple Mountain crossing the finish line. Good job, Austin. Yeah, please. Tegan Robinson from Carbon High School. Good job today, Tegan. Tegan Robinson from Carbon High School. Good job today, Tegan. We got Blake Forsyth from Pleasant Grove and Logan Keith from American Fork. Good job today, guys. Ethan Dahmer from Pleasant Grove, Xander Elwood from American Fork. Everyone thank our sweeps today. We can't do this race without our volunteers. Thank you, sweep. Thank you, course marshals. Everyone thank our sweeps today. We can't do this race without our volunteers. Thank you, sweep. Thank you, course marshals. All right, I understand it's this young man's birthday. Look at Jack Dayton crushing the course today on his birthday. We also have Coben Lillywhite from Payson High School. Good job, Coben. Thank you, sweep. Nice job, Tyler. That's your first place, unofficial from American Fork. Okay. Oh, look at that strong finish. Nice job, Dean, out of Lone Peak. Dean Gillespie. Nice job, Ammon Larson from American Fork and Eli Speck out of American Fork. Good job today, guys. Come on, everybody. Let's cheer these boys up this brutal finish line as they push hard to the finish. Look at them go. Look at them go. We've got Connor McDaniel out of American Fork, Miles Curl out of American Fork. Nice job today, guys. Yeah, we've got the unofficial first place winner of JVE with Connor McDaniel out of the Cavemen. Good job today, Connor. Come on, let's push these boys to the finish line. Come on, you got it. Way to push, way to push. Such a good race today. Spencer Crossley out of Pleasant Grove, the unofficial second place in JVE. Good job today. You're almost there. You got it. Good job, Hiram. Hiram Tippett out of Manti. All right, push it, guys. Push, push, push. Look at that. Look at that finish. Nice job. We got Alan Niles out of the Iron Giants and Nash Higginbotham out of American Fork. Landon Bringhurst out of Spanish Fork. All right. We have one more finisher, Arthur Zinger out of Sevier Valley. Nice job today, gentlemen. Got another one pushing it to the end. Way to go, Jasper Reddy out of Cedar High. Bring these boys in. Caleb Bellows out of Pleasant Grove. Good job, Caleb. All right, look at him pushing hard to the finish. Nice job today. Taylor Nielsen out of Pleasant Grove. I think it's scientifically proven that the more you cheer for these boys, the easier it is to get to the finish line. Good job today, Joseph. That's Joseph Murdoch out of American Fork. Unofficial fourth place in JVE. All right, I hear cheering. That must mean we have some riders coming up. Cheer them on into the finish line, everybody. Oh, we got a runner. Good job. Way to push hard to the end. Cheer him in, guys. That is not easy to run your bike in. Jacob Wilkerson out of American Fork. Great, great job. Okay, y'all, he ran it in. And he's still in unofficial 12th place in JVD. Good job. Good job, Jacob. All right, we got a Pleasant Grove Viking coming up. That's Thomas Nuffer. Good job, Thomas. Thomas rounds out your podiums for the JVE boys with a 5th place unofficial finish. Good job. We've got Charles Carter from Lone Peak, Odin Green from American Fork, and Nathaniel Pipes out of Manti. Look at this strong finish. We got a Carbon High School rider. That is William Clark. Good job, William. Got another sprint. Look at these guys go. Good finish. Good finish. Jude Jacqueline out of Pleasant Grove. Orrin Allen out of Lone Peak. Good job, guys. Daxton Worthington out of Manti. Nice finish today. Ooh, pushing hard. Good job, good job. That's Cody Bankhead out of Pleasant Grove. Nice finish, Cody. Quinn Huntsman out of Maple Mountain. Good job. Climbing like the mountain goats. All right, another strong finish. Nice job, Daniel Arroyo out of Lone Peak and Logan Hunt out of Lone Peak. All right, look at this one, riding hard to the finish out of Enterprise. That's Cole Flanagan. Good job, Cole. Got another Manti rider. That's Justin Mack. Good job, Justin. All right, we got another Pleasant Grove Viking pushing hard to the finish. Good job today. That is Seth Larson. Nice job, Seth. All right, keep cheering for this Viking. He's coming in strong. That's Jackson Broderick. Good job, Jackson. All right, don't look back, Manti. Don't look back. Keep pedaling all the way through to the finish. Good job, Jared Clough.
We've got Parker Hush from Pleasant Grove finishing his second lap. Luke Rasmussen, JVD, from also Pleasant Grove finishing his second lap. And Drayson Karish from Salem Hills. These boys are probably tired, worn out, been out there for over an hour in the hot sun, up these hills both ways. Let's cheer these boys on as they're coming up. When I say uphill both ways, I mean literally they start uphill and they are ending uphill. So when they get to talk to their kids and grandkids, they can look back and say, when I raced in mountain biking, I got to ride uphill both ways. Here comes Tegan Wilkerson from American Fork, finishing strong, leaning in. Way to go, Tegan. Congratulations on your finish there. So we'll see him and his placement come through. We've got Talmadge Wallace from Salem Hills. Evan Williams from American Fork. Some of these boys they're really consistent with their times. Looking at their lap times, they're within minutes of their first and second lap. That's a really strong, consistent rider. Oh, we've got speeding here to the end. David Martin from Lone Peak, looking very strong as he crosses the finish line. Jackson Davidson from Lone Peak doing great. Just finished his second lap. Probably going to go take a cold shower. Cold ice bath. We know we should do that in NICA. Get some ice baths ready. We're about ready to start our last heat of the day. Here's Lucas Galvich, Tom Darrington from American Fork, Lucas Galvich from Spanish Fork. And all of our riders are on course. Luke Bennett from Lone Peak. If you missed that, all riders are on course. All freshman riders are on course. Here comes Beck Raby from Maple Mountain High School. Still in our top 20 here. Beck was able to make it to our top 20 for JVE. Great job for these riders.
Tough job.
Here comes Tyson Devereaux from Spanish Fork, finishing for JVD boys. Jared Patton from Spanish Fork, another Spanish Fork rider, both JVD. You've got Taylor King from Manti coming in for JVD, finishing his second lap. All of these boys have so much to be proud of for their race today. They have put in so much effort all summer preparing for this race day. These are great times. So exciting to see these JVD boys putting in all this time and work, and to have all of the crowd cheering them on. Let's cheer all these riders on, even if they're not part of your team. Let's give them all a little hoot and a holler. Ooh, we've got a competition here. We've got two riders really close together, putting on the heat as they're coming up this last hill. We'll see how it ends. Right here is this last little climb. Let's cheer these racers on. Come on. Oh, as they hold hands, they do it together. Teammates doing it together. Way to go, Weston Rockwell from American Fork and Malcolm Barrett. Also, he's an independent region. Way to go, boys. That's lovely to see these boys as they finish together. That embodies the NICA spirit right there. It's not about winning. It's not about beating your competitor. It's about doing your best and teamwork and being a great. Derek Frisbee from Pleasant Grove High School, JVD. Comes another rider, Daxon Jenkins from Lone Peak, leaning in, pushing strong, finishing strong as he is gassed after 2 laps in the heat, uphill both ways. This is a rocky technical race as well. So these riders really have to use all of the skill and knowledge that they've used and learned over the past while to have a successful race. We've got Isaac Loser coming in. Okay, have we seen that single lap race? The birthday race? You did it? Okay, Loser. I saw the picture all day. I'm like, I don't know. That's probably why you said Loser. Yeah. I'm like, I don't know. There's some of them that are fine. There's Blake Rubert from American Fork coming across with JVE. There's Cody Henneman from American Fork. Oh, and Trevor Pollard from Salem Hills. Really close finish. You saw these boys both leaning into it, trying to get that finish. Feeling gases. They left it all out on the course today. That's what we like to see here at NICA. Here's Kimball Loosely from Pleasant Grove. Got another rider coming in, Garrett Thompson from Spanish Fork. If you are a rider and you are finishing this course and you raced in the afternoon, I would love to interview you and hear what you did to prepare for this course. It is tough to race in the afternoon. When you race in the morning, you know what you're supposed to do. How you're supposed to sleep, what you're supposed to eat in the morning. But when it comes to afternoon, you're anxious all day. So how do you spend your day? I would love to interview one of you if you would be willing to talk to me. Got another rider coming around the bend down by those NICA core value flags. It's nice to see a lot of support for these last riders of the day. They really need that support as they're coming up this hill, as they finish their 2 laps in the heat. Let's cheer this rider on as he finishes his last sprint. We'd like to hear this kind of enthusiasm for this rider. Looks like this rider's from Nebo, the Nebo team. Logan Beckenstead from Springville High School, part of the Nebo Goats. I want to know also, where do you get your goat costumes and who's the guy that has to wear it all day in the heat? We've seen some goat flags, some goat hats, full-on goat costumes. There's a lot of goat pride with Nebo. Here comes Hunter Bowman from Lone Peak High School. It is nice that the way that the sun is, that we get a little bit of shade here at the finish line. Those that are here watching and spectators, you get to sit in the shade and cheer on your riders. And also these riders get a little bit of shade maybe as they're coming up this last hill. I like to hear that cowbell. Rider pushing strong, finishing very strong. Pushing, leaning in. We've got Logan Rencher from Maple Mountain High School. Here comes another rider looking strong. Adam Smith from Sevier Valley, as well as Luke Whittison from American Fork. Luke crossing just before Adam. These riders have been out on the course for over an hour. They are got to be tired. This is a demanding course. We've seen several mechanical errors on those, especially the rock gardens at the top. A little bit about NICA. The NICA Leagues held its first race in Utah in 2012, and the same year became the largest first-year league in NICA history. And by 2014, the Utah League grew to become one of the largest league in NICA. Got Josh Meyer coming from American Fork, finishing his second lap.
Go ahead, Brad. Hey, I just wanted to give you guys a heads up or a reminder that we are racing here next week. So if you want to leave up any of the free markings that you yourself put up there,
In 2015, the Utah League became the first league to develop an Elevate program. Another rider coming in. Looking very strong, leaning into Ammon Wilkin from Iron County Comp. Love to see that. Even when these boys don't have the competition, they're not trying to beat somebody out. They're still leaning in, pushing hard, trying to get to the top of that hill and get the best finish that they can. So for our Utah NICA League, as recently as 2018, we had 3 regions and only 13 races. Now in 2022, we have 6 regions with a record 7,000 registered athletes and 25 scheduled races for our season. Our Utah NICA League is a great program, and we are all here to support these racers. For those of you that are still around and waiting for Podium or watching these last riders come in, we would love it if you could stay and help clean up. We will not get started on podiums until everything is loaded up into the truck. So if you are still here waiting for podiums, we would love your help to get this cleaned up faster so we could start on podiums. They have started putting away the starting line. You can see over there that it's almost like it never existed. Here's Skylar North from Iron County Comp coming in. We've got Andrew Sheffield from Lone Peak finishing. Brigham Bean from Manti. Got Dustin Martin from Maple Mountain crossing the finish line. Micah Butler from Manti. That was Boston Rogers from Pleasant Grove. Austin Rogers from Pleasant Grove. Here we've got Lincoln Goodwin, freshman A boys, and Logan Eccles, freshman A boys. Bridger Matthey, also from freshman A boys. No, for JVD boy. Tacoma Smith, freshman A boy, and JVE boy Tyler Martin. So it looks like we've got our top 3 freshman A boys coming crossing the finish line. We've got Lincoln Goodwin in first, Logan Eccles in second, and currently Tacoma Smith in third. Now we've seen movement in the top 5 before between laps 1 and 2. So they're not so far apart that they can just relax. They still have to be technical on this second lap. It's still anybody's race. There's Rex Hansen, 4th place for freshman A boys, as he heads out to his second lap. Chase Bacon from Lone Peak. He would be number 5. If they stay as they are currently, that would be our top 5 podium, but it's still anybody's race. Easton Lunsford from American Fork coming in from freshman A. Really increasing his placement, starting at 53rd, and now he's in 6th. We've got Tyler Ivey from Sevier Valley. Here's Tyson Morrill from Payson High School, finishing his second lap. McKay Haddock from Lone Peak. Here's Brigham Hardy, another freshman A, currently in 8th place from Pleasant Grove. Carson Bird, freshman A, Lone Peak. Some of these times that we're seeing from these freshman boys are really comparable to some of the JVA scores that we were seeing earlier. These are very fast scores, under 30 minutes. We're still under 30 minutes. We're at about 28 minutes for our freshman A boys, and we've had 9 that have crossed. So it'll be exciting to watch them in the future as where they end up next year in placement. Here comes Wyatt Chambers. Axel Oibel from Lone Peak in 10th. Tate Gunther in American Fork. Wyatt Chambers from American Fork, and Bradley Reed from Springville, all very close together. Any of that could change, that could move around. We've got Gavin Crandall from American Fork. Nathan Wolf from American Fork, finishing his first lap from freshman A. So under 30 minutes, we've had the top 15 from freshman A. Cale Theobald from Payson. Bryson Douglas from American Fork, crossing his first lap, heading out to his second lap. Grant Hepworth from Pleasant Grove. And Anson McClausen from Springville. We've got Cale Barton from Manti coming across in 28th. Cade Topman from Lone Peak finishing for JBD boys, his second lap. Connor Thomas from Manti, Tate Tanner from Pleasant Grove, and Jacob Christensen from Lone Peak. And Kevin Christensen from Manti, still within our top 30. So our top 26 boys that have finished this first lap in 30 minutes. We've got Ashton Webster from American Fork, Kevin Christensen from Manti. We've got Hiram Foster coming in from Sevier Valley. Cody Larkin from Cedar. We've got McKay Jepson. McKay Jepson from Lone Peak rounds out the top 30 for our freshman A boys. Really fast times here. We're at about 31 minutes. So you'll be able to see yellow helmet. Here comes Caleb Askeroth from Iron County and Caden Jensen from Pleasant Grove, finishing his second lap for JVE. Here comes Thomas Ogalive from Springville, finishing his second lap. I bet they are glad to be done and out of that heat. I would expect to start seeing some of our leaders from freshman B. Here's Stephen Beasley from Enterprise. I would expect the freshman B start 3 minutes later, 5 minutes later. Here's Trace Johnson from Iron County, Joseph Ranzo from Lone Peak, Matthew Williams from Salem, Bodie Lund from Manti, all still freshman A. We had Lucas Payne that crossed as as JVE. We've got Walker Stevenson coming in from Maple Mountain. So I would expect within the next 3 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, that we'll start seeing some freshman B boys cross. Here comes Sean Kelly from Lone Peak, heading out to his second lap. Increased his placement quite a bit, started in 51st place, starting his second lap in 38th. Here comes Jacob Parsons from American Fork. William Randall from Iron County Comp. Eli Taylor from Payson High School, still looking for those freshman B boys. These freshman A team is so strong that we are at 41-42. Bradley Lindsay, there's such a tight, Brady Lindsay, from Pleasant Grove. Quinn Myers coming in from Lone Peak, heading out for his second lap. Jake Roper from Pleasant Grove. Here comes Ben Pinkel from American Fork, finishing his second lap. We'd like to thank all our sweepers for volunteering to ride the course today. We've got Sam Fulton from Lone Peak coming in, heading out for his second lap. Colin Barlow from Lone Peak. Easton Spears, also from Lone Peak. And Sam Fulton. 3 Lone Peak riders coming across on freshman A as they head out to their second lap. We still are waiting for our first freshman B rider. It really goes to show the talent that we've got here on freshman A. We're at 47 that have crossed from freshman A, and we're still waiting for our freshman B or a C. So this freshman A is really competitive to get in there. Got Cedar Rockwell from American Fork. Asher Hardman from Lone Peak finishing his second lap. Congratulations on your finish there. And Scott Reams also from Lone Peak finishing his second lap. We've got Blake Platt coming in for freshman A from Pleasant Grove. Caden Dacus from Enterprise. Keaton, excuse me. I'm assuming it's Keaton. Here comes Cameron Teasdale from Lone Peak finishing his race, looking strong. This is what we like to see with the NICA spirit. Here comes James Toulis, our points leader from Carbon, continuing his lead. He was a freshman B boy leader last race, and he is continuing that lead. Here comes Cohen Moreno from Lone Peak in second for our freshman B boys. Here's Austin Reeder from Maple Mountain, finishing his second lap. We've got some riders coming in for JVB coming in. We've got Max Niche from Lone Peak, Eli Swayze from American Fork, really close there. It's anybody's game. Max Niche started in 7th and is now in 3rd. I didn't see what Eli started in, but he's now in 4th. Really tight there. I'm expecting to see a lot of movement up here in our freshman B category. Here comes Jacob Minshew from Maple Mountain, Mason Duell from American Fork, Spencer Shaw from Pleasant Grove. So Micah Klinger from American Fork is currently in 6th place with our freshman B.
Let's go, Caspian!
Caspian Ballman from Manti in 7th place as he heads out. Micah Klinger and from American Fork. Nathan West from American Fork finishing his second lap from JVE. Here comes Colton Preston from Maple Mountain, freshman B boy. He started in 56. That puts him in 8th place. Got some more riders coming across, pushing strong. We've got Colton Preston, Gray Hillstead, Hayden West, and Spencer Anderson, Xander Holster, and Cruz Morris, all boys really close as they're close. Here comes Spencer Rasmussen crossing from Manti in 14th. Here comes Joshua Blake from American Fork. He's our freshman C. That would put him in 1st place. Our point leader from freshman C, really strong, under 30-minute first lap for him. We've got Sterling Talbot from American Fork, or Pleasant Grove. Jack Bingham from Maple Mountain High School. That top 20, for our freshman B, it was really close between 8 and 14. It's going to be really close. Anybody's game to get in that top 10 with those freshman B boys. Sterling Talbot crossed as he heads out for his second lap, Pleasant Grove, and Jack Bingham from Maple Mountain High School. That would round out the top 15 for his freshman boy. We've seen one freshman C boy cross, Joshua Blake. These are freshmen C. That would put him in 1st place. Our point leader from freshman C, really strong, under 30 minutes. Here comes Sterling Talbot from Pleasant Grove. Jack Bingham from Maple Mountain. Peyton Taylor from Enterprise. Gage Thurgood, Tyler Palmer, Zaya Frazier, and Trevor Wright. All of those are in the freshman B category. Heading out for their second lap. Here comes Preston Williams from Manti for freshman A. And Wyatt Stoker from Iron County Comp. Really close. Looked like Preston was cheering on Wyatt, even though they're not on the same team. I love to point out things like this. Thank you, Sweeper. I like to see things like that, cheering on teammates, cheering on competitors, keeping them in the race. Here's Easton Douglas from Springville, Kyle Olson from Manti, and Zach Lamont from American Fork. Oliver Miller from Maple Mountain. All of these riders inching up just a little bit in their place. Camden Eckhart from Maple Mountain, Oliver Miller, both of those riders from Maple Mountain. Grady Reed from American Fork, followed closely by Traven Thompson, both from American Fork. Teammates hopefully working together and cheering each other on. Excuse me, I think I said Traven, but I meant Taven. Taven Thompson from American Fork on freshman B. Here comes Nicholas Commerce from Iron County. And August Wayand from Pleasant Grove. So this freshman race is kind of hard. Any parents out there, spectators, that have a junior Devo racer at the beginning of the day and a freshman racer at the end of the day, let's hear it for those parents that have been here all day long. And these racers, as they are riding in for their second lap. Here comes Wyatt Seeley, freshman C, currently in second place from Springville. Here's Lincoln Douglas from Iron County. Here's Landon Gardner from Salem Hills and Adam Robertson from Pleasant Grove High School. Carson Westberg from Salem Hills. I don't remember if I called Landon Gardner. Landon Gardner and Carson Westberg really close together, both from Salem Hills, followed by Adam Robertson. So Wyatt Seeley is our second place, currently second place for our freshman C. There's Kyle Jolly from Pleasant Grove on freshman B. Gavin Nordstrom from Lone Peak. Here's Ethan Frisbee from Pleasant Grove. We've got Joseph Mitzvotai from Manti, Seth Daly from Salem Hills, Stratton Saley, Ethan Frisbee, Beckham Penrod, Ian Weston, Hudson Anderson, and Gavin Moody, so very close together. We had another freshman C finisher. We've got Beckham Penrod coming in third for freshman C, so he heads out to his second lap. Tate Anderson from Maple Mountain, James Miller from Springville, and freshman B. So we've seen our top three placements from after lap one for freshman C. Here comes another freshman C, Graham Hatfield, currently in fourth place as he heads out to his second lap. Thomas Fawcett from Manti, Taggart Rice from freshman C, and Duncan Staley So it looks like Taggart will round out our top 5 if they continue to hold that place. Duncan Staley from Pleasant Grove and Eli Howard. Eli has a chance here, not far behind 5th place to get on podium. We've got Jackson Rice coming from American Fork, Noah Gremmert from Lone Peak. As these boys head out for their second lap, Caleb Bush from Cedar. These riders are looking tired and hot. We've got Logan Denny from Pleasant Grove.
Hoping to receive neutral support so he can get back on the course and finish his race.
So 5:13 to get back up for.
Perfect. I'm keeping track of time.
Here's Ashton Nafis from Sevier Valley. Nafis. Braden Franson from Panguitch. Here comes Wes Sturzer from Lone Peak, heading out for his second lap. Increased placement quite a bit there, started in 14th, heading out to his second lap in 8th. We've got Bryce Devereaux from Spanish Fork. Chase Cameron from American Fork. Miles Raby from Maple Mountain Crossing for Freshman C, and Jeffrey Haywood from Spanish Fork, both from Freshman C. So Chase Cannon would round up our top 10 for Freshman C currently if they can hold that position. Miles Raby, Jeffrey Haywood, Jack Maloff, Colby Wright, Jack Jones, Ty DeHart from Payson. A lot of encouragement for these boys. Dexter Farnsworth from Lone Peak, Ezra Thalman from Sevier Valley. Weston Murray coming in from Cedar High School. Got Weston Metcalf from Springville High School coming in. Braxton Simmons from Spanish Fork. Cusco Quinn from Lone Peak. Braden Johnson from American Fork heading out for his second lap. Here comes Braden Johnson, American Fork. Hiram King from Spanish Fork. Aaron Bennett from Lone Peak, freshman C. Yeah, in the next little bit. Zachariah Rucker from Sevier Valley. Cam Biggs, Caden Hubbard from Cedar High and Cam Biggs from Iron County Comp, really close together. Logan Eccles is our points leader, is our first fifth place finisher for freshman A. Lincoln Goodwin, very close finish between Logan and Lincoln. Unofficially, it looks like Logan came in first. We'll have to see what happens at the results table. Tacoma Smith coming in third, and Hugh Findlay from freshman C heading out for his second lap. So unofficially, it looks like Logan Eccles just barely pulled ahead of Lincoln. We'll have to see what happens at the results trailer. So unofficially, Logan first, Lincoln second, and Tacoma third. We're going to expect to see a lot more of these freshman A boys crossing. And as they cross, they are finished. Their times are just about 50 minutes, which is really fast. That's really comparable to what we were seeing earlier today with Varsity A. Here comes Jacob Dunford from Pleasant Grove, heading out for his second lap. Here comes Spencer Fife from Iron County as he heads out for his second lap. Got Easton Lunsford from American Fork coming in at fourth place, increasing a couple spots there. So these top finishers that we've seen from freshman A as they do 2 laps, really consistent lap times, 25, 26-minute lap times on both laps. It's Rex Hansen from Lone Peak finishing our top 5. That'll be our podium boys. Logan Eccles, Lincoln Goodwin, Tacoma Smith, Easton Lunsford, and Rex Hansen for our top 5 podium finishers for freshman A boys. Great job on that race today, boys. Here comes Blake Peterson from Maple Mountain heading out for his second lap. Let's cheer all these riders on. We have enough people here to give these kids the motivation to keep going as some are finishing and some are heading out for their second lap. Let's really cheer them on.
Raven to medical.
Solomon Gonzalez from Springville from freshman C, Ethan Christensen from Salem Hills, Chase Bacon from Lone Peak, our sixth place finisher for freshman A. Got Logan Christensen here from Maple Mountain heading out for his second lap. Let's cheer these riders on as they're heading out Another rider looking strong. Tyler Ivy from Sevier Valley. Currently in 7th place as he finishes his second lap. Zachary Chamberlain from Pleasant Grove. Way to go, Zachary. We've got Ryder Monfried. Monfredi. And Keegan Fredrickson from Payson. Here comes Luke Clark from American Fork. As he heads out for his second lap. A lot of encouragement for these riders. They're hot and tired. Some of these riders still have a second lap to go. All of the cowbells and the cheering on, I'm sure, gives them the motivation that they need. It's late in the day. Here come some more riders. Pretty close together. Oh, really close finish. We've got Tate Gunther just barely coming in from American Fork, and then Carson Bird. Both still in our top 10. Really pushing it at the end. So we have our top 9 freshman A boy finishers, waiting for that last one to be our top 10, round out our top 10 freshman A boy finishers. Here comes Ethan Shirtliff from Enterprise, heading out for his second lap. Way to go, Ethan. Got another rider coming across. Brigham Hardy from Pleasant Grove. That would round out the top 10 for freshman A boys. Watching. Here's Wyatt. Tyler Cole from Pleasant Grove and Wyatt Chambers from American Fork. Tyler heading out for his second lap. Way to go, Tyler, looking strong. Really close finish here between these two riders, really pushing towards the very end. Both freshman A boys. Unofficially, it looks like we had Garrett Murray ahead of Bradley Reed, followed by Grant Hepworth. Really close finish there. That will be definitely one you'd have to check out the trailer to see what the results were on that. The results trailer. Yeah, you're going to want to check the results trailer on those two. Really close finish. That makes it fun when you have somebody that you're trying to beat there at the end.
I was just about to ask when you thought final sweep would go out.
Here's some more riders looking very strong. Nathan Wolf from American Fork finishing for freshman A. Here goes another. Here comes some Pleasant Grove rider. Oh, very strong, very close finish. Carson Wilkins from Pleasant Grove coming across, followed by Bryson Douglas from American Fork and Anson McClausen from Springfield. All freshman A boys standing up at the end, finishing in just under an hour. Anson's finishing time was just barely under an hour. So after this, those freshman A boys have been out there on course riding for an hour. That puts us at our top 18 for freshman A. Still watching for our freshman B beginners, or freshman B leaders to cross. Here comes another rider looking very strong. Leaning into it, Kale Theobald from Payson High School. We see a racers coming around the bend. They're very close. It's going to be a tight finish with those ones. Very, very close, pushing to the end here. We've got Axel Oibel from Lone Peak coming in. Freshman A, followed very closely by Jacob Christensen, Tate Tanner, Cale Barton from Manti, and Connor Thomas from Manti. Both still within the top 25. Still waiting for our 25th finisher. Looks like Connor Thomas and Cale Barton, Manti, both from Manti, working together as a team, finishing very closely. Here's Gavin Crandall from freshman A, rounding out our top 25. Can I have you take over for a second? You got We've got Axel Oibel from Lone Peak coming in. Freshman A, followed very closely by Jacob Christensen, Tate Tanner, Cale Barton from Manti, and Connor Thomas from Manti. Both still in the top 25. Still waiting for a 25th finisher. Looks like Connor Thomas and Cale Barton, Manti.
Cody Larkin from Cedar High School. Good job today, Cody. All right, good job today, Kevin. That's Kevin Christensen out of Manti, freshman A boys. Woo! Cheer for the sweep, everybody.
I was going to do it first. All right. And there's no Jenny
All right, cheer him in. A hard finish. That is Ashton Webster out of American Fork. Good job today, Ashton. And we've got McKay Jepson out of Lone Peak. Both of those riders in freshman A. All right, make some noise for these guys as they push to the finish. Out of Enterprise, we have Stephen Beasley. Good job, Stephen. All right, pushing hard to the finish out of Manti. We've got Bodie Lund. Good job, Bodie. Braxton Mayland out of Pleasant Grove. That's your good job, Braxton. All right, out of Sevier Valley, we've got Hiram Foster. Good job, Hiram. All right, that's Trace Johnson out of the Iron Giants and Joseph Reynoso out of Lone Peak. Good job, guys. All right, we've got Spencer Van Workham from Lone Peak, Jonathan Simpson out of Maple Mountain. Good job today, guys. Keep it up. We got Walker Stevenson from Maple Mountain, too.
Not yet. Still waiting for the first place.
All right, we've got Cedar Rockwell out of American Fork, Jake Roper out of Pleasant Grove, Matthew Williams out of Salem Hills, and your unofficial first place, freshman B-boy Eli Swazi out of American Fork. Great race today, guys. All right, we got Sean Kelly out of Lone Peak and Quinn Myers out of Lone Peak. All right, let's give it up for Leslie Zimmerman. She roving course marshal, awesome job. And we've got Eli Taylor out of Payson High School and Brady Lindsay from Pleasant Grove, both freshman A boys. All right, we got Jacob Parson, a freshman A-boy out of American Fork, followed by Will Randall out of Iron County Composite, both freshman A-boys. All right, we've got, let's see, who is that? James Tullis out of Carbon High School, your unofficial second place freshman B-boy. Good job today, James. All right, let's cheer him on. Cohen Moreno out of Lone Peak, unofficial third place freshman B-boy. All right, let's cheer them in. Help this kid to the finish line. We've got Sam Fulton out of Lone Peak, freshman A boy. Good job today, Sam. All right, let's cheer him on. Cohen Moreno out of Lone Peak, unofficial third place, freshman B boy. All right, we got some more riders pushing hard to the finish line. Cheer them in, guys. Cheer them in. We've got Micah Klingler from American Fork, unofficial fourth place in freshman B boys. We've got Easton Spears from Lone Peak in freshman A. And then we've got Max Niche from Lone Peak, unofficial fifth place, freshman B. Good job today, guys. All right, we got a pack of riders pushing hard, hard, hard to the finish line. But first, we have Blake Platt out of Pleasant Grove, freshman A. Good job, Blake. Cheer these boys into the finish line. They need all the help they can get. Cheer them on in, guys. From Manti, we have Caspian Ballman, and from Pleasant Grove, Spencer Anderson, both freshman B boys. Good job today, guys. All right, from Maple Mountain, we have Jacob Minshew and Keaton Dacus out of Enterprise. All right, that's Gray Hillstead out of Lone Peak, freshman B, rounding up the top 10 or 9. Sorry.
It changes.
Out of the Iron Giants, we have Cruz Morris and Kaya Frazier out of American Fork, both freshman B boys. All right, we've got Colin Barlow out of Lone Peak, Xander Holzer out of Carbon. Colin's in freshman A, Xander's in freshman B. Good job today, guys. All right, we got Jack Bingham from Maple Mountain in freshman B. Good job. All right, look at these guys riding strong through the finish line. Awesome job, guys. We've got Hayden West out of American Fork in freshman B. Good job, Hayden. And here we have a Manti rider, Spencer Rasmussen in freshman B. Unofficial 16th place, 15th place. Good job today, Spencer.
Of course you can.
All right, out of Springville, we've got Trevor Wright in freshman B. Good job today, Trevor. Unofficial 16th place. All right, we got a Caveman pushing hard, followed by a Giant. We've got Mason Duell out of American Fork, followed by Caleb Askeroth out of Iron County. Good job today, guys. Both freshman A boys. All right, we got another Iron Giant pushing hard to the finish. That's Nicholas Comers. Good job in freshman B. All right, cheer this rider in from Lone Peak. Tyler Palmer in freshman B. Good job today, Tyler. All right, making this finish look easy. Out of Springville High, we have Easton Douglas in freshman B. Good job today, Easton. All right. Our unofficial freshman C winner out of Springville High School, we've got Wyatt Seeley. Good job today, Wyatt. All right, cheer them on from American Fork. We've got Gage Thurgood. Good job today, Gage. Freshman B rider. Out of Maple Mountain and freshman B boys, we've got Colton Preston. Great job today, Colton. All right, way to cheer on this rider out of Salem Hills. We've got Beckham Penrod and freshman C, unofficial second place. And we've got Oliver Miller following close behind from Maple Mountain in freshman B boys. Good job today, Oliver. All right, we've got Cameron Eckhart out of Maple Mountain, followed by Zach Lamont and Taven Thompson out of American Fork. All three freshman B riders. Good job today, guys.
We've got Spencer Shaw coming across from Pleasant Grove, freshman A. Peyton Taylor from Enterprise, freshman B. Both finishing their second laps. We've seen the top two freshman C finishers. Little bit of movement there, kind of switch places, Wyatt and Joshua. Oh, what Beckham. Wyatt and Beckham, a little bit of switching there. We're still waiting for Joshua to cross. What? Seems like it'll be a little bit in the way.
Sorry, waiting.
That's what I assumed. We've got Kyle Olson coming across from Manti. Preston Williams and Kyle Olson sticking together from Manti. From Preston from freshman A, Kyle from freshman B. We've got Grady Reed from American Fork. More riders coming up this hill, coming around the bend, finishing their last laps. Very tired, end of day. Finishing this last incline. Then they can go take a cold bath, an ice bath. That's Taggart Rice from Salem, our freshman C. Unofficial third place finisher, increasing his a little bit, his placement. And that's Carson Westberg from Salem Hills. We've got Graham Hatfield finishing first. Okay, Graham Hatfield from Pleasant Grove, Eli Howard and Noah Gremmert. Very close finishes from fourth. Graham unofficially fourth, Eli fifth, and Noah sixth. Very close finishes with those three. All different schools, Graham from Pleasant Grove, Eli from Iron County, and Noah from Lone Peak. Very strong finishes for these boys. Here comes Adam Robertson from Pleasant Grove. Gavin Nordstrom from Lone Peak finishing for freshman boys. Here comes Wyatt Stoker from Iron County. Here comes Chase Cannon from Lone Peak. He's unofficially finishing in 7th place in freshman C category. That's Thomas Fawcett from Manti. Ian Weston from Lone Peak. Weston Murray from Cedar Hills finishing for freshman C. Unofficially in 8th place with that one. There's Joseph Mitzvotai from Manti. Miles Raby from Maple Mountain, freshman C boy, increasing his placement from 12 after the first lap to 9. Gavin Moody from Lone Peak. Here comes Chase Cameron from Lone Peak and Seth Daly from Salem Hills. Looks like Chase Cameron rounds our top 10 finishers from freshman C category. Here comes Colby Wright from Salem Hills and Sterling Talbot, Pleasant Grove. Stratton Saley from Pleasant Grove as well. Ezra Thalman from Sevier Valley. James Miller from Springville High School. Reminder to those that are still waiting for either your finisher or waiting around for podium. We don't start podium until everything is cleaned up. If you're still waiting, we would love to have your help. Find a crew member and ask how you can help them. All this snow fencing needs to be taken down. We do reuse these zip ties. So if you can take these zip ties off and help us take these snow fencing down and get everything loaded up, we can get faster to podiums. Here's Lincoln Douglas from Iron County and Wes Sturzer from Lone Peak. Lincoln finishing for freshman B and Wes for freshman C. There's Ty DeHart from Payson, Landon Gardner from Salem. Duncan Staley from Pleasant Grove and Braden Franson from Panguitch. It was Jackson Rice that crossed from American Fork. There's Weston Metcalf finishing from Springville High School. I'd like to congratulate all of our racers today on their finishes. It's Tate Anderson from Maple Mountain. Got more riders coming around the corner. Kind of with this last incline. There's Jeffrey Haywood from Spanish Fork High School. There's Hudson Anderson from Maple Mountain High School finishing his second lap, freshman B boys. Here we have Ashton Nafis from Sevier Valley finishing his second lap from freshman B. Quite the support group there. We like to see that enthusiasm. The riders might be embarrassed, but we as parents, it's our job to do the embarrassing. Here's Logan Daney from Pleasant Grove. Braxton Simmons from Spanish Fork High School. This has been a beautiful race day. We are so glad that we could be here racing in Snowbasin. We're thankful that they were able to have us, to host us. One more reminder, we did find a debit card for Suzanne Dowling. If you are Suzanne Dowling, or if you know the Dowling family, who this debit card belongs to, we would love to give this back to the owner. Otherwise, we might start raffling it off. No, we won't do that. Suzanne Dowling. This was found hours and hours ago. I am not certain that this person is still here. But if you are on the same team and know of that last name, Dowling, please let them know that we have found a debit card. Got a rider coming up this hill, pumping his arms. We've got Jack Jones from Maple Mountain finishing strong. Making it in the top 20, increasing a place value. Another rider coming in, receiving a lot of enthusiasm, which we love to see, especially this late in the day. Very tired. We've got Ethan Frisbee coming in from Pleasant Grove and Braden Johnson from American Fork. We love to see this kind of enthusiasm. Cheering on riders as they cross the finish line. So our freshman B and C boys have all been out there for almost an hour and a half, hour and 25 minutes and an hour and a half. They are tired and they are hot. Let's cheer them on as they're coming up this hill. We just had Kuzco Quinn from Lone Peak Crossing and Cam Biggs from Iron County. Cole Jolly crossed from Pleasant Grove. Let's cheer these riders on as they're heading up this last hill. Standing up, pushing hard. This is what we love to see. That's Zachariah Rucker from Sevier Valley, finishing very strong. Not even standing to beat a competitor, just standing to get his best finish that he can. Here's Bryce Devereaux from Spanish Fork. Another rider coming in here, standing up, pedaling hard, finishing really strong. That's Aaron Bennett from Lone Peak. Here comes Hiram King from Spanish Fork. Hold on. Here comes Hiram King from Spanish Fork, Hugh Findlay from Salem Hills, Aaron Bennett from Lone Peak, all these freshman C-Boy finishers looking really strong, giving it all they've got. Here's Carter Burkham from American Fork. Here comes Hiram King from Spanish Fork.
And he puts it right down the middle. And Utah goes back on top. So the Gator defense bends. They do not break. Noise from 43. 10-7 Utes.
So hiked up this hill.
Here's Jack Mauloff from Lone Peak. Another rider coming in, looking strong, looking very fast. Looking very strong, standing as he goes up this hill. This is Caden Hubbard from Cedar High School. Reminder to those that are still here, if you are here watching your rider, or if you're waiting around for podiums, we don't get started on podiums till everything's cleaned up. So once you get the whole go-ahead from race crew, we're going to start taking this stuff down. Please we do reuse our zip ties, so as you take things down, we will be reusing those zip ties. And then we will tell you how to help us clean up. So we can do this quickly, get to podiums, and then get home. Here comes Spencer Fife from Iron County Comp. Here we've got Logan Christensen from Maple Mountain. From announcing, can we back to the I do know the things. He used to live in East. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I was supposed to look at her ladies first. Here we have the rider Joshua Blake from American Fork, looking really strong as he finishes his last sprint up the hill. Way to go as he carries his bike. Finishing strong, giving it all he's got. That was Solomon Gonzalez from Springville High School crossing for freshman C. That was Blake Peterson from Maple Mountain High School, finishing for freshman C.
Oh, I have been. Okay, good. It's like 3 or 4 times.
Reminder, we do have cleanup. We don't start podiums at the end of the day until everything is cleaned up. So if you're still here waiting for your rider, or you're here waiting for your podium, we would love to have you help. We've got a rider coming in strong. We've got Keegan Friedrichsen from Payson. Congratulations on your race finishes, Keegan from freshman C.
Thanks, Brad.
As we're waiting for our last riders to come in, we'd like to thank all our sponsors and our volunteers today that made this possible. It's such a fun race day. There's so many hours that go in to these riders every summer as they're getting up in the middle of the day or in the morning, spending their evenings practicing. And we could not make this happen without all our volunteers, our sponsors, and our coaches, parents. We're so glad to have all of you a part of this NICA experience so that we can make this the best NICA experience for our riders. We're also so glad to be here at Snowbasin for hosting us today and letting us use this beautiful track. See another rider coming around the bend, looking really strong. Pedaling so hard, giving it all he's got as he heads up this last hill. Nice and in the shade on this last incline. Let's hear it for this rider as he climbs in. Let's cheer him on. Very strong. Way to go. We've got Ethan Christensen from Salem Hills. Way to go, Ethan. Way to finish strong.
That's it, right?
That concludes our race day. Everybody has finished the course. Thank you again to all of our volunteers, to those sponsors that we have for making such a great race day. I have used all my words for the day. I am just about out. Again, if you are still here, please